Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗲𝗏𝗏 on Wattpad. Now, let's start. Does this water taste a little funny to you? Izuku 4 chugs water. Nah. Katsuki 2. Prologue. The incident Wednesday, January 8th. It was known as the 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 incident that changed the way people viewed the stereotypical roles gender played into society. Sure, there were outliers of people who believed gender stereotypes were complete horse shit, but a majority believed males and females at least had a certain role to play due to what was between their legs. Man works to provide for his family, while the woman helps rearing children. But this society was already shaken up before by the emergence of quirks. Superhuman traits gave way to spectacular powers of levitation, strength, or a variety of abilities, as well as mutation of body parts of different skin color, additional limbs, or lack of limbs. Quirks really did just throw human and animal DNA into a blender and voila, a new era of what was normal came forth. It also changed human DNA enough to where it was difficult to reproduce, which is where many companies popped up to fulfill the need for cute, chubby babies. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was one of these pharmaceutical companies that worked with scientists to create a 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 treatment to help boost Japan's declining population. They managed to find some clueless, gullible person with a hyper-𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 quirk and convince the poor soul that what she was doing was saving Japan from collapse and helping millions of childless couples have children. Said person was paid handsomely for their rights to his DNA and never to be heard from again. Various human and animal DNA were also taken from unorthodox places and combined. In the beginning, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 had well intentions to help families. However, as the company grew, so did their unethical practices. Perhaps it was faulty training or lack of environmental concerns that caused the chemical for hyper-𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 to spill into the drainage systems, which then seeped into the water system. People were bathing in it, drinking it, playing in it. The hyper-𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 chemical, also known as 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 pronounced 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 according to media, mostly affected those with hormonal imbalance during puberty or who were taking 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 to better help with 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 treatments. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 had already reached nearly everywhere in Japan before scientists found out what had happened. As typical of a large pharmaceutical company, they covered up the incident hoping no one would notice anything unusual save a slight uptick in 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Of course, nothing ever goes as planned. The 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 drag mutated. It began affecting males and females in strange ways. It mattered not if one was male or female, each came with a new set of genitalia that wasn't there before. Then there was the behavior characteristic. Males or females suddenly became hyperaggressive and ended up getting their partner's 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Others were more subtle than their aggressive counterparts. These males or females were more empathetic and introverted and ended up getting 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 by their partners. Senses were heightened, such as smelling sense on people, the sensitivity of touch, taste, sight, and hearing. Surprisingly, a majority were not affected as drastically as having a second gender, but still had sharp senses. It was too late by then to reverse the side effects. All 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 could do was pray to God that nobody would be the wiser. Again, nothing ever goes as planned. A whistleblower notified several pro-heroes about the incident and an investigation began, which then got several local reporters sniffing for a good story. Chapter 1 News of the Weird Thursday, March 27th. Katsuki Bakugou was running through a dense pine forest somewhere unknown. It was dark and cold, and he was shivering. His quirk didn't work in this place for whatever reason. Fallen trees and thick bushes blocked his way. Katsuki thought, as he was huffing, jumping over a small cliff, nearly tripping on landing. He was running towards something, he believed. Or was he being chased? It was never clear to him. All that he knew was that he was running out of time. A cold dread was creeping into his soul. Something somewhere in this shitty forest had answers for him, and he needed to find out now before he goes mad. Well, more mad than usual. Suddenly, he slipped on a patch of mud and leaves slammed into the ground. Beep! 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 2. Katsuki awoke with a start. 6:30 a.m. That same DMN dream again. He couldn't remember when the dreams began, but they had been recurring almost nightly. Maybe he was stressed, but for now, it was not a priority. Katsuki pushed aside the dream, rubbed his eyes, and stretched his arms over his head. Time for his morning routine. Dress into a black tank top and sweatpants, do 15 minutes of stretching, and head outside the UA2A dormitory. Katsuki glanced at his watch, 6:50 a.m. This was his favorite time of the day. The sky had barely a hint of the morning sun in the horizon, with only flickering stars and wind-swept clouds to greet him. Not many extras were up this early to bother him either. He took the softly lit path that circled around the campus, passing well-maintained landscapes covered in morning dew, empty benches, appealing contemporary architectural buildings, and sometimes an occasional student jogging, probably third years. Time was precious for them, so getting exercise at odd hours was quite common. I'll be a third-year student in less than a month. Tomorrow will be our last day as second years. Time really went by fast. The cool spring morning air did little to help Katsuki from sweating as he rounded the last corner. Finally reaching the dorms, he grabbed a clean set of his school uniform and toiletries from his room, then headed to the communal showers to rinse off. Once he finished dressing himself minus the red tie, he headed to the kitchen to make himself a light breakfast. By this time, other students were already in the kitchen as well. The quiet avian 𝗳𝗵𝗃𝗲 nodded to Katsuki, followed by a yawning 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗍 dragging his tail. "Morning, Bakugou," 𝗵𝗃𝗃 said. "Want some coffee? I've brewed some and can pour you a cup." "Sure." 𝗵𝗃𝗃 poured a cup and handed it to Katsuki. He gently blew steam from the cup to cool it off and sniffed the aroma of coffee. He noticed it smelled a little bit too rich. "Tails, did you swch brands of coffee? What brand of coffee are you brewing? Colombian? Ethiopian? Brazilian? Aroma smells really good. Maybe even Indonesian or Vietnamese." One 𝗵𝗃𝗃 looked at Katsuki curiously, then at the bag. "It's the convenience store brand I always get. Like the cheapest brand." 𝗃𝗁𝗍𝗄 chuckled in his corner with a cup of coffee, black of course. "Here." "Really?" Katsuki grabbed the bag and sniffed its contents, thoroughly confused. "Odd." 3. Good morning everyone. It's such a glorious morning. Spring has arrived, birds are singing, flowers are blooming, and we are well on our way to becoming third years. 𝗵𝗫𝗍𝗪 cheerfully proclaimed as he came down with the nerd squad. It's too early to be this cheerful, Katsuki thought. Right. Just 2 more days to finish this term and we're officially gonna be third years. I'm so excited. 𝗃𝗁𝗍𝗪 squealed, pumping her fist up and down. As am I. I wonder what's left to teach us since we already completed our work studies, exams, and assignments for the term, ribbit, 𝗬𝗪𝗎 mentioned as she placed a finger on her lips deep in thought. "Good morning," 𝗬𝗪𝗍𝗪 said quietly while ignoring the rest of the conversation. He yawned and headed straight towards the coffee machine. 𝗬𝗪𝗍𝗪 was not a morning person. Finally, the king of the nerds barged in, fumbling with his tie. "Oh, I bet it's a lecture on what to expect in our final year. Or maybe a last-minute test because it's not expected, and UA wants to keep us on our toes to make sure to expect the unexpected like in real life. Kinda like when we were first years and we all thought that Izuku would expel one of us and, for Demon Nerd never shuts up. Oi, shut up and smell this bag, Deku. What do you think of this smell?" Katsuki shoved the bag eagerly into his face to stop his rambling. "Well." Izuku was startled a little bit yet grabbed the bag to breathe in the aroma. "Oh wow, Kaken. This smells really good. Is it imported?" "See Tails, what did I tell YA? This is good stuff," barked Katsuki. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗍 sighed. "Doesn't really smell any different," he whispered as he poured coffee into a cup and handed it to Katsuki. He took the cup and took a sip. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗍 tastes even better." Katsuki savored the flavor, then downed it quickly. "Kaken. That's hot." Deku said worryingly. "2 whatever dweeb, I can handle hot stuff," Katsuki sneered at Izuku. "1 fatha. I'm sure you can, Bakugou," Mina Ashido sing-songed as she came out of the elevator with a hero Kirishima, Toru Hagakure, Hanta Zero, and Denki Kaminari. Shut up, Pinky. Katsuki glared at her. Mina blew a flirtatious kiss towards Katsuki as he tried to swipe at her. Buy hot stuff. See you in class, she yelled to Katsuki before he could do anything else. 𝗬𝗍𝗪 laughed at Mina's antics, then faced Katsuki. Come on Bakugou, don't wanna be late like Kaminari, while sticking his thumb at Denki. Hey! I take offense to that. I'm not always late, Denki said as he was rushing out the common room shoving his notebooks into his school bag. I'm sometimes on time when I don't short-circuit my clock. 𝗵𝗃 placed his arm over Denki's shoulders. Yeah, well it wouldn't short-circuit if you stop wearing socks in your carpeted room. Seriously man, static electricity and you don't mix. How many times have you replaced your clock? 3 lost count. Besides, my feet get cold in winter, Denki said as he shoved 𝗵𝗃's arm and hefted his school bag on his shoulders. By now, Katsuki was leaving the stooges behind so he wouldn't be late to class. He didn't bother to listen to whatever they were talking about. Kaken, wait for me. Sigh. Not gonna wait. You walk too slow with your short legs, Deku. For Kaken that's mean. I'm not that short. I've grown several inches this year, Izuku said pridefully. Katsuki glanced back without stopping. Ha! More like you grew several inches sideways. Most of it from your fat butt. Katsuki howled in laughter. Sure, he apologized for bullying Izuku years ago, but they've grown close enough to where he could tease him without malice. For Izuku blushed at the comment. However, the little nerd had grown a spine over the years too. He twisted his backside towards Katsuki. Kaken, how do you know this? Have you been staring at my butt all this time? For Katsuki suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around with wide eyes and blushed in embarrassment. The F, Deku. Izuku laughed as he quickly ran past Katsuki out of the 2A dorm building. Looks like you're gonna be late, Kaken. 4 snorts and giggles erupted from the kitchen. F off, Katsuki said as he flipped his middle finger and left the dorms to head to class. DMN, his morning did not start off well. Hopefully the morning classes would go by fast so he can blow SHT up in the afternoon classes. Katsuki made it to homeroom with enough time to spare. He spotted Izuku already taking his notebook and pencil out while noticing his stupid smirk. The F you smirking for, stupid Deku? Think you're real funny as in, Katsuki huffed as he stood in front of his desk. Izuku and Katsuki were finally comfortable enough with the bantering between them. Still, the blonde didn't take SHT from Izuku lying down. He still had a reputation to maintain. Yep, something funny all right. Anyway, I actually was going to ask you something before you called me a fat butt, which is pure muscle by the way, Izuku nonchalantly said as he opened his notebook. Hardly. That's beside the point. What do you have scheduled after the last day of school? There's 2 weeks we have off before we begin school April 14th. I was hoping we could use UA's gym facilities to continue training. We can use the weightlifting room on Mondays and Wednesdays, then track Tuesdays and Thursdays. Oh. And Friday we can use ground beta for quirk sparring. They allow incoming third years access to all facilities from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. All you gotta do is get the form signed by your parents and turn it in on Friday, Izuku rambled as he wrote down a schedule in his notebook. Normally, Katsuki would roll his eyes and tell Izuku to shut up, but even he was kinda excited for training his quirk in top-of-line UA facilities. This was something he could look forward to. You got an extra form. Izuku smiled and pulled out a sheet from his backpack. He handed the form to Katsuki. Oh, are you guys gonna train those weeks? Maybe I should sign up for it too, 𝗍𝗪 said, sliding into the conversation. I want to work more on my stamina and lift more weights, the redhead said as he flexed his biceps and flashed a toothy smile. Seriously, 𝗵𝗃 said as he pulled up a chair next to the group, more weights. You're built like a fire truck and look like you could bench press Soto. Or Deku's fat butt. Katsuki smirked at the thought. 6 haha. Yeah, but I feel like if I don't push myself, I'll fall behind these two, 𝗍𝗪 said pointing at Izuku and Katsuki. No way, Kirishima. You've worked so hard on getting stronger, and it shows. Izuku proclaimed. That's not a bad idea, though, Midoriya, said Kyoka-Jiru. I think we all should sign up for training. I still struggle to do the fireman's carry technique and need to get better in case of disasters, the ravennette explained. I may not have muscles on muscles like 𝗵𝗃𝗃 or Soto, but I want to be able to carry my own weight as a hero, 𝗎𝗪𝗏 said as she flexed her arms. Izuku's eyes grew bigger. Really? I can get the whole class forms and we can all train together. It will be fun. Great. Might as well invite 2B class while we're at it, Deku. Hell, just throw in support class, business class, and general class and it'll be like school never ended, Katsuki scowled. Izuku and the others laughed at his snarky comment. One okay class, settle down, 𝗬𝗪𝗎𝗧 said as he walked into 2A's homeroom. He was 2A's homeroom teacher instead of this year's 1A due to the craziness of what they all went through in their first year. After everything eventually settled, the students couldn't imagine anyone else being their homeroom teacher. Many students begged him to follow them to 2A, fat tears poured from Izuku and Ochiko's round eyes, threatening to drown homeroom. Katsuki even admitted out loud to the whole class that it would be cool if Aizawa was our sensei again. That pretty much cemented his decision to follow the class to their second and third year, not that he would admit it. UA even went so far as to change the rules, that all the first year's homeroom teacher, whether it be hero class, support, business, or general, will be with them until their final year. The nice, fat raise thrown at him by UA administration to deal with the problem class was just icing on the cake. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵 raised her hand. Yes, 𝗎𝗪𝗧𝗍. She shifted nervously on her seat, yet did not hesitate to ask the question burning on everyone's mind. Aizawa, many of us were wondering what we will be doing these last 2 days despite finishing all our assignments and work study. Not that there's nothing left to learn, but just curious as to what we will have only 2 days of learning before leaving for the break, she politely asked. Something wicked shined in Aizawa's eye. Good question, 𝗎𝗪𝗧𝗍. While there is always something for you to learn as heroes in training, it doesn't make sense to teach something you may forget in 2 weeks. Aizawa glared at Denki and Mina. Both students sunk further into their seats. What we will do these last school days is something fun, Aizawa said as he grinned evilly. Katsuki crossed his arms and hunched in his seat. This doesn't sound good. Aizawa's version of fun is totally skewed. Classes 2A and 2B will be helping with the preparations of the third year's graduation ceremony and party afterwards on Saturday. As in, you will work together to make a great impression on the community as well as your peers. You will be dismissed from the rest of the morning and afternoon classes today and Friday to focus on this task. Graduation must go on without a hitch. The party is to serve as a farewell to those who will one day be serving our community, so I expect the best from you all. Don't screw it up. Ida, please pass these papers out to everybody. This list is what tasks you will need to do. If there is anything you need that's not on the list or have any questions, let me or Present MIC know. Preferably Present MIC delegate the tasks however you see fit. I really don't care, Aizawa said as he yawned and crawled into his puffy, yellow sleeping bag. Or, F. I was really hoping to blow SHT up today, not decorate the gym in frilly 𝗬𝗍𝗄 𝗧𝗪𝗍 passed the papers to Katsuki who then passed it over to Izuku. He looked at the list given, third year graduation ceremony, location gym gamma clear out gym gamma floor, roll protective mat over floor set up chairs in 2 columns of 10 by 11 rows set up decorations balloons, streamers, lights, etc. Set up platform and tables on north side for administration set up sound system Present MIC will supervise third year graduation party. Location gym delta clear out gym delta floor, roll protective mat over floor set up chairs and round tables 30 tables provided, 8 chairs per table 240 total for students, staff, and guests store extra chairs x20 inside room in case more is needed set up decorations balloons, streamers, lights, etc. Set up sound equipment on south side Present MIC will supervise set up tables on the west side for food and drinks catering will be provided on Saturday. Bring water to stay hydrated. Gym clothes or workout clothes are permitted to wear. Food and drinks will be provided for free. Contact Present MIC or Aizawa if assistance is needed. Do not slack off. Katsuki sighed. Guess it was gonna be a long day today. The class soon returned to the dorms to change and met at the common room where Tenya was holding a brief meeting to which tasks fellow classmates were assigned. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 raised her hand. I think it's obvious that I'll work with present MIC with the sound system. I have a million questions I've been meaning to ask him. About being a DJ. Good idea, 𝗎𝗫, 𝗫𝗏 said. Oh, the rest of us girls are pretty good with decorating. We can handle that, Toru volunteered. Don't forget about me, mon chéri, 𝗵𝗃 stated. Who else can make a room shine like I can? Sparkles emitted from 𝗎𝗲𝗍𝗓 as he twirled around. That's true, 𝗵𝗃. You can work with the lighting then. Let's see, there's still the grunt work bringing in all the tables and chairs to set up, 𝗫𝗏 said, adjusting his glasses to look at the paper. We can handle that, Rikido Soto offered, pointing at himself and the guys. Mizo Shoji, Izuku, and Koji Koda nodded. That just leaves the rest of us to clean the floor and placemats, 𝗬𝗏 said as he read the list. We need to start first so everyone else can do their tasks. Then let's go before Aizawa yells at us, Mineta said worryingly as he started to leave the dorms. All right everyone. We have our assignments, so let's work diligently and no horseplaying around. Our upperclassmen will be counting on us for a memorable graduation, 𝗫𝗏 said, waving his hands robotically. Katsuki rolled his eyes but followed the class outside to the clearing of both gyms where a few 2B students were already heading. He did not want to deal with extras the whole day. 𝗫𝗏 talked briefly to 2B's class representative Itsuka Kendo about their plan in splitting tasks. Fortunately only a few from 2B followed them to Gym Delta. Ibara Shiozaki, Setsuna Tokuji, and Pony Tsunotori went to help the girls with decorations while Reiko Yanagi was to assist 𝗧𝗵𝗃 with the sound system. Soto, Mizo, Koji, and Izuku decided to split their time with both gyms to move chairs and tables with several members of Class 2B. 3 Katsuki along with the rest of the group had the glorious task of grabbing gym equipment and placing them in the storage room. Next, they swept the floor until there was not a speck of dirt. Large mats were taken out of the storage room, aligned, and rolled out to cover the whole floor to protect it from scuffing shoes and spilt drinks. By then, the grunt work team already started bringing in tables and chairs. Katsuki, Izuku, 𝗬𝗏, and 𝗫𝗏 worked together to set tables in their proper spots while Masharao, Denki, Mineta, Hanta, and Tokoyami placed chairs around each table. The decoration team began placing navy blue satin tablecloths and candlelight centerpieces on tables that were ready, while others were filling up balloons of blue, gold, and white. Ochiko, Tsunotori, Shiozaki, and Tokuji teamed up to set up decorations high up in the ceiling with streamers, colored lights, and navy blue, white and gold combination of voile sheer fabric draped from the very top. LED lights were hidden within the fabric to create a appealing fantasy-like scene. By lunchtime, Aizawa and Kan Sekijiro, the 2B homeroom teacher, brought takeout from a popular Japanese barbecue restaurant and passed plates and drinks to everyone. Katsuki, Mina, Denki, Hanta, Izuku, 𝗬𝗏, and 𝗫𝗏 sat on one of the uncovered tables and plopped down their takeout. All those hours of hard work is totally worth it if we're getting this for free, Denki said as he messily dipped a rib into barbecue sauce and popped it into his mouth. It's not worth it if I have to see you eat like a goddamn pig, Pikachu, Katsuki said glaring at the sauce dripping from Denki's chin. Whatever, Bakugou. You need to live a little. Get a little dirty. Denki slurped meat into his mouth then double-dipped into the sauce. Katsuki grimaced, that's just fin gross. Bakugou's right, Hanta interjected. Never hurts to use a napkin, as he handed it to Denki. Oh wow, this is so weird. Mina said as she was browsing her phone. Izuku looked over to Mina's phone. What? What happened? I was reading an article from the Japan Hero News website that sounded like your usual junk conspiracy theory stories, but it linked to the more reputable Japan National News site about a quirk causing people to have aggressive behavior, Mina said, showing her phone to others. I heard about that around early in March. The unknown quirk had been making people act strangely. I guess the story finally picked up steam, 𝗬𝗏 added. Bakugou smirked. You would be the kind of person reading weird conspiracy SHT like that and believing it, right icy hot? What do you mean by that? A puzzled look showed 𝗬𝗏's face. You thought Deku was All Might's love child at one point, so you'd be gullible enough to believe in SHT that website spews, responded Katsuki. Izuku looked at Katsuki with alarm. Kaken. I never told him you were eavesdropping on us. Izuku said, embarrassed. I'm so sorry Todoroki. I bet Bakugou's second quirk must be eavesdropping, Hanta whispered to Denki, both snickering while Izuku continued to apologize to the heterochromatic boy. Oh, SHT Katsuki needed to steer the conversation quickly. Pinky, what's it say about the quirk? Nice save Bakugou. We're gonna circle back to that whole love child conversation, but for now, the quirk apparently changes the behavior of people. It's so bad that people who became aggressive ended up hurting friends or family. They, themselves, can't explain why their behavior changed. And no one can pinpoint where the quirk came from or how they got affected. Reports say it's random. Ooh. It's like the invasion of the body snatchers, Hanta said as he wiggled his fingers in a creepy manner. Maybe the start of a zombie apocalypse, Denki added, talking with his mouth full. For God, I hope not. Can you imagine Midoriya or Todoroki becoming aggressive, homicidal zombies? Like, we would have no chance to survive, 𝗬𝗎𝗄 said. I don't know. If we can survive Bakugou, we can survive homicidal zombies no problem, Denki declared. You little effer. You wanna die. Come on dunce face, let's fin go, Katsuki yelled at Denki, pointing his chopsticks at the ditzy blonde. Izuku and 𝗬𝗎𝗄 held down Katsuki in his chair before he jumped across to pummel Denki. Really, Kaminari. Why gotta provoke Bakugou? 𝗬𝗎𝗄 managed to hold Katsuki back long enough for Aizawa to come in. Okay, everyone. Break ends in 10 minutes, so clean up and continue working until 5 p.m. After that, you're free. The teachers will lock up once everyone is gone. Aizawa glared at Katsuki's table. Please don't make me regret my decision to leave you all in charge, he sighed as he left. So, Mina turned back to Izuku with a mischievous grin. What's this I hear about you being All Might's love child? The rest of the day they continued setting up tables and chairs or decorating the gym. Once school was over, the students headed back to the dorms. We accomplished a lot today. Just a few more finishing touches for lighting and decorations and it should be ready by Friday, Toru told Tenya. Good work ladies and AMR. Tomorrow will be easier since we can all help with decorating, Tenya told the class. Katsuki went to get a change of clothes and toiletries to head to the communal showers. It had been a long day and he wanted to rest before dinner time. Several of the boys had the same idea, and a few had finished showering including Izuku who began to dry off next to Katsuki silently. For some reason, Katsuki kept smelling a nice scent, kind of like a forest on a cool night coming off of Izuku. Here. Must be his body wash or something. Deku, what kind of body wash are you using? Smells good, like a forest or something, Katsuki said casually. What? Izuku blushed at the question. He looked at his body wash. It's 3-in-1 essence shampoo, conditioner, and body wash 4 essence. What kind of lame name for a scent is that? Well, whatever nerd. You should stick with that body wash. Although, I recommend you get separate bottles of shampoo and conditioner that are specifically for curls. Should work better for that nest on your head, Katsuki said as he grabbed his shampoo, conditioner, and body wash. His sense of smell had been off lately. First the coffee, now this. Not that he'll admit it. Kaken's body wash smells great too. Like caramelized sugar. Very sweet, Izuku said cheerfully. What the F? My body wash is black pepper and bergamot, Katsuki replied, showing his body wash to Izuku. What did 𝗬𝗎𝗄 mean, sweet? Oh. Kaken, I didn't mean sweet. Izuku frantically waved his hands in front of his face. Your odor is just really strong that I can smell it often. No, not that you stink. I meant to say your odor smells good even if it's everywhere. I mean I'm not saying you don't bathe enough. You do, but I can still smell you. Oh, f, Izuku muttered, covering his blushing face with his hands. Katsuki wanted to get angry at Izuku for being weird, but looking at him so flustered and hearing him cuss, which was like spotting a unicorn in the wild, was probably the best thing to happen today. Hey, loser. It's cause the nitroglycerine-like sweat that I smell great. One more thing I'm better at than you, Katsuki smirked at Izuku and went to the next available shower stall. One little did he know, a blushing Izuku stole glances at him as he showered. 3. Once Katsuki finished showering and putting his dirty clothes and toiletries in his room, he headed to the common room to relax. Myheroacademia and Toru were sitting and chatting with each other on one of the couches, while Mina was browsing chatter on her phone. Denki, Aizuru, and Hanta were on the floor pulling out a console and decided which video game to play, Silent Hill or Super Smash Bros. Soto, Ochiko, Tokoyami, and Tsuyu were cooking in the kitchen for their turn in making dinner for the class. The rest either sat at the tables by the kitchen, the common room, or were heading down soon. Izuku finally arrived and spotted Katsuki on the couch. He decided to sit on the same couch but on the other side. Just in case. One sitting on his side of the couch not paying attention to anyone, Katsuki pulled out his phone to read his messages. He had a lot. He decided to ignore most and focus on the one that gave him the biggest headache first. Old hag, brat, text me when you're out of class. 𝗵𝗲𝗍. Hey old hag, finally. Have you seen the news lately? Be careful out there. Crazy assholes looking for a fight. 𝗵𝗲𝗍. Yeah, heard about it. I can take care of myself, old hag. I know you can. But people don't know how they got hit by a quirk. If you can't see it, how can you fight it? You don't want to catch whatever they got. 𝗵𝗲𝗍. I won't. Anyway, I got a form you to sign by Friday. It's to use UA gym facilities during the 2 weeks we're out of school. Deku is going and we want a spa. Old hag, 2 weeks without your wonderful personality at home all the time. Hell yeah, I'm signing it. I'll head over in 25 minutes to sign it. Have your phone on to call you when nearby. 𝗵𝗲𝗍. Will do, and thanks old hag. Love ya 𝗵𝗲𝗍. K old hag, so eloquent. I can literally feel the love pouring from your last text. Red heart #10 𝗵𝗲𝗍. Unamused face by Katsuki put the phone away and got up from the couch. Where you going, Kakin? Izuku said from the other side of the couch. Need to get my form for the UA facilities. Old hag is swinging by to sign it in 20, he said while stretching, showing a bit of abs. Izuku noticed this wide-eyed and quickly looked the other way. That's great. I'm looking forward to when we can train. I already turned in my form, so our spots are guaranteed. Izuku scratched the back of his neck looking at the boys playing Super Smash Bros. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. Why is he so awkward all of a sudden? Yeah, sure. While I'm waiting for the old hag to arrive, might as well get a head start packing stuff before we leave on Friday. I should do that too, since we'll be moving to the third-year dorms. I heard those dorms are better than ours. Can't wait, Izuku said as he got off the couch. I'll head over there with you. Whatever, Katsuki said as he headed to the elevator with Izuku. He pressed the button to their level and waited silently. He noticed Izuku's reflection of the sliding doors that he was fidgeting nervously. The hell's making the nerd so uncomfortable? Before he was about to say anything, the elevator dinged at their level and the doors slid open. Katsuki headed to his room, while Izuku headed to the one next door. Koji and Minatta's rooms were the only other ones on the same floor. As much as he preferred to have the whole level to himself, his neighbors weren't too bad. Koji kept quiet despite an occasional furball pet getting loose. Minatta was afraid of Katsuki. And Izuku. Well, Katsuki accepted the fact that it was impossible to shake off the nerd anymore. Besides, Izuku had been growing leaps and bounds into his power. Katsuki had a proper rival now, so that meant dealing with Izuku every moment. Katsuki began taking out and sorting clothes into piles on his bed. Fresh clothes on one side, dirty on the other to wash at home. Then he went through his drawers for any school supplies to stuff into his backpack. Toiletries were left in a bag by the sink ready for the next day. All his posters, books, and other miscellaneous items were already stored in boxes near the door. Only the comforter on the bed was still unpacked until the last day. There was a knock on the door. Hey Kakin. What nerd? Do you have an extra box to spare for my All Might collection? Izuku said as he grabbed the hem of his shirt and slowly walked to Katsuki's bed. Seriously. Deku. How many figurines you have? A lot, he said as he scratched his head. I kinda collected a bit over the year. Sigh. Nerd's gonna nerd, I guess. Fine, let me move some of my stuff around, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 said as he turned towards his boxes. I need to rearrange some items to free a box. You know your SHT at planning ahead, Deku. Kinda surprising since you're so good at analyzing quirks and strategizing that rival most pro heroes, but can't clean your DMN room. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 turned around, handing an empty box to Izuku. Here, nerd. Thank you Kaken. Izuku said, nervously grabbing the box. Yeah, whatever, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 said. He was about to ask what was going on with the nerd but glanced at his bed, noticing the dirty pile of clothes was messed up. I don't remember placing my clothes like that. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗃𝗃's phone chimed. Old hag, hey, I'm at entrance of your building. Bought you and Izuku some snacks to 𝗵𝗲 dynamite. Coming down. 𝗧𝗃𝗃 took his permission form and pen from his desk, completely forgetting all about his dirty clothes pile, and headed towards the elevator. As 𝗧𝗃𝗃 had left his dorm room, Izuku was leaning against his door having a mini heart attack. He slid down the door breathing heavily once Izuku knew that 𝗧𝗃𝗃 wasn't going to barge into his dorm room. He did not know what came over him to grab 𝗧𝗃𝗃's dirty boxes. Izuku walked into 𝗧𝗃𝗃's dorm actually needing a box, but the tantalizing smell of the potent aroma of caramelized sugar from the offending underwear beckoned him. An inner voice he never knew he had suddenly possessed him and began echoed loudly in his mind, mine, mine, mine. 9 Izuku snatched it as fast as possible before 𝗧𝗃𝗃 finished rearranging his stuff. He placed the boxes behind his back and shoved it down his breaths, trying not to make a sound. 𝗧𝗃𝗃 turned around to give him the box. Izuku angled the emptied box to hide a bit of his backside. Luckily, 𝗧𝗃𝗃's phone had chimed and looked away. Saved by the bell. Izuku sprinted towards his room, nearly activating one for all. He made sure his door was locked, then pulled out 𝗧𝗃𝗃's boxes from his breaths. Why he was mesmerized by the aroma, he couldn't fathom, only that he put it closer and closer to his face until it smothered his nose. Oh my god. I'm sniffing Kaken's boxes. Oh god. What is wrong with me? Oh god. Oh god, it smells so good. 7 Izuku breathed heavily in 𝗧𝗃𝗃's scent. Something deep within him started rumbling, pouring out into his chest. He was crooning. Izuku couldn't believe he was crooning, thinking of 𝗧𝗃𝗃's PP. What the hell is happening to me? Why am I thinking of Kaken's PP too? Kaken's PP was in this specific underwear not too long ago, the emerald-haired boy thought. He suddenly had the urge to touch, like, and swallow 𝗧𝗃𝗃's PP so bad, wanted to rub it all over his face and breathe in deep 𝗧𝗃𝗃's scent. He imagined 𝗧𝗃𝗃 furiously rubbing his hardened PP and ejaculating cum on Izuku's face while he looked up at 𝗧𝗃𝗃. Izuku then imagined pushing 𝗧𝗃𝗃 to the ground on his belly and forcing his legs apart with his quirk. 𝗧𝗃𝗃 would struggle, but it would be useless against one for all. He would then accept his fate as Izuku fingered 𝗧𝗃𝗃's hole, stretching him wide enough to take his dripping PP. Izuku would then impale him mercilessly from behind as he grabbed his waist. 𝗧𝗃𝗃 would scream and beg, which only made Izuku F him harder and faster. When Izuku reached his CLMX, he would bite 𝗧𝗃𝗃's neck while gripping his bruising waist and come inside him. 𝗧𝗃𝗃 would sob underneath him after it was all over. He looked so pretty in his pain. 10 No. No, what the hell am I imagining? I wouldn't RPE Kaken ever. That's things sick and wrong. Where the F are these violent thoughts coming from? Why am I thinking like this about my childhood friend? 2 Izuku's mind was in a haze. He shakily took the boxes and searched for his dirty clothes box. Covered by piles of clothes was a hidden box at the bottom that kept his dark secret, a fleshlight. Izuku had discreetly bought the item online during his second year to help with stress. Who could blame him? He was a teen with urges. It was embarrassing enough when the unmarked package arrived at his address. Luckily, his mother was clueless, thinking it was another one of his precious All Might merchandise he bought often, so she never bothered to check the package. 2 He breathed deeply and shoved the underwear into the fleshlight as much as he could. Izuku pulled down his waistband, grabbed a bottle of lube from the box and poured it onto his irked PP. Ever so slowly, he started to penetrate into the fleshlight. The whole time, he thought about 𝗧𝗃𝗃's slim waist, taut abs, and his perky pecs. I want to like his pecs. Let me just bite those nipples, just once. The scent of caramel was overwhelming for Izuku's senses, making him lose critical thinking. Izuku's mind became blank, thinking only of his immediate urges, and chased his 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗵 until he came a little too quickly. He pulled out of the fleshlight and stared wide-eyed at the sticky substance covering the boxes. Post-nut clarity hit hard. Oh, God. I just came using Kaken's boxes. I'm a thing pervert. Izuku was embarrassed and horrified at what he did. He chucked the fleshlight as fast as he could in the small box and placed the clothes on top. No one would ever go through Izuku's dirty clothes, right? Izuku went to the bathroom to wash his hands and wash his face to cool off. What have I done? Knock. 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 Oi, loser. My old hag bought some snacks for you. Said I have to share or she'll give me SHT. Anyway, dinner's ready downstairs. 10 SHT. Oh SHT. Oh SHT. Just act natural. Okay. I'm coming. I mean, I'm heading down on you. I mean with you. I'll be there in a bit. Great, first thing out of my mouth are SXL innuendos. I really am a dumbass. The hell, nerd. You're so weird, Katsuki said as he started to walk away. Izuku opened the door. Katsuki turned around and gave him a puzzled look. He can't suspect what I did. There's no way he knows what happened. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Just breathe. This never happened. I had a moment of insanity cause I'd never actually touched Kaken in a SXL way, no matter how hot he looks with a six-pack. And those eyes. F me. Sorry Kaken, I got frustrated packing. I need a break, Izuku said quietly. Katsuki held Izuku's gaze briefly, then looked away. Whatever. Let's go before the extras eat everything. Okay. Once Katsuki got the old hag's text, he quickly texted he was heading down and grabbed the permission form and a pen before getting into the elevator. Katsuki hoped he'd make it before. He looks like a cute little gremlin, Mama Bakugou. Please, I beg of you send me this pic, squealed Mina. Denki and Hanta were looking at Mitsuki Bakugou's phone over Mina's shoulder. Cute is not something you ever hear when describing Bakugou. No offense, Denki said as Hanta snickered. None taken. When you're right, Mitsuki laughed. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 waved his hands in front of the group. Come on guys, let's not talk about him like that. He's gonna be pies. What the hell 𝗬𝗏𝗏 you showing them baby pictures of me? Katsuki roared as explosions sparked in his palms. He's gonna destroy that phone, like right now. And a few assholes. Told why? 𝗬𝗏𝗏 sighed and walked away, definitely the smartest of the group. Calm down brat, Mitsuki said as she snatched the phone away before Katsuki tried to explode it. I have a hard time getting you to talk about school or much about anything when you're at home. I thought I'd ask your friends how you've been doing. They were more than willing to tell me some interesting things. One thing led to another, and we were talking about how you changed over the years. But it seems like that volatile personality is as strong as ever since you were a toddler, said a smirking Mitsuki as she put her phone in her bag for safekeeping. You didn't have to show them my DMN baby pictures. Sorry, Bakugou. I kinda asked your mother how you were like back then and asked to see if she had any pictures. Please don't be mad at her. Blame me if you must, Mina said nervously as she bowed, twisting her fingers. You looked very adorable as a toddler, though, she said with a bright smile. Teasage thing fine, Katsuki said. Then he walked to the common room ahead of his mother. Most of the students left the area to head over to the tables to grab dinner. Old hag, I need you to sign the permission form now, then you can go. Mitsuki sat on the couch and grabbed the pen to sign the form. Katsuki, I know I sound like a broken record, but could you at least try to be nicer to your friends? They seem like a decent bunch compared to your middle school groupies. I'd hate it if you drove them away with your explosive personality. Please don't lose this group of friends you have. Don't worry about them. I don't make friends with cowards and losers anymore. And if they can't handle my explosive personality, then how the hell will they be able to deal with villains as pro-heroes? Mitsuki tilted her head to the side in thought. She smiled and ruffled his hair. Sounds like I raised you right, then. 2. Katsuki grimaced. He wasn't comfortable when his mother was being too soft. Anyway, I did come bearing gifts, so it's not too bad your mother stopped by, Mitsuki said as she picked up several convenience store bags and placed them on the coffee table. Katsuki started grabbing items from the bag: melon and blueberry ramune sodas, chocolate and strawberry pocky, matcha-flavored mochi, strawberry-flavored mochi, onigiri rice ball, kalbi jaggery potato sticks, egg sandwiches, wagashi sweets, and several water bottles. 2. This is a lot of junk food. Katsuki couldn't wait to try some of the snacks. Hey brat, it's not just for you. You need to share with Izuku. Think of it as a small gift for all the hard work you both did this year. I would have planned something better than junk food, but this is kind of last minute. Maybe Inko and Masaru want to plan an outing or something. We'll see what we can do. Nah, this is good stuff. Deku loves this 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Katsuki said as he put the snacks back in the bag. Before I head out, one quick question, Mitsuki said as she slid her purse onto her shoulder. What? You have any girlfriends yet? Is it that cute Ashido girl? She seems close to you. Or boyfriends? I'm not judging. I'm very progressive. Okay. We're done. You can leave now. Mitsuki laughed all the way as she exited the building. Katsuki glared at her as she left, then grabbed his stuff and headed towards the kitchen. He stored the snacks in his personal section of the pantry and fridge to get later after dinner. Katsuki grumbled all the way up the elevator. Why the hell did she have to ask such an embarrassing question like that? He doesn't need a girlfriend. He's gonna be a DMN pro hero, the #1. Pro hero. There's no time for romance or any of that lovey-dovey. The elevator dinged open to his dorm room floor. He headed towards Izuku's room to let him know about the snacks and tell him dinner was ready. Katsuki knocked on the door 3 times. Oi, loser. My old hag bought some snacks for you. Said I have to share or she'll give me SHT. Anyway, dinner's ready downstairs, Katsuki said as he heard muffled sounds on the other side. Okay. I'm coming. I'm heading down on you. With you. I'll be there in a bit. Okay. What the F was that response? Deku's also cussing again. The hell, nerd. You're so weird. Katsuki was too tired to care about Izuku's antics right now and started to walk away. He just wanted to eat and sleep already. Finally, the nerd opened his door before Katsuki could get that far. He turned around and smelled the forest. Except it was really potent, like if he was in the middle of the forest during a torrential rainfall. The earth was damp and the fresh air smelled of ozone. Whatever it was, Katsuki admitted the aroma was intoxicating. He was just too embarrassed to bring it up. Thankfully, he didn't have to as Izuku began talking. Sorry Kaken, I got frustrated packing. I need a break, Izuku said quietly as he looked at Katsuki with those big emerald eyes. Here. Deku seems kind of adorable. I must be dead tired or having a slide right now. Deku. Adorable. As if. Whatever. Let's go before the extras eat everything. 3. Okay. Izuku and Katsuki were the last of the class to get their dinner. Soto and Ochiko had made delicious hamburgers on toasted buns while Tokoyami and Tsuyu helped prepare side dishes of sweet potato fries, chopped carrots, and white rice. Everyone else had finished and went to either the common room or to their rooms. Katsuki ate quietly while browsing his phone on the website News of the Weird. It was an entertainment news website but was still legitimate for breaking news about topics relating to pro heroes. He clicked on a recent article that seemed familiar to what Mina and his mother had mentioned earlier that day. Attacks of civilians on the rise is an unidentified quirk to blame. By 𝗵𝗲𝗄 Naoko March 27, 2xxx Musutofu, Japan, there has been an increase in attacks on civilians, not by villains, but by your everyday salaryman, neighbor, friend, or family member. When asked about what caused these people to snap according to witnesses, none of the aggressors could explain the reason they attacked. A majority of the assaults have been physically violent. There have been, however, several SXL assaults that have led to victims being hospitalized. One victim, who allegedly has been affected and asked not to be named, has reported to have described the feeling of a monster inside of him forcing him to do inappropriate things. As to what he meant by that statement, he became nervous and declined further questioning. He merely insisted he never took medication or was exposed to any external factors that he is aware of. Is it paranoia? Mass hysteria? A villain's quirk? Or possibly an undocumented quirk in effect? According to authorities, they are investigating along with several pro-hero agencies the cause of the outbreak that has been random and sporadic, affecting an unknown amount of civilians. Earliest reports indicate it started around late February, early March due to the uptick of strange behaviors documented by the 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 police and pro-heroes. So far, there is no known cause. We will keep you updated on this ongoing story. Read more. This is fed up, Katsuki said as he read the article. What is kaken? Remember what Pinky was talking about during lunchtime? Well, I found the article. Apparently, people have been attacked at random by regular Fing extras for no reason. One victim, or whatever the F you call him, said it was like having a monster telling him to do inappropriate stuff. Many were violent attacks and a few were SXL. Fing's sick FRs. Don't care if they got affected by whatever quirk. Their PPS need to be blasted. That should stop 'em. Katsuki growled as he stood up and went to the sink to wash his dishes. Izuku's eyes were wide open. Oh no. A monster. Telling him to do inappropriate stuff. Like, what kind of stuff? The F I know. Article didn't say. Definitely nothing good. Oh. Yeah. Right. Katsuki turned around. Look, nerd. The pro-heroes are on it. Police are on it. And we have our provisional licenses if we ever get on the case. Just keep your eyes and ears open. Besides, we can take care of ourselves. Katsuki put his dishes away and grabbed a 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃 melon soda from the fridge. There are some snacks the old hag got for us in my section of the pantry and fridge, he said as he headed back towards his room for the night. Don't eat all the pocky, fat butt. For Izuku looked at Katsuki as he walked away. He couldn't tell him. He only heard that voice once. That's not enough proof he had been affected, right? Not enough to be alarmed. Maybe he was really, really corny. He was a teenager anyway. Raging hormones and not enough pleasure time probably was throwing him off balance. Izuku needed to squash his urges quickly. He had to. He's gonna be a pro-hero soon. Besides, whatever the hell that voice was, it was only affected by Katsuki, and Katsuki can handle it if Izuku did anything inappropriate to him. Who am I kidding? He's gonna blast my PP off. Izuku decided to call it a day and headed upstairs to sleep after he grabbed the strawberry pocky. Tomorrow was the last day of their second-year term. Best to leave it on a positive note. Friday, March 28, Katsuki was in the same forest again. This time he didn't feel so cold or frightened. He was standing in the middle of a meadow filled with wildflowers. A cool breeze drifted in, bringing a perfume of flowers and pine to tickle his nose. Why did it smell so familiar? He walked over towards a small gurgling stream. Looking down, Katsuki saw a bit of his reflection. Red eyes looked back at him. He wasn't scowling, a calm, peaceful face replaced it. Katsuki reached into the stream to gently disturb the reflection. Once the ripples faded, he noticed another reflection looking back at him, eyes of the color of the forest. Katsuki began to look up. Katsuki woke up before his alarm went off. He felt well rested for once. It was Class 2A's final day of school after all, and he did not have to stress about turning in assignments or working long work-study hours. Katsuki was in a good mood. He did his usual morning routine of jogging, showering, and getting breakfast before most of the class came down. Katsuki headed to the common room to scroll through news and social media. A text pinged. It was his old hag. He clicked the message open. Old hag, morning brat. Mosoru and I decided on what to do for you and Izuku. Since we know you hate it if we made a huge fuss and Izuku is opposite, best we can offer is a family dinner with Inko at a pricey restaurant. Mosoru wants to pay for everyone. Both you and Izuku decide where you both want to eat. Text me soon in case we need to reserve. GMG Dynamite. Oh nice. Yeah, I'll ask Deku, old hag. Enjoy your last day of school. Don't forget to turn in permission form. Love ya red heart #G dynamite. Will do. By old hag 3 Katsuki clicked his phone off as everyone started trickling into the common room. Tenya then began listing the remaining tasks needed for the graduation ceremony and party. They all headed towards the gyms. Katsuki was placed with the decoration team as his group finished setting up tables and chairs. He filled balloons with helium, tied them to a string, then handed the balloons to Ochiko. In a moment of boredom, Katsuki held up a balloon to Ochiko's face. Maybe your quirk isn't anti-gravity, round face. I think your quirk is balloon. Explains why your face is so round, have a high-pitched voice, and float, heads full of helium. What the hell, Bakugou? Ochiko yelled as Katsuki cackled. It led him to being kicked off the balloon squad and sent to work with Kyoka as part of the sound system squad. Whatever. Blowing balloons was boring anyway. I probably can chill a bit while ears works. Sure enough, Kyoka was working on settings on the DJ mixer and turntables while typing on her laptop. She looked up from her work to see Katsuki approach and set her headphones on her neck. Did they finally kick you off the team? Was decorating not in line with your great explosion murder god dynamite persona? Yep. Turns out round face does not like to be compared to a balloon, Katsuki said as he plopped himself on the stage. Kyoka looked at him and laughed. Oh my god, Bakugou. That was kinda mean. Funny, but mean. Katsuki laid down on the platform putting his hands behind his head. Yeah. I think they sent me here so I won't bother anyone. I don't know much about working with sound systems, therefore, I'm not gonna even try to help. Where's that 2B ghost chick extra by the way? Yanaji. She only helped me set up the equipment, then went to the other gym to help Present MIC set up their sound system. I'm here specifically for loading music for Present MIC. He liked my recommended music. Said I had a future as a DJ and even asked me to go on his Put Your Hands Up radio show once I graduate. Katsuki closed his eyes. And how's that gonna work out with you becoming a pro hero? Well, Present MIC is able to work a second or third job, pro hero, DJ, and teacher at UA. I guess it just comes down to how you manage your time. Most, if not all of the teachers have more than one job title as well as having a family. If you're motivated enough, you'll find a way. Katsuki couldn't imagine being anything other than a pro hero. He imagined that being a number one hero meant foregoing everything else. All Might didn't have a family to go home to, no kids, and didn't have any other jobs other than saving people when he was active. Now that he had retired from hero work, All Might became a UA teacher. He wasn't that great in the beginning, but he finally came into his own during his second year. Maybe if Katsuki retired, he'll follow All Might's footsteps and become UA's hero course teacher, something to think about in the future. Well, whatever you do, don't let it be in the way of you becoming a great pro hero. You need to stay 100% focused, saving all those extras, Katsuki said. Well, look at you Bakugou. Giving out thoughtful advice. Did you perhaps inhale a little bit too much helium? Oi, F off ears and do your job. Kyoka laughed. Well, you can actually help me out. Do you have any music recommendations? Katsuki thought a bit. He liked different types of genres. But what would be appropriate for graduating heroes to be? There was this one song he heard that would fit well for a hero graduation party. I do have one song. Oh, really? Use my laptop to search it up. I can put it on the speakers to test the amps as well. She pressed a button and raised a sound lever. He got up and typed Heroes Rise by 𝗵𝗃 and Sam Tinnis on the search engine and clicked the music video. The amps crackled on with a soft piano intro and a voice singing over it. Suddenly the song began to pick up with orchestra, drum beats, and layered vocal harmonies which reverberated inside the gym. The class stopped what they were doing and looked to the platform. Kyoka found the lyrics embedded in the video description. 3 heroes live forever, heroes live forever, we never die, heroes live forever. Forever heroes live forever, we never die, we fight. Till the end, giving every last breath, war-torn like a soldier with the weight on our chest, we rush in to save, we bend and we break, but the battle's not over till the dawn of the day, we won't sit back and watch, this fire never stops when the rain's falling down. Down, heroes live forever, forever, forever heroes live forever, we never die, heroes live forever, forever, forever heroes live forever we never really die cause heroes rise through violence and smoke there's always still hope cause like a beacon we're shining when the world's on the ropes we won't sit back and watch this fire never stops when the sky's falling down, down heroes live forever, forever, forever heroes live forever, we never die. Heroes live forever, forever, forever heroes live forever we never really die cause heroes rise oh heroes rise oh heroes rise oh heroes rise oh heroes oh 3 The song ended and several of the audience cheered, whistled, or clapped. They then resumed their tasks. Kyoka began typing on her laptop. This is a DMN good song, Bakugou. It fits the whole hero theme. I'm adding it to my recommended list. You have any other songs? Yeah, I have several actually, Katsuki said grinning. Guess he wasn't a totally useless member of the sound system squad. 2. By afternoon, everybody had finished and were just hanging around chatting with each other. Denki, Mina, Eijiro, and Hanta ended up hanging out with Kyoka and Katsuki talking about different genres of bands and discussing which ones were better. Were Izuku or 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃 going to bring takeout food this time? Or should we go get something from the cafeteria? Hanta had asked. He was getting a little hungry already. Actually, Yorozu said she was bringing lunch for both hero classes. She said it was a treat from her to all of us working so hard this year, Mina said. I believe they're setting up outside right now. She'll call us when they are ready. Holy hell, that woman is rich. I wish she can be my sugar mama, so I'll never have to work again, Denki said without shame. 2. You hardly work now as it is, Katsuki retorted. I don't think Ponytail wants a deadbeat boyfriend. Hey, now. I may be a moocher, but I can still be great boyfriend material, Denki whined. 6. Kyoka laughed nervously. Yeah, boyfriend. Well. Seems like there's something going on there. Katsuki grinned evilly at Kyoka. Kyoka noticed Katsuki, widened her eyes, then quickly looked away blushing. Third year is definitely gonna be fun teasing them. Mizo walked up to the platform. Hey guys. Yorozu said lunch is ready. We're all eating outside. He then left to tell other classmates. All right. Can't wait to see what your sugar mama brought for lunch, Hanta laughed as he took off towards the exit. Katsuki and his group headed outside. A catering company had set up by a driveway nearby with food on a serving table. Blankets were scattered underneath blooming cherry blossoms all over the lawn. Everyone got a bento, utensils, and iced tea and went to sit on the blankets. It was a picturesque day with laughter and smiles. Katsuki sat underneath a tree as his lunchmate started talking about how their last year would be like. He closed his eyes as he listened to different conversations, enjoying a moment of peace. The last time he was this content was camping a few months back. Lost in the memories of the forest, Kirishima gently nudged Katsuki when everyone was finished. Once their picnic was over, Class 2A and 2B began picking up their mess. Many had thanked Momo Yorozu for the wonderful lunch. Izuku and 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃 declared that they had finished setting up the gyms and were allowed to go back to the dorms to have the rest of the day off. Thanks for lunch, Ponytail, Katsuki said as he walked back to the dorms. Momo smiled and nodded, you're welcome Bakugou. Katsuki noticed Izuku ahead of him and remembered what his mother texted him in the morning. He jogged towards Izuku to speak with him. Hey, Deku. We need to talk. Izuku froze suddenly in his tracks. Katsuki swore he could smell the nervousness pouring from Izuku, like rotted wood and acrid air. What the hell? Smell must be from the catering van's exhaust pipe or something. Why yes Kaken. Izuku stuttered. DMN, nerd. What's gotten you so awkward lately? What do you mean? Don't know Deku, you tell me, Katsuki said, cessed. Look, I came over cause our parents want to treat us to a fancy dinner to celebrate finishing our second year. My old hag told me to ask you where you'd like to eat. It better be a awesome restaurant. No shitty ones, K. He whipped out his phone to prepare a response for his mother's text. Oh, really? That's great Kaken. Oh. There's a new hero-themed restaurant that opened up, no. Hey. Okay. How about that cat cafe down on, Old Man's Allergic? No pets. Plus fur and food together. Double thing no. Izuku began muttering about different restaurants. The offending aroma from earlier faded away, replaced by a pine scent. Katsuki slowly became languid as Izuku continued listing several restaurants in order of their price range, customer service, and food quality. Wow. I feel really, really relaxed right now. Can't believe I'm actually tolerating Deku's muttering. I usually start yelling at him about now. Chan. Hey, what? I said, you should pick since you know more about quality cooking than I do. I'm not very good at choosing restaurants. TCH, fine. Don't complain if you don't like it. Especially don't complain to my old hag. She'll have my ball if, God forbid, you feel a little discomfort, Katsuki smirked. Izuku laughed. Kaken, don't say that about your mother. Just pick a restaurant, and we'll say I chose it. Katsuki rolled his eyes at Izuku, then scrolled on his phone. Okay. I think I found a good one. It's a pizzeria restaurant. They bake using an actual brick oven and create personalized pizzas. The head chef studied in Italy to perfect making them. This one is good because we can create our own dish using whatever ingredients they have. Oh, they even have the Carolina Reaper pepper as an ingredient. Let's pick this one, Katsuki said as he shoved the phone in Izuku's face. Izuku's smile was plastered brightly on his freckled face as his eyes sparkled. Sounds good, Kaken. Katsuki blushed. Wait, I don't blush. This is getting weird. I need to leave. Good. Gonna text the old hag now, Katsuki said, walking towards the common room while texting his mother to avoid looking at Izuku. Oh. Okay. Izuku then left to hang out with his fellow nerds. 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗲. Hey Deku decided on a pizzeria restaurant. I'll send the address, old hag. Sounds like a winner. You didn't pressure him to pick that one. I heard they have that pepper you like, hot pepper one 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗲. What the hell, old hag? I didn't pressure him. He picked it. Ask him yourself. And how'd you know about the Carolina Reaper pepper? Old hag, brat, I had to learn how to cook with different kind of peppers from hells, but cause that's what was required for your quirk. You ate mostly peppers back then as a toddler cause you wanted your quirk to be the strongest. I'm kind of an expert now, 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗲. Whatever. It's the one we picked, old hag. Okay. Making reservation now for 7:30, old hag. Did you remember to turn in your permission form? Katsuki looked up from his phone. He forgot. He quickly got up and started heading to his dorm room while continuing to text. 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗵𝗏. Yeah, I did. What do you take me for? Old hag, you forgot, didn't you, 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗏? No F off. By old hag, fucking knew it, rolling and fluffing 5, he sighed as he walked into the elevator, leaning his head against the wall. Katsuki felt his mind has been constantly fing with him lately, from his strange dreams, unexplained heightened senses, and to all the awkward feelings about Izuku. He had no idea what was happening to him. Then a thought occurred to him. Could it be that I somehow got affected by that quirk on the news? No, that's not right. Those who got affected showed aggressive behavior. Mine has been the opposite. But there haven't been any reports of behavior similar to mine. Unless it hasn't been reported due behavior being more subtle. Or it could be something else. Do I have a fing crush on Deku? Katsuki shuddered as the elevator opened. Let's shove that thought deep, deep down. Lock it in a lead box. Bury it in the bottom of the ocean. Pour fing concrete on it. 2. He entered his room and got the permission form. Katsuki remembered his weird encounter with Izuku yesterday. Somehow, everything was connected with the nerd. He just didn't know how. Grabbing the permission form, Katsuki went to find Izawa in his cubicle with several UA teachers lounging around the room. Bakugou. I was expecting this turned in earlier. It's not like you to procrastinate. Even Kaminari turned the form early, Izawa said as he took the form and placed it in a folder. Is there something going on? Katsuki glared at Izawa. Nothing going on. Just slipped my mind, is all. Okay. I assume you and Midoriya are on the same schedule block. 2. We're training together. I'll write you in. Izawa grabbed a schedule from his messy desk and wrote Katsuki's name down where Izuku's name appeared along with other names of his classmates. We've become almost inseparable now. All right. Here's the schedule block. Izuku handed him a slip of paper with information. On the back state some rules using UA facilities during breaks. I expect you problem children to be on your best behavior. You screw this up, I guarantee you or Midoriya will never set foot on campus. Are we clear? 1 crystal. Good. Now scram. I'm busy. Izuku turned around to continue typing where he left off. Katsuki looked at his schedule. Wed March 31st, April 2nd, 7 and 9, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Gym Gamma, weightlifting Tuesday, through April 1st, 3, 8, and 10, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Field Epsilon, track Friday, April the 4th and 11th, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Ground Beta, advanced quirk training. The nerd managed to get decent spots for training. Not too early, and not too late. He wished for more than 2 days of quirk training in Ground Beta, but many Hero Core students had signed up weeks in advance. Doesn't matter, though. He just hoped that whatever's going on between them doesn't affect their training. Which reminded him he needed to text Izuku about the dinner plans. Katsuki began to text him, 𝗵𝗃 so Old Hag said dinner at pizzeria is a go at 7:30 p.m. Make sure you're ready by 7:10 to take train Deku, okay. I'll be ready. I'm real excited to try Kaken's pick. Eager Mothif. 𝗵𝗃. Katsuki set an alarm for 6:30 p.m. He still had some time before the dinner. Might as well use this time to get some workout done. He headed down to the weight room on the first floor to work on a few sets, took a shower, then finally laid on his bed listening to several songs recommended by Kyoka. The phone's alarm went off. Fing finally. Katsuki pulled on his favorite skull t-shirt and baggy black jeans held up by a silver-studded belt. He tucked his briefs into his black leather boots. Katsuki looked into one of the storage boxes and pulled out a black bomber jacket with his dynamite-inspired accents on the arms and cross on the front, a 17th birthday present designed and created by his mother. He would never admit out loud to the old hag, but it was his favorite piece of clothing in his wardrobe. Once Katsuki became a pro-hero, he only wanted his mother to design his hero merchandise. Not only was she a creative fashion designer, she was also the only one who really understood his style. Now it was time to get the nerd. Katsuki opened the door and saw a surprised Izuku by the threshold about to knock on his door. He was wearing a light blue t-shirt with the ironic word shorts written across along with beige cargo briefs. And those god-awful red shoes. Fing hell. Dumbass has no fashion sense whatsoever. 6 Kaken. I was about to tell you I'm ready to go. Obviously, dumbass. Let's go, Katsuki said as he grabbed his phone and wallet. It's only 5 minutes to the train station and about a 15-minute ride to the pizzeria. Don't want to hear it from the old hag if we're late. Oh, nice. My name got upgraded from nerd to dumbass. I should celebrate this special occasion, Izuku said with a grin. The hell you get so sassy, Deku? Katsuki said as he locked his door. You've gotten a real shiny spine ever since you got your quirk. Izuku laughed as they began walking to the elevator. I've always been sassy. It just took you long to realize. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Keep telling yourself that, dumbass nerd. He smirked as they exited the elevator. Hey! Izuku yelped. You can't add 2 insulting names in one sentence. Not fair. It's totally fair if one's an adjective and the other is a noun, Katsuki shot back. Well, look who's the real nerd. Now, Izuku said as he smiled at Katsuki. Katsuki was about to say a great comeback when they reached the common room. Ochiko spotted them. Hi, Deku. Where you all heading? None of your business, round face, Katsuki replied as he tried heading out of the building. Wasn't asking you, Bakugou, Ochiko huffed, crossing her arms. Still cessed about the balloon comment. Katsuki shrugged. Whatever. It was funny. Ochiko glared at Katsuki. Izuku decided to intervene. We're meeting our parents for dinner. They wanted to celebrate with us for finishing our second-year term, Izuku said. Oh, that sounds nice. I wish my parents would do that, but they're so busy with work lately, Ochiko said. I'll buy you something, Izuku offered. You don't have to, Deku, she said as she smiled. Izuku quickly replied, "No, I want to 𝗎𝗪𝗏𝗏." Katsuki rolled his eyes for the umpteenth time. "Can you both stop flirting? We're going to be late." He then walked away from the two classmates. FL flirting. Izuku squealed as he blushed. Ochiko spat out red-faced. Wait, Kaken. I'm coming." Izuku ran towards Katsuki. "I'm not flirting. That's not flirting. I'm being nice to a friend. Totally platonic. Something you should do, Kaken." They left the entrance of UA and started heading towards the train station to catch the line to their destination. Sure looked like flirting. "Anyway, I really don't care if you both are dating or not. Just don't be wasting my time," Katsuki said. Well, we're not dating anymore," Izuku revealed. That got a surprise from Katsuki. "Anymore? Didn't even know you had a girlfriend, let alone being able to keep one long enough. Couldn't handle the all-might fanboy nerdiness, here." Katsuki smirked at Izuku. "Excuse me, Kaken, but we got along perfectly fine. We decided to mutually break it off." Damn it, Katsuki was curious now. What was the reason they broke up? They were great together. Hell, they even looked like each other if he squinted hard enough. Okay, my curiosity is piqued. What could possibly break up Team Round Eyes? It wasn't just one thing. There was just a lot of stuff happening. The end of All for One and the League of Villains and rebuilding everything they tore down is a major one. Then we became second years, so schoolwork got harder. Also the work-study months were crazy. 𝗎𝗪𝗏𝗏 would leave on weekends to spend time with her parents, so we couldn't spend much time together. Sports festival was another. Congrats getting first again by the way. Katsuki nodded in thanks. Izuku got second place, not that it mattered. We couldn't find time to be a couple. It did hurt when 𝗎𝗪𝗏𝗏 said our lives were too hectic to work out, and it would be best to stay as friends. She was right, though. 𝗎𝗪𝗏𝗏 said maybe one day we could try it again. They arrived at the train station, swiped their cards, then entered the passenger car. Katsuki found a spot for them both at the back of the train. "Are you going to try again?" Izuku looked at him thoughtfully. I don't know. As much as I like the idea of having a girlfriend, for some reason, I feel more comfortable having 𝗎𝗪𝗏𝗏 as a friend than a girlfriend. It feels more right, I guess. It's hard to explain." Katsuki looked at Izuku. "No, it's not that hard. You probably don't like her romantically. Sure you have a crush on her. She's the first girl that actually treated you like an equal. But your relationship with her at the moment seems more like a brother and sister friendship. You both can't get past that type of relationship and it's probably the reason it hasn't worked out. But mostly, you're still too embarrassed to talk about sex, let alone do it with her," Katsuki said without shame. Ga. Izuku's face turned red. Sek. See. Embarrassed, Katsuki smirked. Izuku looked at Katsuki with scrutinizing eyes. I think you're right, Kaken. That makes sense. Especially secretary. I can't help get flustered. It's not an easy topic to talk about. Anyway, some smart emo chick once said if you're motivated enough, you'll find a way to make time, Katsuki added. The only thing is that, does she see you that way? Well, suddenly, a scream came from the front of the passenger car. Several panicked passengers ran towards the back where Izuku and Katsuki sat today. A waft of rotten garbage smell followed soon after. Adrenaline began pumping as Katsuki and Izuku swayed into hero mode. The blonde was itching to fight whatever the hell was going on. His palms began sparking. Wait, Kaken, Izuku said as he blocked Katsuki's path. We're in an enclosed, moving train with very little ventilation. If you use your quirk, it will be disastrous. I can still use my quirk to subdue, he said as green lightning danced across his skin. TCH. I know that nerd, but I'm not gonna stand and do nothing. Fine by me. Let's go. Katsuki began pushing forward against the crowd while Izuku managed to use float and use the bars and Tsurikawa handles to fly over the crowd. In show off. The garbage smell got worse the closer Katsuki came to the front. He grimaced, baring his teeth. Danger. Fall back. Something within him gave Katsuki a sense of urgency unlike anything before. He hesitated for a fraction of a second, dumbfounded by his reaction. Katsuki searched for Izuku in the crowd. He wasn't fazed at all. The blonde finally reached the front of the car. Izuku's black whip had already subdued a man writhing on the floor along with another pro-hero extra. The immobile man was the source of the garbage smell. There was a woman weeping in the corner seat with BLD on her face and arms and was surrounded by people trying to help. I don't know why he attacked me. I didn't do anything. He just kept saying mine over again. I never met him before. She continued crying into a handkerchief. The 𝗵𝗄𝗵𝗃 extra, who held down the assailant with Izuku, stood up. Don't worry. I will get to the bottom of this, he said, as if he was the only one using incredible strength to keep everyone from danger, which he currently was not doing. He was wearing a gaudy gray, white, and blue hero uniform with matching yellow boots, cape, and a belt. It is my duty as Thunderhead, the thundering storm of justice, to make sure you get the justice you deserve, and that he is punished to the fullest extent of the law, Thunderhead stated, pointing his finger to the sky for emphasis. What a thing quack. Oi, head, thundering ST storm of hot air, thing move, Katsuki said angrily as he grabbed the assailant's sweater and used it to hogtie the man. Several people snickered. Izuku was then able to let go of Black Whip and hold the foul-smelling man a little more comfortably now. The freckled boy looked a little weary. Most likely the foul stench from the crackhead. Thunderhead frowned quickly as lightning flickered within his head at the comment. Then, as if a SWCH turned on, he smiled brightly. Oh! Behold, the mighty UA student Bakugou who won the sports festival 2 years in a row. Hero of the Great War. How wonderful it is for you to assist me. Why, if I knew you wanted to help in capturing this villain, I would have gladly accepted. If you like, I can offer you a chance to work at my agency, Thunderstorm Agency. What the absolute F? Is he promoting himself by using me? He thing is. Look you piece of kaken, now is not the time for this, Izuku said, feeling a bit dazed. Katsuki noticed several extras had their phones recording the scene. TCH fine, Katsuki said. He really did not want to go viral, sing off a pro hero and lose his provisional license, no matter how much that extra deserved it. The train was beginning to pull to a stop at the next station. Police and emergency responders were waiting on the other side of the doors. Passengers poured out of the car once the doors slid open. The emergency responders attended to the victim while the police began assessing the scene. The police in charge got the pro-hero statement as well as Izuku's and Katsuki's. These fine gentlemen assisted me in capturing the villain. They are well-known students attending UA. Perhaps they will one day work for me. Ha ha. Thunderhead continued to boast about qualities of being a hero, getting several other policemen to take selfies with him. Can we go now? Katsuki said to an officer impatiently. Yes, if we have any more questions, we can contact you at UA. Thanks for your service, said one of the extras. Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the wrist and dashed away from the station. It became crowded due to curious bystanders recording and gossiping. Once the crowd had dissipated a bit, Katsuki and Izuku were able to calm down as much as they could. Hell. We're gonna be late. I need to text the old hag before she screams my ear off at the restaurant. And this time it really isn't my fault, he said as he whipped his phone out and furiously texted his mother. Katsuki looked at Izuku when he got no reply. Izuku looked a little off. His eyes were reddened and pupils were constricted. BLD was leaking from his lips. The nerd seemed lost in deep thought. Deku, what the hell? You're bleeding from your mouth. That seemed to snap Izuku out of whatever funk he was in. Oh. Sorry, Kaken. I think the smell really affected me more than I thought. I bit my lip 'cause it felt like I wanted to throw up, he said as he wiped off the BLD with his palm. Yeah, no kidding. Guy smelled like PSS and SHT behind a dumpster at a sleazy hotel. Loser was probably one of those affected by that random aggressive quirk. Glad we were there. He wasn't able to do much. Oh, and neither did Thunderhead, apparently. Izuku looked at Katsuki feeling a little bit better and laughed. Yep. You're right, 𝗂𝗃. He was promoting his agency so hard. It was kinda cringe. Katsuki laughed as they neared the street of the pizzeria. So you really think he was affected by that unknown quirk? Izuku asked. Oh, yeah. Fits the same method. The motive is what everyone can't figure out. Why do they attack? Why that particular person and not others? What triggers it? Why does it all seem so random? Izuku held his chin in thought. You're right. A quirk that activates with certain triggers. Even if the triggers are unknown, we can at least form theories to trace it. Okay. Back at the scene, the woman said she never knew him. But did the police bother to ask him if he knew her? Maybe he did. An unrequited crush. People fall in love with perfect strangers all the time, especially if you see them every day while traveling to work. He kept on saying mine while trying to grab her as if possessed. The way he was grabbing her though didn't seem like he wanted to kill her. BLD was on her hands as if he grabbed too hard while trying to take her away. The BLD on her face came from when she was holding the handkerchief to her eyes and nose. It seemed more like possessiveness. Perhaps territorial. So if he was territorial, what would have caused him to be like that? Was he afraid of losing her? Was her attention elsewhere and not on him? Was he jealous of someone on the train? Maybe someone was talking or flirting with her in front of him, and he didn't like it. If she was flirting with someone, and that caused an emotion of jealous rage, then a strong emotion could be the link that triggered the dormant quirk. Well, Deku. You may be onto something. But Thunder F was in the front of the passenger car. He would have been promoting his agency to any losers willing to listen. That woman happened to be in the front of the car. Whether or not she paid attention to the pro-hero, it may have been enough for the guy to be jealous. He probably felt inferior to the pro-hero, as if there's anything to be jealous about, Katsuki stated. Well, apparently he was jealous enough. He most likely felt inferior enough to become territorial. If we go to Izuku about this theory, maybe he can check on the guy's background for us. If he has a troubling background, it might be the case of inferiority complex. Therefore, we'll have figured out the trigger itself. How the quirk spreads and its origin would still be a mystery, Izuku said as they entered the pizzeria restaurant. Well, Deku. I think we're officially partners on our first case together, Katsuki said as he smirked, elbowed Izuku and walked away. One Izuku glanced at Katsuki and blushed. Yeah, I believe we are. Partners. A few hours earlier, Izuku woke up a nervous wreck. After what had happened yesterday, he was hoping to avoid Katsuki as much as possible. He was successful early in the morning since everyone was busy decorating the gymnasium, but once they all headed back to the dorms, Katsuki called out to Izuku. Hey, Deku. We need to talk, Katsuki had said behind him. Izuku tensed. Perhaps Katsuki found out that he stole his boxes and was going to confront him. Instead, Izuku was pleasantly surprised that Katsuki had mentioned dinner with the parents. He even asked Izuku his choices of restaurants, even if he shot all of them down. Izuku went through a list of restaurants when he finally mentioned that Katsuki should just choose a restaurant. 𝗂𝗃, I think it would be better if you pick a restaurant, Izuku said. He waited for an answer, but Katsuki was quiet with an unusually calm face. That's strange. He might have mentally checked out, bored of my mumbling. At least he's not telling me to shut up. 𝗂𝗃. Hey, what? I said, you should pick since you know more about quality cooking than I do. I'm not very good at choosing restaurants. TCH, fine. Don't complain if you don't like it. Especially don't complain to my old hag. She'll have my ball if, God forbid, you feel a little discomfort, Katsuki smirked. And his back to his old self. Izuku was thrilled. Excited. Happy. He hadn't gone to dinner with his childhood friend in a long time. After so many years, he finally felt that their friendship was getting better. This dinner would be the culmination of their friendship. When he went back to his room, he realized most of his good clothes were packed. Wait. Why does it feel like I'm dressing up for a date? It's not a date. Oh my god. This is 𝗂𝗃. I can't think of him like that. I don't want the voice to come back. I need to clamp down on this feeling. Be neutral. Stay neutral. Dial back down the emotions. I can do this. It's just a fun, casual dinner with family. Izuku grabbed his favorite t-shirt that said shorts, beige cargo briefs, and red shoes. He looked in the mirror and was satisfied at how plain and neutral-looking he was. Then, he looked at his watch and noticed it was almost time to go. Izuku headed towards Katsuki's dorm room and was about to knock. Katsuki opened the door suddenly, looking very hot. No, not hot. Katsuki is definitely not hot. He's just ridiculously good-looking and has a great fashion sense. And smells really, really nice. Izuku needed to stop thinking about weird thoughts again. Kaken. I was about to tell you I'm ready to go. Obviously, dumbass. Let's go. Izuku swore it felt like they were flirting with each other as they were leaving with the back-and-forth comments. No, we're not flirting, just a friendly chat, at least Kaken's version of friendly. Hi, Deku. Where you all heading? It was Ochiko. He almost forgot about her. She was doing last-minute packing, grabbing items she left around the common room. Izuku replied and even offered to buy her a to-go meal, in which Katsuki stated they were flirting. Izuku didn't want him to think they were flirting. Why do I need to tell him I wasn't flirting anyway? Why does it matter? Whatever the reason was, Izuku wanted Katsuki to know. Katsuki, surprisingly, was a good listener throughout the whole conversation when suddenly it was interrupted by a scream. Then the smell hit, worse than even the one from Tacoma Municipal Beach a few years back. It was putrid. The stench irritated his eyes and smothered his sinuses. He could even taste it. Dangerous creature. Must protect what is mine. Go and fight. Kill. One no. Don't kill. What am I thinking? I need to protect people, not kill them. Izuku struggled a bit with the voice, but he managed to overcome the overwhelming murderous intent within a few seconds. He needed to be a hero. Katsuki's palm sparked, which gave him something to focus on. Izuku made sure Katsuki wouldn't use his quirk inside the passenger car, then headed off to the front. His head began pounding the closer Izuku got to the front, so he bit his lip to focus. He could not afford the voice to reappear. Izuku's sight was laser-focused on the culprit up front. It was a young man, perhaps 18 to 20 years old, clawing at a woman. She was trying to pull away, but the man gripped her forearm tight enough that his fingernails began scratching her skin. It caused deep lashes, and blood began pouring out. Help! Help! She cried. Many passengers tried to pull him off of her but weren't strong enough. The man yelled, "Mine, mine, mine." He seemed to be possessed, a glazed look on his face, pupils constricted. Does he have the voice? Is he like me? Izuku had to do some gymnastics over the passengers to reach the front. He vaulted feet first into the man's chest, making him stagger, letting go of the woman. He was stronger than he looked. While the man was temporarily stunned, Izuku did a leg swipe. The man fell hard against the floor, giving Izuku a moment to flip him on his belly, and used Black Whip to tie both his arms and legs. He was immobile but still pumping out nasty garbage scent and screaming "mine, mine" over and over again. Another passenger came over to help towards the end, some fellow with a miniature thundercloud swirling around his head and lightning flickering across his face. Normally, Izuku would be excited about meeting new pro heroes and ask a million questions about their quirk. Today though, Izuku felt like SHT as his headache was made worse with the smell. He was also struggling to control his emotions of anger and fear. Izuku's voice threatened to emerge any moment if he didn't keep a lid on it. Thankfully, Katsuki followed soon after to hog-tie the man. Izuku felt slightly better when he was around. The authorities came by to arrest the attacker and question both Izuku and Katsuki. When they finally left, Katsuki noticed Izuku had bitten his lip. Blood poured out of his mouth. Izuku didn't even realize it. He was too focused and concerned with what had happened. If I don't control my emotions, the voice will come out and hurt people. I need to be careful. I thought I was going crazy or something, but I think I may need to tell All Might about this. If anything happens and I snap, I can't even think of what kind of destruction I'll cause. Katsuki mentioned that the attack fit the same method, yet the motive was still unknown. Luckily or unluckily, Izuku had a theory forming due to his own experiences. He knew somehow the quirk was triggered by strong emotions. Therefore, he theorized the man encountered the lady before. She never knew him as he was just another face in the crowd. But, if he knew her, he may have had a one-sided crush, just like me. Katsuki confirmed that his theory made sense due to the fact Thunderhead was promoting himself using Izuku and Katsuki's fame. He really didn't do any of the takedown and just showed up at the end to take all the credit. As much as a fanboy of heroes he was, Izuku didn't have high regards for that particular pro-hero. Katsuki then said Izuku's theory was good enough to tell Aizawa. "Well, Deku. I think we're officially partners on our first case together," he added. Izuku was thrilled. Partners? He really liked the sound of that for some reason. Katsuki and Izuku asked the host for their seats and found their parents sitting at a round table with several drinks and appetizers between them. "What the hell took you so long, boys? We've been waiting 20 minutes now," Mitsuki yelled while stirring her drink with a straw. "Chill, old hag. I texted you that we were gonna run late. Some crazy extra decided to be a complete but and attack a woman during the ride over. We handled it," Katsuki said as he sat in his seat. He grabbed a menu and started to look over it, promptly ignoring surprised looks from Mitsuki, Masaru, and Inko. Izuku took a seat next to Katsuki. "We think it's that quirk that's been causing people to behave erratically. Kaken and I even formed a theory that we want to bring up to Aizawa when we get a chance." "Oh my! Are you boys alright? What happened to that poor woman?" Inko said worryingly. She knew the boys were very strong, but it always made her nervous to hear about fighting villains. "She's okay, but I expect she is very shaken about the whole ordeal. Kaken and I were able to subdue the guy, then the police took over. We didn't mean to be late," Izuku mentioned. Masaru was on his phone scrolling through Japan Hero News to see if there was any mention of what Izuku was talking about. He found something. "Hey boys, seems like the media already posted something about it. Look here," he said as he gave his phone to Katsuki. "DMin, those FRs are fast," Katsuki said as Inko winced at his cussing. He began to read the article out loud. "Breaking news. Muzafatu train attack provisional heroes save the day. By Onoda, Jin March 28, 2xxx Musutafu, Japan. At approximately 7 p.m. on the Musutafu main red line, a female passenger was assaulted by another male passenger. According to witnesses, the man was acting suspiciously before the attack. He then attacked the woman unprovoked, causing several other passengers to defend the woman. The man was muttering that she was his, but she mentioned she didn't know him," said one of the passengers. "He smelled really bad, too. The guy must have been a crazy homeless person or something." It wasn't until 2 UA students from the Heroes course class and a fellow pro-hero that they were able to tackle the man and bring an end to the attack. "The students worked very quickly to bring the situation under control," stated Chief Inspector of Police 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝐻𝗄𝐻. He was referring to Bakugou Katsuki, 2x winner of UA Sports Festival, and fellow classmate Midoriya Izuku, 2nd place winner of UA Sports Festival. Both Hero Course students have their provisional license which allows them to intervene using quirks. These two were the same students who were a part of the Hero Course class that defended UA against the League of Villains assault nearly 2 years ago. They did not stay long enough to make a statement. "We believe that this is just another string of attacks related to the aggressive behavior quirk that has been affecting the community. This situation is still under investigation," stated Chief Inspector 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝐻𝗄𝐻. Amamiya Raijin, aka pro-hero Thunderhead, was also on the scene to assist the hero students. Read more, for Katsuki reread the last line again and laughed. "Ha! That dumbass only got one thing line. Serves him right, peddling his shitty agency to us." Izuku smiled too. "We're not even pros and already have an article written about us. This is so cool." "Get used to it, nerd," Katsuki grinned. "Well, I'm proud of you boys. You did good today," Masaru said, lifting his drink up. "Just don't let fame get to your DMN head, Katsuki. It can't afford to get more inflated with ego, or it'll pop," Mitsuki said, making a small popping sound. "Whatever, old hag." Finally, their waitress came by and got Izuku and Katsuki's drinks. "And what pizza would you like to order?" Izuku hummed while looking over the menu. Everything looks good. I think I'll have the classical Italian with all the toppings this picture has. Oh, and can I have the same pizza, but to go? One classic Italian for here and one to go. Got it. And you, sir? Give me your hottest, spiciest pizza toppings. I heard you got the Carolina Reaper. I want that, Katsuki said to the waitress. Her eyes bugged out. Are you sure? It's the hottest pepper in the world with about 2 million Scoville heat units, just below pepper spray. 1F yes, he grinned at the waitress. Katsuki needed a challenge after his unusual hesitation in the passenger train. Okay, well the chef has to prepare it in an isolated oven away from other staff and customers or people will suffer, so your pizza will take a little longer to come out. She walked away to talk to the chef. Is this Caroline pepper as hot as they say? Asked Izuku, curiously. Katsuki snorted, Carolina Reaper, and it's fing hot. I'll let you try some. Katsuki, no. Leave poor Izuku alone, his mother said. She turned to Izuku. Izu dear, don't let him goad you into trying it. You'll regret your whole life and the life of your future children if you eat it. 1th. No fun. Oh, my date is almost here, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 said as she glanced at her phone nervously. Izuku spat out his drink. Date? You brought a date. Who? What? Since when have you been dating? Izuku said frantically. How come you're barely mentioning this? Oh. Dinner and entertainment tonight. Nice. Well, dear, it's been quite some time that your father and I have been apart. And, well, I've been somewhat lonely with you being in school most of the time, and soon you will be on your own after you graduate. I began talking a lot to this man. It was cordial at first, but then we became great friends over time. You'll understand when he gets here. Katsuki noticed Izuku was sweating bricks. He was wringing his hands and chewing his lips. Izuku's scent of pleasant pine forest began to slowly become unpleasant. Strange. Is he sweating his cologne off? Relax, nerd, Katsuki mentioned as he gently smacked Izuku on his arm. Your mom's smart and mature enough to date whomever she wants. Izuku looked at Katsuki. Wow, that's unusually kind of you to say. And yeah, you're right. I guess I'm just not ready for this change. What if the guy hates me? I don't want to be the reason my mom can't date anyone. That's awfully sweet of you, Izuku. But if the man doesn't like you, I'll tell it to your mother straight to dump that son of a bitch, Mitsuki said, winking at Izuku. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 quietly laughed. That won't be a problem. Oh, he's at the entrance. Let me go get him. She quickly got up and left. She returned with Toshinori Yagi. For Katsuki spat out his drink. All Might. Izuku screamed. Several restaurant patrons turned their heads toward them. Oh, sorry everyone. I thought I saw All Might outside. I need glasses. I'm very blind. I don't even know how I read the menu. They all looked away irritated. Hello young Midoriya, young Bakugou. I heard about your rescue today. Great job. He sat down next to 𝗵𝗃𝗃 smiling brightly at her. I guess I need some explaining to do. Clearly, Katsuki said as he wiped his drink off his chin and the table. Ha, ha. Well, I'm sure 𝗵𝗃𝗃 has explained a bit of her circumstance, so let me offer mine. Izuku squeaked a bit when he heard All Might, frigging All Might, call 𝗵𝗃𝗃 by her first name. As you know, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and I had met a few years prior due to young Midoriya being my successor. We both cared for his well-being, so it made sense that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and I would be in constant communication, Toshinori said as he adjusted his loose-fitting business suit. The times we would meet, we would end up talking about a variety of other things besides young Midoriya for several hours. It turns out that we had a lot in common. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 gently placed a hand over Toshinori's giant hand. Yagi has been so kind to give a lonely woman some company. I always looked forward to your visits as well as your calls. Toshinori blushed like an overgrown teenager. He then placed his other hand over 𝗵𝗃𝗃's smaller hand. It's been my pleasure, 𝗵𝗃𝗃. In fact, I think the opposite is true as well. You've been keeping me company all this time. Why, I don't think I would ever be as happy without you here with me. They both gazed into each other's eyes. Gross, Katsuki interrupted. He was uncomfortable with the mushy feelings coming from the couple. Shut up, brat. You ruined the moment, Mitsuki yelled as she whacked Katsuki upside the head. Oh. What the F, old hag? Katsuki began rubbing the back of his skull. Grow up, Katsuki, Mitsuki said as she glared at him. You'd be lucky to find a girl who will tolerate your SHT. And pray that she'll be dumb enough to stay. She turned back to Inko and Toshinori, fascinated as they continued their story. Katsuki grumbled at his mother. He didn't get why she was so worried about his relationship. It's not like he wanted to have one now, especially after working hard to become a pro hero. He then glanced at Izuku. The nerd looked happy. His smile was genuine and eyes shone brightly. Katsuki would never admit it, but after the CRP he'd been handed these past few years, Izuku deserved to be happy for once. A little tug of a smile slowly crept into the corner of his mouth. Finally, the waitress came over to their table and began serving their personal pizzas around. Lastly, she came up to Katsuki and placed his pan down as well as several serving jugs of water. A message from the head chef, you reap what you sow, bon appetit, she said, then walked away. My. What did she mean by that? Toshinori asked. It means, Katsuki picked up a Carolina Reaper, that this baby is a little spicier than usual. He popped it into his mouth to savor the pepper. Everyone eagerly awaited his response. Katsuki slowly chewed the little red pepper and began feeling the capsaicin burn his mouth. His eyes and nose began leaking, so he grabbed a napkin to wipe his face. It was spicy. Usually, Katsuki could pour hot sauce or 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 on his meal and barely feel any negative effects, but the Carolina Reaper was making him sweat and tear up. Thankfully, his quirk gave him high tolerance for capsaicin that made peppers so spicy. Katsuki finally swallowed the pepper and drank a lot of water. Sweating had made him more thirsty than the actual burn of the pepper. Okay, that was spicy. I can finally understand how Deku feels when eating spicy peppers. Katsuki then began eating his pizza, occasionally stopping to clean his sinuses or drink water. Wow, so empathetic of you, Kaken, Izuku said, smiling sarcastically. Katsuki stuck his tongue at Izuku. Once his parents were relieved that Katsuki could handle the pizza from 𝗲𝗄𝗃, they began eating their meal and having lively conversations with Inko and Toshinori. Izuku stole several glances at Katsuki during the meal. What, nerd? I'm just surprised that you're able to eat that. The waitress had me worried a bit for a while. It's not as bad as she said it would be, Katsuki replied. An idea popped in his mind. This is gonna be fun if it works. Deku, wanna try one pepper? Katsuki grinned mischievously. For what? No. I really don't think I can handle it, Kaken, Izuku said. The adults were deep into their own conversation to pay attention to what Katsuki was asking. Are you going to back down from a challenge, Deku? I think I need to make it worthwhile. If you eat a full pepper, I will owe you, let's say, 3 favors. You can ask any favor of me whenever and wherever. I won't be able to say no and won't complain, or that would make me a loser, and you know I hate losing. What do you say? Katsuki dangled a small-sized pepper in front of Izuku. Izuku looked at the pepper, then at Katsuki nervously. 3 favors. And no backing down. You promise? That's right, Deku. I give you my word. Katsuki meant it. He would do whatever favor he asked of Katsuki, just to see Izuku's expression as he eats the pepper. The blonde got his phone ready, just in case. Izuku slowly plucked the pepper from Katsuki's hand, and with a shaking hand, ate the pepper in one go. His eyes blew wide as the capsaicin began burning his tongue. Izuku quickly chewed, then swallowed the pepper as his mouth was on fire. His nose began to drip and tears fell from his eyes. Izuku's face reddened due to the burn. He flailed his hands in an attempt to cool his mouth. Katsuki laughed as he pushed a glass of water into his hands so Izuku could drink while also taking pictures of his suffering. The adults at the table looked at Izuku's flustered face, and then looked at Katsuki in disappointment. Katsuki dabbed a napkin under Izuku's nose as he continued to laugh with tears in his eyes. This was probably the greatest moment of his life. Breathe slowly, nerd. The burn is only temporary. I think. But congrats since I owe you favors now. He began to fill another glass of water for Izuku. Katsuki, what the hell? Did you make poor Izu eat a pepper? His mother looked mad as hell. The others didn't look too thrilled either. Relax, I didn't force him. He chose to eat it, Katsuki said. You okay, nerd? Izuku slowly nodded. He drank slowly, then said, barely. It feels like I ate acid. It still burns though. I think I was able to tolerate it a bit with the help of my quirk. Katsuki became curious. Here. Really? Didn't know you needed your quirk for that. What percent do you think you're using? 2%. 3%. 10% at least. I have a high tolerance for pain, but that is not something you can prepare for, only suffer through, Izuku said as he pointed to Katsuki's pizza. Please don't challenge me with spicy stuff anymore, Kaken. Katsuki whistled, 10%. Wow, that's one hell of a pepper. Mitsuki interrupted the boys' conversation. Well, while you two idiots were being dumbass, your sensei was about to mention something important. Toshinori, please continue, she said, turning back to the man. Toshinori sat straighter as all the attention focused on him. He placed his hands in front of him and cleared his throat. Well, as you all know, I've been the UA Hero course teacher for 2 years now. During that time, I've learned more about the nuances of what it takes to be a hero, but Toshinori, you are a hero. You're All Might, the greatest hero. Izuku interrupted. Oi, Deku. Don't interrupt. Let him talk. Toshinori laughed. Thank you, young Midoriya, young Bakugou. What I meant to say was that there is so much that goes behind the scenes that civilians don't know about. Being a hero means to put your whole life in the spotlight whether you want that or not. I, for one, do miss it sometimes. But, now that I've been out of the spotlight for a while, I've come to appreciate more of the background roles. Katsuki had a feeling where this was going. What are you trying to say, sensei? Toshinori took a deep breath. This next year will be my last year teaching hero course. What? Izuku yelled. Here. I thought you liked being a teacher, Katsuki said at the same time. Even Masaru and Mitsuki gasped. Only Inko remained calm since she knew about it ahead of time. Toshinori laughed quietly. Boys, nothing has given me more joy than to teach future heroes. I've learned so much teaching you both and your classmates than my time as All Might. Izuku already had tears in his eyes that did not come from the hot pepper he ate. Why are you leaving UA? He blubbered. Deku, relax. He's going to be there for our last year, Katsuki said. Though he was quite shocked to learn Toshinori wasn't going to teach anymore. UA would be losing one of their greatest teachers. Well, I have grown quite fond of your class. We have been through so many challenges together and formed deep connections with each other. You all were there when I started, so I think it's best if I finish it with the same class. After that, I will be creating my own hero agency called Plus Ultra Agency. I've already started the process of getting my license as a director for the agency and looking for a prime location for the business. All I need to do is hire a few pro heroes, and I would like to offer you both a spot at the agency. If you both accept the offer, you will have to be interning for a few months with a pro hero, with pay of course, before being full-fledged pros due to just graduating. So, what do you say? For Katsuki looked at Toshinori with surprise, then at Izuku. Izuku had a shocked expression on his face as well. Hell yeah, I'm accepting the offer. Working with All Might as our boss. That's thing bad but. I get to work with All Might and Kaken as a pro hero. This is more than I've ever dreamed of. Yes. Yes. Izuku yelled with tears streaming down his face. He didn't care anymore if the other restaurant patrons thought he was too loud. Only a year was left to graduate, and none other than All Might wanted Izuku to work for him once he was out. 1-0, sweetie. I'm so proud of you. You've worked so hard for this, Inko said as she hugged him and wiped both their tears. Katsuki was a little startled when he saw tears begin to form in his mother's eyes. Both she and Masaru bear hugged him. Mitsuki gave him kisses all over his face while his father said, "You did it, son." Get off me, woman. Katsuki unsuccessfully wiped the lipstick off his face, smudging it instead. Gross. Whatever, brat. You know you enjoyed that. Katsuki glared. 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 whatever DMN woman. The rest of the night, the families ate their meal in a great mood. Toshinori asked the boys to hold off from revealing his teaching retirement until he could meet with the whole class to inform them properly. The boys agreed to keep another one of his secrets. Then it was time to leave. Katsuki and Izuku walked back to the train station to head back to the dorms with leftovers and Ochiko's takeout. As they sat down, Katsuki seemed to notice people looking or whispering about them. Izuku also noticed this. I guess this is going to be our new normal, right Kaken? People talking about us. It's going to be even more noticeable once we graduate and work at All Might's agency. I think it's going to put us in the spotlight unlike any other agency before. Yeah. All the more reason to work there. It's a fast track to me being the #1 hero. No. I'm going to be the #1 hero, Izuku countered. In your Fing dreams, Deku. Katsuki smirked at Izuku as he poked his side. Oh, Kaken, Izuku said, rubbing his side. We'll see who's right about that. And you know what, I think I'm going to use one of those favors you owe me. Oh. Well, what is it, nerd? I want you to spar with me the 2 weeks before our 3rd year starts. You're using a favor on that. I thought that was a given already. What I mean is, I want you to exclusively spar with me, no one else. I don't want to waste time sparring with anyone else. You're the best, my rival and my competition, Izuku said as he sat closer to Katsuki and stared at him intensely, his pupils blown wide. Katsuki's eyes widened. Something about the way Izuku seemed possessive made Katsuki gulp a bit. It also made his heart pump a little faster. He felt his cheeks reddened a bit. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. He looked away from Izuku's fierce gaze and looked out the window. It's strange. We've been getting a lot closer lately. And the cologne he wears has been making me feel really relaxed. Katsuki stayed quiet the rest of the way back to UA with Izuku in his personal space. He did not mind at all. Both did not realize that the passengers unconsciously stayed far away from the source of the scent that screamed, "Stay away. This one is mine." Katsuki looked up to see a silhouette of a person with forest green eyes and hair. It almost looked like Izuku, but the person was an adult man. Izuku did not look like this man. First of all, he was tall, possibly 7 feet 5 inches, taller than even All Might in his muscle form. And second, the man had muscles though not as grand as All Might, but enough to be imposing nevertheless. Katsuki was intimidated, but something about this man made him feel safe. He began walking towards the figure, only to be woken up. Light streamed from the window onto his face, disturbing his sleep. DMN, who was that guy? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was huge. Katsuki yawned and looked at the clock. 8:04 a.m. He slept longer than he thought, but it was fine. Today was moving out day for UA students. They had until the evening to take their belongings out of their dorms to head home. Some chose to leave early, others took their time. Katsuki wanted to start early, so he texted his parents to help him move his stuff out. They mentioned they would arrive around 9:30 a.m. to help pack up. His parents also wanted him to help Izuku move out too since he lived close by and Inko would be working. That gave him enough time to talk to Aizawa about their theory before he checked out of the dorm. He then headed towards Izuku's dorm and knocked on it. "Hey, Deku. You better be up. My old hag said for us to pack our SHT together since your mom is working today." Izuku opened the door slowly, bleary-eyed and yawning. He only had his shorts and socks on. "Sorry, Kaken. I was really tired last night. Let me get ready." Izuku walked back to his room picking up some clothes strewn around. Katsuki couldn't help notice Izuku's well-endowed backside and scars over the nerd's abs and arms. He bit his lip. Izuku looked really good, scars and all. I really shouldn't be thinking about the DMN nerd like this. He kinda reminds me of the stranger in my dreams, just a smaller compact version. Katsuki cleared his throat. "Geez, Deku. It's moving day and you still haven't packed your hitty plus you threw your clothes everywhere." Izuku scratched his head. "Yeah, I guess I kinda left everything last minute. Katsuki huffed, let me help you dumbass. Go shower and I'll pack the rest of your stuff. Then we can talk to Aizawa after. 8 Thanks, Kakin. The nerd grabbed some clothes and headed to his bathroom. Katsuki then grabbed leftover notebooks, pens, and trinkets and put them in boxes marked Deku's stuff. He then carefully packed bubble-wrapped All Might collector items in the box marked fragile. Do not drop. He smirked. Once a nerd, always a nerd. Then he went to pick up the clothes off the floor and grabbed the box labeled dirty clothes. Katsuki was glad Izuku picked up his habit of not mixing his dirty clothes with clean clothes. He placed the box on the bed and lifted the lid to throw Izuku's dirty clothes in. A strong scent suddenly filled his senses. It was like he stepped into the middle of the forest. The fresh pine scent was everywhere, but this time he smelled several wildflowers, cool running water, and the soft brown earth below. Ate this scent. It's like from my dreams. Katsuki had to find the source of the scent. He dug around the box, and at the very bottom was an unmarked box that was hastily closed. He opened the smaller box and found the source of the scent, a fleshlight. Poking out of the fleshlight was his missing boxes with suspicious crust coating it. Katsuki's brain short-circuited. He knew what he was seeing. He knew. Katsuki just couldn't comprehend it. 17 Did Deku come in my boxes using a fleshlight? I didn't even know he knew what those were. He's a nerd. A fanboy. A goody two-shoes. Why? Why would he have this? Katsuki's face reddened as his heart pounded hard in his chest. He was embarrassed, wondering why Izuku's cum was in his underwear. But first, Katsuki needed to put it away along with the rest of the dirty clothes before Izuku finished showering. Katsuki quickly shoved the other clothes on top, then slammed the lid on the box. He opened the balcony sliding door to air out the remaining scent. After there was a minimal trace of pine, Katsuki slid the doors closed and sat on Izuku's bed. He began to rationalize what he saw. Okay. So Deku must have gotten my boxes somehow. It must have been when he went into my room for a box. Yes, it was. That's when I noticed the pile was messed up. But that was my dirty pile. Did Deku go to my room specifically for my dirty underwear? For what reason? He's not a pervert like Mineta. At least I thought he wasn't. Wait. The scent. He's sensitive to scents like I am, like when we both were able to smell the coffee. SHT. This is why he smells so good all the time. Maybe I smell good to him as well. In that case, my sweat must drive him crazy or possessive, and his is making me feel real relaxed or something. My underwear had sweat from when we were decorating earlier that day. I didn't feel like doing laundry and just left the clothes in a pile for another time. Then later on I was packing my SHT, and Deku came in to swipe the boxes. Okay. Then I knocked on his door to tell him about the snacks, and when he opened the door, he smelled like a torrential rainfall. Katsuki looked at the dirty clothes box and put a hand to his mouth. It all clicked. Oh. Deku must have came in my underwear that day since my scent must have been potent. So he likes my scent enough to come. Is he gay? Bi? Or are we both affected by some kind of quirk making both of us kinda attracted to each other? That last thought made Katsuki somewhat flustered. It wasn't unusual for girls, and an occasional guy, to confess their love to Katsuki. They were easy to brush off since they were extras. But Izuku, his childhood friend who knew him more than anyone. Maybe Izuku was falling for him. If he was, then stealing his boxes would make a creepy kind of sense. Boys were corny at their age, and Izuku would never ask Katsuki out for being afraid to lose their mended relationship. Katsuki didn't want to mess it up either. They've worked so hard to be better people. He enjoyed teasing Izuku now and didn't want this to set them back. He knew what he must do, pretend he never saw it. Besides, I don't know what kind of relationship we have at the moment. Are we just friends? Something more? Sigh, there really isn't anything I can do about this. It's probably a quirk accident. But for now, I'm gonna enjoy teasing the hell out of him now that I know what I know. Has been leaking in my underwear, so let's just say it's revenge. He doesn't know what's coming for him. 10 The shower turned off. Katsuki looked at the bathroom door and smiled. This is gonna be fun. Izuku came out of the bathroom fully refreshed with a towel draped on his neck. He noticed his room was now fully barren. Katsuki had placed several boxes on his bed ready to be taken out. All done packing your SHT, Deku. My parents will be here at 9:30 to get our stuff. We have time to talk to Aizawa now. Yeah, of course, Kaken. Izuku placed his damp towel on the boxes and followed Katsuki out the room. Thankfully, Aizawa was still in his cubicle where the teachers made their lesson plans. He was sipping coffee and typing on his computer. Aizawa looked up when he heard the boys arriving. Ah, if it isn't the heroes of Musutofu train attack. What can I do for you boys? Good morning, Aizawa. About that attack, Kaken and I have come up with a theory that we hope you can help us with. Aizawa put his coffee down. Okay, let's hear it. As you already know, police suspect it's the aggression quirk that's been popping up around Japan. Kaken mentioned that the motive was still unknown. However, we believe the attacks may be triggered by heightened emotions. How so? Aizawa leaned back in his chair. One, that pro-hero that was mentioned in the news, Thunderhead, was in the front of the passenger car with the woman. We suspect that the attacker was jealous of the attention the woman gave the pro-hero, so he was trying to take the woman away. He kept saying she was his over and over again. The man wasn't actually trying to attack her, he was taking her away from him, Izuku said. But according to the police, she didn't know him, Aizawa mentioned as he crossed his arms. That's where you come in, Aizawa. Deku theorized that the attacker knew her. He could be a salaryman taking the same train every day to work. But's probably infatuated with her. That's if she rode the same train every day, Katsuki added. And we need you to help us prove our theory is right. We need to see if they ride the same train, and we need to check their backgrounds. Is the attacker single? Does he think she's single? Does he have a crush on her? Izuku asked. There was also a strong smell coming off the guy, like shitty garbage. That's how we knew something bad was happening. Heightened emotions could be followed by heightened senses. Perhaps the other way around, too. All we know is that it could all be tied together. Or it could be a CRP theory, Katsuki said as he looked at Izuku. One, heightened senses. Kaken, I never mentioned that. What do you mean by that? Izuku looked worried. Aizawa sat up straighter, fully focused. Katsuki sighed. Deku, haven't you noticed a difference in your senses? Like, I don't know, coffee tasting like it was an expensive brand when it's a cheap knockoff. Or maybe a person smelling really good, or in the case of that guy, really shitty. Izuku blushed. I thought it was just me. I didn't know your senses were heightened, too. Does that mean we are infected by the aggression quirk? But I've never come across anybody with an aggression quirk until yesterday. So the quirk is not spread through direct human-to-human contact if we were already affected, or even airborne since there would have been a cluster of infected victims. Is it something we ate or drank or even touched? The class may have to be tested just to be sure. But why is it just us? Do we fit a prerequisite in order to be affected? Oh God, Kaken. Are we going to attack someone? 1. Deku, don't forget about the heightened emotions part. Maybe a lot of people were affected with heightened senses but aren't showing aggressiveness at all because they can control their emotions. Those FRs that couldn't might have been mentally unstable. Aizawa grabbed a file from his desk. I'm impressed. It seems you boys managed to connect many different pieces together with just a little bit of observation. That man from the train attack was interrogated yesterday, and he did happen to ride the same train every day to work along with the same woman. Here, read this report. It was an internal report from the Musutofu Police Department labeled confidential. Are we allowed to read this? We aren't even assigned to this case, Katsuki said. Consider yourselves assigned by me. I'm one of the pro-heroes investigating the case. I would not have given you both the file if you had not come up to me with a credible theory. I trust you'll be discreet with the case. Think of it as getting a head start on your upcoming third-year investigation course. 2. Katsuki grabbed the file from Aizawa and perused a few documents that had the information of the attackers and their victims as well as locations of the crimes. He came across a report that summarized each incident, 𝗵𝘃𝗃 Police Department Internal Document Only Classification, Confidential Aggression Quirk Cases Abridged Verse. In Shizuoka Prefecture 0901XX, Case 84, Perpetrator File A1 attacked victim File A2 at a restaurant File A3, claimed a voice told him to do it. Reason, jealousy 1001XX, Case 97. Perpetrator File B1 attacked victims File B2 and File B3 at a park File B4, claimed a voice told her to attack couple. Reason, cheating boyfriend 1001XX, Case 183. Perpetrator File C1 attacked victim File C2 at home File C3, claimed voice told him to attack wife. Reason, domestic violence 1001XX, Case 285. Perpetrator File D1 attacked victim File D2 in alley File D3, claimed voice told him to attack a stranger. Reason, SXL assault 1101XX, Case 290. Perpetrators File E1 and E2 attacked victim File E3 outside a store File E4. Perpetrator File E1 claimed a voice told him to attack. Perpetrator File E2 did not claim there was a voice. Reason, gang-related dispute 1101XX, Case 385. Perpetrators File F1, F2, and F3 attacked victims File F4, F5, F6, and F7 at business File F8. Perpetrators File F1 and F2 claimed a voice told them to attack. Reason, work-related dispute 1101XX, Case 486. Perpetrators File G1, G2 and G3 attacked victim File G4 on school grounds G5. Both File G1 and G2 claimed voice told them to attack. Reason, school bullying Katsuki grimaced at the last case. He hated that it reminded him of who he used to be. He skimmed a few more pages and noticed a pattern. Every single one of these cases mentioned a voice telling them to do it. It's as if these people were in an emotionally unstable state of mind and followed through with what the voice wanted them to do. He then flipped to the latest report, 2803XX, Case 7136, Perpetrator 2B. 1 attacked victim File 2B. 2 in passenger train car, claimed voice told him to attack. Reason, jealousy. The cases seem to be escalating, and we still have no real answer to where the quirk came from. All the locations are still random, Katsuki frustratedly said as he handed Izuku the file to look over. But we do know when it may have started, sometime around or before January 9th, something major to affect people quickly and spread out in a wide area. Good deduction skills, Bakugou. With what you say about heightened senses, we can go back and confirm with each case if that's what they had. I don't think anyone caught that, Izuku said as he scribbled notes on a piece of paper. Now we can actually screen people for this aggression quirk and help those in need instead of blindly waiting for the next attack. Izuku, can I borrow your computer for a second? I want to follow a lead and I may need your credentials to look into something, with your permission of course, Izuku said. Be my guest, Izuku said as he stood up from his chair. Izuku sat down and began opening different tabs, one for the Japanese Hero News, one for the 𝗵𝘃𝗃 Police Department website with Izuku's pro-hero credentials to log into police reports, another for the Vogel Maps location service of Shizuoka Prefecture where 𝗵𝘃𝗃 was located, and one more for the 𝗵𝘃𝗃 water supply distribution system. Sensei, the first case we should start with is here, he said as he placed a blue Vogel pinpoint marker on the map. Wait, Deku, that's the third case, the domestic abuse case, not the first, Katsuki said as he looked at the police report. Yeah, but think about the man on the train and us. We all were affected somewhere else. He just happened to be triggered in a public location. Katsuki looked at Izuku, then at the reports thinking about the cases. The reports recorded the incorrect place they were infected. The police assumed the park and the restaurant were the locations of the infection. You're saying we need to see where they live? Exactly. Can you help me go through the files and find where each attacker lives? Izuku smiled as he grabbed his coffee and stood next to the boys. Sure. Let me just text my parents to delay coming. We may be here a while, Katsuki said with a hint of excitement. Katsuki texted his old man and began going through each of the files. After about 40 minutes, Izuku and Katsuki were done plotting the locations. Katsuki still couldn't see much of a pattern. It looked like each pinpoint marker was randomly scattered. Deku, I still don't see it. The locations are all random. That's where you're wrong, 𝗂𝗂𝗏. There was something you mentioned that got me thinking about the water distribution system. You said it had to spread over a wide area and quickly. Well, that's where this tab comes in, Izuku said as he clicked the tab for the 𝗵𝘃𝗃 water supply distribution webpage. Here is the wastewater treatment plant, he said as he placed a red pinpoint marker on the map. Now look at how the water is distributed. The first case has the attacker living here, closest to the wastewater treatment plant. Then the other 3 cases have the attackers living here, here, and here. If you notice, their houses are not located next to each other but do live equidistantly to the wastewater treatment plant. You could draw a circle through each of the 3 houses with the treatment plant in the center. Then another larger circle with the next 3 cases, basically creating concentric circles. Now, the next question is, how could an aggression quirk possibly be inside a wastewater treatment plant if the purpose of the treatment is to make sure water is safe to drink? That got me thinking, chemicals can slip through the treatment. Normally, the wastewater treatment plant can remove chemicals by using reverse osmosis, but if there was a chemical small enough introduced or something went wrong with the filtration system, the wastewater treatment plant might not have been able to purify the water. 5. Izuku clicked on the last tab. I remember reading an article on Japanese Hero News about a whistleblower mentioning unethical practices of a pharmaceutical company dated March 3rd. Apparently, they accidentally dumped about 5,000 liters of waste into the source system on January 8. According to the article, the chemical compound called 𝗵𝗃𝗁 was small enough that it could possibly evade the treatment plant. Pro-heroes were notified, but nothing could be done about it since the company had already halted dumping the waste. The article mentioned that it was not harmful to humans since the chemical was originally intended for humans. The pharmaceutical company, called 𝗬𝗪𝗪𝗧, specializes in hyper-FRTLTY treatments using a quirk they had rights over. It literally changes a person's DNA to be compatible with their partner. And if that's true, then their behavior and senses may have changed as well. The company's only punishment was a 1 million yen fine they paid in a day. 𝗬𝗪𝗪𝗧's profit in January alone was 5 million yen. The case was kept quiet and eventually forgotten due to its anticlimactic nature, a faceless pharmaceutical company as the big bad villain. No one would pay much attention to the article compared to crimes where villains make a scene. I bet that this company is the origin of the aggression quirk, Izuku said as he swiveled the chair to face Izuku and Katsuki. Well, what are your thoughts? Well, I'll be DM'd, Izuku said as he looked at the screen. Midoriya, I need you to print everything you have there. I'm going to have to make a few calls. 5. Of course, Izuku. Izuku clicked the print button for each of the tabs he opened, then hopped off the chair so Izuku could get to work. Katsuki still held the file in his hands with a stunned look. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏. You just solved the biggest mystery case that has everyone stumped for months in an hour. A thing hour, Deku. 9. Izuku blushed at the compliment. Thanks 𝗂𝗂𝗏, but I didn't figure it all out by myself. There was already a lot of data available that just needed to be sorted. And if it wasn't for your insight as well, I wouldn't have even thought of the water distribution system. So, we both solved it together, he said enthusiastically. So Izuku, does that mean we passed the investigation course? With flying colors, he stated. As the papers were printing, Izuku swiveled towards the boys. Now that this case may be officially solved, I still need to talk to both of you about being exposed to the aggression quirk. Izuku and Katsuki both stood straight. It kind of slipped their mind that they were most likely infected too. I don't know how you both have been affected, but I assume there has been noticeable changes. Yes, Izuku. Heightened sense of smell and taste. Not much of the other senses yet, Izuku said shyly. Izuku looked at Katsuki. Katsuki merely nodded in agreement. Okay, anything else? Any voices telling you to attack anyone? Just once, but it was to tell me to fall back instead of attack when the man assaulted the woman on the train, which I effing ignored, of course, Katsuki huffed. Izuku then looked at Izuku, and you Midoriya? Same. It was telling me there was danger and to be ready to defend, Izuku said. There was no way he wanted to add to the other part of the voice's overwhelming need to kill the man or the part where he desired to steal Katsuki's boxes. Some things were meant to be taken to the grave. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 seems like this voice is more sensible than you both are. Nevertheless, I still want both of you to get checked out by Recovery Girl as soon as possible, preferably Monday when you're both here for training. I'll send her an email about your situation first. She needs to be informed about this case now that it looks like more people may have been affected by the quirk than we realized. The contamination may have already spread through all of Shizuoka Prefecture and surrounding prefectures since 3 months have passed, Izuku sighed, rubbing his eyes. For now, I need you both to not mention anything to anyone yet until we can officially confirm your theory with the police department. It's best to avoid a mass panic since we don't know the full details of the contamination. I want both of you to keep an eye out for each other if this so-called voice tells you to do anything dangerous. If there's anything, and I mean anything, that you suspect is wrong with each other's behavior, contact me immediately, or I will suspend your provisional licenses. Am I clear? 2 Crystal, Katsuki gruffly said. Yes, Izuku. Izuku responded. Good. Now let me say one last thing. You boys did excellent work today. Not only did you follow up on a theory that could possibly be the break in the case, but that you both worked together to solve it. I believe that you, Midoriya and Bakugou, will make great pro heroes one day, Izuku said smiling. Thank you, Izuku, they both said as they bowed. Now beat it. I got calls to make. Izuku swiveled back to his desk and started making phone calls. Katsuki and Izuku looked at each other and grinned. He took Izuku in a headlock and ruffled his hair. We did it, Deku. We just solve a thing case together. The world's gonna know how awesome we are. Izuku's face blushed as he laughed. He never felt happier when Katsuki was complimenting him. The boys then headed back to their dormitory to resume moving their stuff out, but as they entered the dorms, several of their classmates rushed to them from the common room. Bakugou, Midoriya, where have you guys been? We've been trying to call you. 𝗧𝗪𝗼 ran towards them in his well-worn crimson riot sweatshirt, black shorts, and ugly red Croc shoes. Why didn't you guys tell us you fought the attacker in the passenger train? Sorry, Kirishima. Our phones were on silent. Kaken and I were with Izuku asking about the 2 weeks of training and what to expect for our 3rd year. And well, we kinda lost track of time, Izuku said, sheepishly as he scratched his head. Katsuki looked at Izuku curiously. The nerd's getting better at lying, the little 𝗬𝗪𝗔 wonder what else is hiding. For Katsuki looked back at 𝗧𝗪𝗼, why were you trying to call us about that anyway? It's not like the fight was a big deal. We fight villains all the time. Part of the job. Denki jumped over the couch to head over to Katsuki and 𝗧𝗪𝗼 while Mina, Tenya, Momo, Tsuyu, Ochiko, and Hanta walked behind him. Are you kidding me? Have you all not seen the video of the takedown yet? It went viral. Someone from the passenger car recorded the whole thing. People have gone nuts how both of you took him down while some no-name pro hero hardly did anything. They even got Bakugou cussing out the poor guy. The views got like 1 million views already. Here, Mina said as she handed Katsuki her phone. I already have the video set up. Just press play. Katsuki saw the video was posted to chatter by someone called 𝗎𝗪𝗼𝗎08. He pressed play. The video was a bit shaky in the beginning, but he could hear screaming in the background. 𝗎𝗪𝗼𝗎08 finally managed to stabilize the video. It focused on the garbage-smelling man grabbing the woman by her arms and causing her to bleed. Help! Help! She was struggling to get out of his grip. He then said, Mine! 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 Several people around tried to push him away from her and others tried to flee. He overpowered everyone and began pulling her towards the sliding doors. What the F was he thinking trying to get out of a moving train? Then a blurry image of Izuku came from the top of the screen and slammed into the man. DMN. That's so badass, said the owner of the video. Izuku then did his leg sweep while the man was temporarily stunned. Yes. That was so cool, another witness said off-screen. That was a sweet move Midoriya, Denki said, glancing over at the video. Izuku then forced the man onto his belly and subdued him using his quirks. The but pro hero Thunderhead came over to help Izuku hold the crazy man down. Where the hell did that guy come from? Isn't he a pro hero? That UA student looks familiar, said many of the witnesses. The woman was then ushered to a seat as someone gave her a handkerchief for her wounds. I don't know why he attacked me. I didn't do anything. He just kept saying mine over again. I never met him before. The people around her were trying to console her. Suddenly, the idiot stood up and said, "Don't worry. I will get to the bottom of this. It is my duty as Thunderhead, the thundering storm of justice, to make sure you get the justice you deserve, and that he is punished to the fullest extent of the law." Dude, what the hell? He didn't do anything, someone whispered off camera. He just let go of the guy, leaving the kid to do the work, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 had said. Oi, SHT head, thundering SHT storm of hot air, 𝗵𝗃 Katsuki had said in the video. Katsuki smirked. Hunter, Denki, and Mina giggled at Katsuki's insult. Momo and Tenya both frowned. Izuku rolled his eyes and sighed. I'm hilarious. 6 The other witnesses seemed to agree and snickered. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 then added, Ooh, DMN. He speaks the truth. Then he zoomed into the scene a bit more and saw himself 𝗵𝗃𝗲 the culprit. That dude is badass. He cussed out a pro hero showing him up like nothing. Oh, SHT. He's that UA student that won the sports festival 2 years in a row now. What's his name? Bakugou. That guy's a beast. Oh, and the green-haired dude got second place too. He's cool, I guess, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 commented. Apparently, the SHT head of Hot Air must have overheard the commentator and said, Oh, behold, the mighty UA student Bakugou who won the sports festival 2 years in a row. How wonderful it is for you to assist me, Thunderhead. Why, if I knew you wanted to help in capturing this villain, I would have gladly accepted. If you like, I can offer you a chance to work at my agency, Thunderstorm Agency. PPFT. This dude cannot be for real. He's promoting his agency using those UA students. What a loser, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 whispered. He aimed the video back at the woman, then back at the boys. Look you piece of, he heard himself say before the video cut off. Katsuki then saw the views, 12,438,135 and rising. The video comments were all over the place. Many of them were talking about how well Katsuki and Izuku handled the situation. Others were lambasting the pro hero for promoting himself rather than helping Izuku restrain the man. Quite a few couldn't wait till they officially debuted as heroes, as they've been fans since their first sports festival debut. A few creepers even commented how hot Katsuki and Izuku looked taking down the man. There were a few hashtags such as #What'sHisName, #Bakugou and Midoriya, #UA students, #shithead, #greenboyiscool, #aggressive quirk behavior, and #prohero Thunderhead that were linked to the video. Kaken. This is so cool. We've gone viral, Izuku said excitedly. Guess all the extras are finally recognizing what it takes to be real heroes, Katsuki said as he gave the phone back to Mina. Yes. Unfortunately, it seems that pro hero Thunderhead failed to help the victim and then secure the scene, Tenya mentioned. Bakugou, as colorful as your language is, I don't recommend it on chatter. Social media can be a wonderful thing connecting to people across the globe. It can also be the opposite and bring out the worst in people. This pro hero Thunderhead will not be able to live this down, I fear. Ha! You're blaming me. I didn't post this SHT video. Katsuki's palms began to smoke. I think what he meant, Bakugou, is that you are starting to become infamous for your outbursts, ribbit, Tsuyu bluntly said. When they see you, they see a hot-headed future pro hero. For now, people respect you, but one day they will turn on you. You need to learn to control your temper. Why the hell should I have to do that? Why do I have to bring myself down to everyone else's standards? He was a SHT pro hero and doesn't deserve any but kissing from me. I'm not here to hold everybody's hand. That SHT's for sidekicks. When they see me, it's 'cause I'm there to save the motherfucking day. Katsuki was already fuming. No way he's gonna change for anybody. Izuku was starting to worry since the scent of ashes began to fill the air. Their classmates would probably think it was the smoke from Katsuki's palms, but it was more pungent. Katsuki was feeling cornered, and Izuku knew he was smelling his heightened emotion. Protect what's mine. He jumped in the conversation quickly while glaring at Tenya and Tsuyu. Hey. Kaken was doing exactly what he was trained to do, what we all were trained to do. It isn't fair to punish him for telling the truth. You all should be glad he called the pro hero out like that. Pro heroes should not be promoting themselves during a dangerous situation like that. A surprised look was on Tenya's face. He raised his arms in surrender. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I meant no offense to Bakugou. I only worry that what Asui says may come to pass. We all have grown used to his personality, but I fear the rest of the world won't see him as we do, a worthy pro-hero in the making. Tenya turned to Bakugou and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Bidou. Me too, Bakugou. I tend to speak without thinking about the other person's feelings, ribbit, Tsuyu said as she bowed as well. Katsuki and everyone else were surprised how quickly the argument was settled. He glanced at Izuku and noticed his expression was dark and how tense his body was. Okay. Not gonna lie, but that was kinda hot. Too, he thought he could detect a small scent of a raging thunderstorm. Must be an emotionally distressed Izuku, the dumbass, trying to come to his defense. Stupid nerd needs to rein in on his emotions. Katsuki cleared his throat. Whatever, nerds. Apology thing accepted. He began to head towards his room. He didn't want to deal with them anymore. Bakugou, Ochako said as she, Mina, and Momo ran after him before he entered the elevator. We actually had a reason waiting on you and Deku. Us girls were talking about how awesome that both your parents had a little celebration for the end of the second year. And, well, we asked several classmates if they would like to go to an arcade and sing karaoke before everyone leaves. It's kind of last minute, but Ida and Yorozu both agreed it'd be great for the class camaraderie. I don't think so, cheeks. Think I've had enough for the day. One, please, Bakugou. It would mean a lot to us if you go. And you can't say no, Ochako said as she puffed her cheeks. Please, please, please. Not everyone is able to go, Mina said as she hugged Katsuki's arm. She began listing who wasn't coming. Mizo and Soto declined since they lived too far away. Koda needed to help with his family farm. Hagakure wanted to spend time with family. Ojiro is going to work at his grandfather's dojo. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 is going to France with his parents soon. And we don't know if Todoroki, Jiru, Tokoyami, or Mineta are going yet. It'll be boring without you. And this may be the last time to be so carefree once our third year starts. Mina batted her eyes at Katsuki, still not convinced. Momo decided to help. Bakugou, if I may add, think of it as a much-needed stress reliever. It will be great for your mental health, she said seriously. Oh. Plus, we're going to a laser tag arcade. Deku is going too, Ochako said mischievously. One, Katsuki grinned at Ochako. See, cheeks. Why didn't you say that first? I'm gonna make sure that nerd knows who's the best at laser tag. Any chance to show Izuku up in a competitive sport was worth doing. Momo sighed, raising her hands in defeat. Typical boys. Why even bother trying? Great. We'll meet back at the common room to take off by 11:30 to the arcade and play some laser tag. Then we can eat lunch together and sing karaoke in the same room. After that, we'll split up to play other games, Mina said. Most of us will head either to the dorm or home afterwards. Glad you're coming, Blasty, she said happily as she took the elevator along with Mina and Ochako to their floor. One, whatever, Katsuki said as he took out his phone. He texted his mother to inform her to come over to pick up his and Izuku's stuff. The elevator quickly made it down. As Katsuki was about to enter, he heard Izuku jogging towards him. Kaken, wait up. Katsuki sighed. No. He entered the elevator. As the door began to close, Izuku's hand shot through the crack of the sliding doors using a bit of one for all. Ah, Kaken. So mean. Izuku laughed as he effortlessly forced the sliding doors open. Anyway, are you going to the party? Well, maybe it's not considered a party. More like a get-together since it wasn't really planned, unlike a party which is, Izuku muttered. One, Deku. Shut the F up. And, yes, I'm going, if only to beat your fat butt in laser tag. Anyway, let's finish packing our SHT so we can be ready to go to the arcade. For Izuku smiled, "Sure thing, Kaken." They finally made it to their floor. As the elevator doors slid open, Katsuki had a devious idea and grinned madly. "Deku, let's get my stuff down to the entrance first since I have everything ready, then we can get your stuff next. But we're gonna do it the hard way, stairs only. We can't slack off training since school is over." "You're right, Kaken," Izuku said enthusiastically, unaware of Katsuki's true intentions. Katsuki and Izuku managed to grab several boxes, going up and down the floors. By the time they got the last of Katsuki's boxes down, they were sweating. Katsuki grabbed 2 water bottles from the fridge and tossed one to Izuku. "Come on, fat butt, let's do your room next. Last one up the stairs carries double the boxes, no quirks," he said as he raced to the staircase. Wait. Kaken, no fair. You can't start a race without telling the other person," Izuku cried out as he ran after Katsuki. "And I don't have a fat butt. I do squats." Izuku had failed to catch up to Katsuki in time. Loser. "Guess those squats didn't help after all," Katsuki said as he laughed, heading to the nerd's room. He opened the door and sat on the bed. He peeled off his sweaty shirt and began to wipe his face and chest with it. Then he drank nearly all of the water bottle. Whatever was left over, Katsuki had poured over his head and chest, making sure there was enough to fall between his abs and down his waist. 11 good. Now let's see if I can make that Demon Deku sweat too. 7 Feels good. How about you, Deku? He looked at Izuku hoping for a response. It was better than he hoped. Izuku's eyes were wide, face flushed with red. He gulped several times, trying to form words and failing miserably. Instead he tried drinking water but ended up choking on it. "You okay, Deku? Was the exercise a bit too much for you?" Katsuki was pleased. Teasing Izuku was easier than he thought. Either he was really good at flirting, or Izuku was really corny. It didn't matter as long as Izuku suffered. Yeah. I guess I overdid it a bit. Might have to slow down," Izuku said finally. A bit of the pine forest aroma began seeping out of Izuku. "Liar, I can smell your RLL. Dumbass. Fine, you can slow down." "I won't," Katsuki said as he got up and started to look for boxes to grab. He spotted the nefarious dirty clothes box. "I'll grab this one, you can get the 2 other ones." "Wait. Kaken, let me take that one. I don't think you want to handle my dirty clothes box. Best if I take this and you pick another box," Izuku said suddenly as he yanked the dirty clothes box back. "DMN, nerd," Katsuki said. "Got something in there you don't want me to see. Dirty magazines. Hentai. Nudes. Oh, let me guess. Pro hero nudes. Come on. Let me see what kind of fed up FTSH a fanboy like you has." He was having too much fun watching Izuku panic as he slowly lifted the lid. Katsuki wasn't going to go that far, though. He was waiting for Izuku to slam the lid, or snatch the box away. Instead he was suddenly pushed onto the bare mattress. Izuku held Katsuki down by straddling him and placing his hands on his chest, his pupils blown wide. 7 Deku. Katsuki was confused by Izuku's actions. He held his breath as Izuku slowly began sniffing both sides of Katsuki's neck. Whatever was happening right now, he knew deep down he had to stay still. Katsuki had never been this close to the nerd since they were in elementary school. "What are you doing?" "Your neck smells good. Like caramel," Izuku spoke deeply and then hummed. 6 Thanks. Deku, you know I'm just messing with you, right? I really don't want to see your dirty all-might undies, okay? So, can you get the F off me?" Katsuki said as nicely and forcibly as he could. Oh God. I'm so sorry, Kaken. It was the voice, I think. I didn't realize I triggered it. I didn't mean to hurt you." Izuku's scent began to sour. He quickly got off Katsuki and began retreating from the room. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's arm. "Hey, relax dumbass. You didn't hurt me. I'm not weak, okay? You just got a bit excited or something. No big deal." "It is a big deal, Kaken. I wasn't even in control of my actions. What if I hurt you?" I wouldn't forgive myself. Kaken, I need to tell Izuku. Katsuki gritted his teeth. He can't believe what he was about to say. Don't tell Izuku. It's not your fault, okay? It's mine. So don't go. What? Your fault? What are you talking about? Izuku bit his lip and was trembling. Katsuki sighed heavily and gripped his fists. I saw what was in the box, Deku. I was just trying to tease you for it. I didn't realize it would trigger the voice inside you. Izuku held his breath at Katsuki's confession. Why you saw? What was in the box? You mean, you saw what was at the bottom? The item with. Izuku smacked his hands over his clamped mouth and screamed loudly. 9 Deku. The F. Katsuki yelled at Izuku's yelling. 𝗵𝗃 fleshlight and 𝗵𝗃 to kill me. Izuku started hyperventilating. 2 I'm not mad, Stu. I don't care. In fact, I'm flattered. Katsuki admitted as he yelled back at Izuku. SHT4 Izuku gasped, You're flattered. You're not upset that I stole your boxes. And that I 𝗧𝗵𝗲 into it. Ah. Are you really Kaken? Who are you? I'm still me, idiot. I am a bit upset you took perfectly good boxes, but other than that, I guess it's kind of flattering that you chose me as your spank bank. Guess I'm number 1 in more ways than one. Heh. 2 My god, Kaken. I thought your ego couldn't get any bigger, but you proved me wrong yet again. Shut up, nerd. I technically should be 𝗵𝗃 off, blowing your butt to bits right now. Be grateful I'm a prideful beach. Izuku stared at the red-faced Katsuki for a few seconds before breaking out in laughter. You're right, Kaken. Thanks. But still, I should have not done what I did. I wasn't strong enough to ignore the voice and did something inappropriate. I'm sorry, Kaken. You're forgiven but still kinda gross, though. Anyway, another issue I wanted to bring up was have you told anyone about being, gay? Does your mom know? Not that there's anything wrong with it. I just thought you were too much of a dork to talk to girls in middle school, which makes sense now if you were fruity back then. 1 Izuku looked down at the carpet, shuffling his feet. He huffed and then glared at Katsuki. I don't think I'm gay, or fruity, Kaken. Maybe bi. I really liked 𝗬𝗓𝗏 as a girlfriend, and I still get corny when I see naked women, he said as he blushed. 1 Katsuki snickered. Shut up, Kaken. I'm serious. My preference never changed. It just expanded. But only for one person, Izuku said as he gazed at Katsuki. 4 Katsuki gulped. Oh. 1 Kaken, I think the aggressive quirk changed me more than I thought. It's like I'm noticing things about you I've never considered before, and it's freaking me out. I'm finally figuring out what kind of person I am, then to have this quirk come and flip my world upside down is frustrating. Hasn't it affected you somewhat? Well, a bit, yeah, Katsuki slowly admitted. You've been looking kinda hot lately. And you've been smelling nice, too, he quietly said, looking anywhere else but Izuku's emerald eyes. God, it was embarrassing to admit, but he too was feeling something different, something other, bubbling within him. Tiny explosions from his hands began popping. If you tell any dumbass what I've told you, I'll deny it and kick your butt. I promise I won't, Izuku promised as he shielded his face from the explosions. So what are we going to do with what's going on between us? What I mean is, the quirk apparently makes us feel some kind of attraction towards each other. When I smell your scent, it feels like comfort, like home. Is this a side effect that hasn't been documented? Maybe the quirk is more complex than we realized, muttered Izuku as he began rubbing his chin in thought. Nothing, Deku. We don't cross whatever imaginary line there is. Whatever this is could change once a cure is found. Don't wanna F up our friendship we just fixed. We'll just deal with these fed-up emotions like we do when any type of quirk affects us during a mission, access the quirk, understand its parameters, observe and document, and if possible avoid triggers. Which we've been shitty at doing. 1 You're right, Izuku said thoughtfully. But, for the time being, I will have a hell of a time teasing the 𝗧𝗃 out of you, Katsuki said, grinning mischievously. You'd be a moron, blushing, tripping, and stammering all the DM time. People will think you're brain damaged. Izuku glared at Katsuki. Two can play at that game, kaken. Izuku said as he tore off his shirt, grabbed his water bottle, and poured all of it on top of his head. Izuku flattened and swept his wet hair away from his face. Rivulets of water flowed down his chest, which he then started to wipe all over his abs. Well, kaken. How'd I do? 7 Katsuki said in a breath as he saw how angular Izuku's face looked without the bird's nest of hair in the way. It made Izuku more refined. And his chest. Katsuki may have forgotten to breathe for a few seconds. F me sideways. When did the nerd get this thing hot? Katsuki cleared his throat. Okay, I guess. Not much going on, to be honest. Kaken, you're lying. It smells like caramel and smoke in here. I have a feeling that scent means you're aroused, am I right? Izuku smirked as he wiggled his eyebrows. He smiled. This thing but. Shut up, Deku. We're supposed to avoid triggers, but, Katsuki angrily yelled back. Let's just finish taking your 𝗧𝗃 downstairs. He grabbed his discarded shirt to put back on, then picked a random box and hauled but out of Izuku's room, hoping the nerd didn't see him blushing. Hey, careful with that box. It has all my collectibles, Izuku said as he grabbed 2 boxes and followed Katsuki downstairs. By the time Mitsuki and Masaru arrived and parked near the UA dorms, the boys had all their boxes at the entrance of Heights Alliance. Masaru, Izuku, and Katsuki carried their stuff into a van they rented while Mitsuki waited in the driver's seat. Once everything was loaded, they headed to Izuku's apartment first to drop off his boxes. Inko was at work, so that left Izuku to unlock the door and begin putting all the boxes in his room. While Katsuki's parents headed downstairs to wait for them in the van, Izuku opened the dirty clothes box and tossed the clothes in the hamper. Katsuki entered his room with the last of the boxes and smirked as he saw Izuku hesitantly grab the box containing the boxer-stuffed fleshlight. The fresh scent of pine forest began to diffuse into the air. Gotta stash that fleshlight where no one can find it. If Auntie Inko sees that, she'll probably faint, realizing her little boy is a little pervert. Katsuki grinned evilly. One itch. Kaken. You startled me. God, I'm so embarrassed I did this to your boxes. I still can't believe you're not upset about this. If it was 2 years ago, I'm sure I'd be 6 feet under by now, Izuku said as he turned to Katsuki. Katsuki placed the boxes on the bed and walked towards Izuku. He yanked the box from Izuku's hands and took out the fleshlight, then pulled out the crusty boxes. Izuku was startled at Katsuki's action. Kaken. What are you doing? Why are you touching that? Deku, you said so yourself that my scent makes you feel comfortable. Look, I don't know exactly how the quirk is affecting us, but I figure my scent is a way for you to control your aggression quirk. Katsuki pointed to the fleshlight. It's simple. You need fresh underwear so you can't hurt anyone. Katsuki put the items on the bed, pulled down his zipper, and shook off his breathes. He was down to his black boxes. Katsuki then hooked his thumbs on the waistband and pulled it down. 7 Izuku was freaking out by now. What are you doing? You've seen me naked before, Deku. If you're uncomfortable, just turn around. He was pleased to see that. Izuku did not turn around. In fact, Izuku was hypnotized at Katsuki's PP, mouth salivating. So appealing, so perfect, Izuku said deeply. 3-0, ethically Katsuki suddenly stopped and shivered at the comment. The hell, Deku? He looked at Izuku to see his eyes were blown wide. Izuku slowly began walking towards a naked Katsuki, his eyes never leaving Katsuki's PP. Katsuki felt a bit nervous at the attention he was getting. Izuku's whole demeanor had changed from a nerd to something else. Deku, are you still there? Is it the voice talking? 2 Izuku kneeled down in front of Katsuki's PP. Still me kaken. It's always been me, he said slowly. Izuku gently grabbed Katsuki's waist and shoved his nose into Katsuki's PBIC hairs, sniffing the caramel scent. Smells so good. I want to taste it. Let me taste you kaken. Please. 11F, he looks good on his knees. Wait. No. No. Control your DMN hormones. It's just the quirk making us act like 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗏 idiots. Dumbass Deku would never have put his face in my PP Fing hell, he wants to give me a blowjob. Once we're cured, he'll never forgive me. Deku would quite literally Detroit smash me into the sun, and I'd probably let him. One Katsuki gulped. This was getting dangerous. He didn't want to cross the imaginary line. Katsuki slowly shoved Izuku's shoulders away, not wanting to anger Izuku near his vulnerable area. No, Deku. We both said we wouldn't cross the line, right? You can't let the voice control you. That's why I'm giving you my underwear so you can do whatever the hell you want with it without going too far. No matter how tempting it is for you to taste me. Your mouth all over me. God, this quirk-related. Izuku looked up at Katsuki with those appealing emerald eyes full of lust and sadness. Okay, Kaken. I'll do what you ask. Don't wanna make Kaken sad. He then got back up and stepped away. Katsuki sighed in relief. His heart hammered in his chest as the temptation was beginning to wear down Katsuki's mind. He didn't know how long he would have resisted Izuku's request. Instead, Katsuki shoved the boxes inside the fleshlight as much as he could and handed it off to Izuku, who then grabbed it and began sniffing the contents. Thanks, Kaken, he whispered to Katsuki. Your scent really does calm me down. What are you gonna do with the old boxer? It's filthy. Guess you're back from wherever your mind went. Izuku looked down to the floor, clearly embarrassed. Yeah. Sorry about that. It's like there's something else that takes control when my emotions become unstable. But like, it's simple-minded, so I'm able to wrestle back control easily. He placed the fleshlight back in the empty box and shoved it deep into the closet, then covered the box with other items. Nothing you can't handle. Same with me, I just happen to have better control of my emotions. Wow, always a competition with you, isn't it? Izuku said without malice. Always, Katsuki said. He had the old boxes in his hand. It may have been filthy, but it still had Izuku's pine forest aroma. That something other within him was begging to be closer to the scent of the boxes. Katsuki had an idea to shut up the other entity. He shoved the boxes on and pulled his breathes over it. Whatever was within was positively giddy. Okay, weird and gross, but whatever works, right? The boxes felt a little odd, but it was worth it seeing Izuku's flustered reaction. 14 Kaken. Oh my god. You're gonna just wear it. Yeah, I am, nerd. I'm not going commando, and I'm definitely not going to borrow your All Might undies. One Izuku blushed. He stayed silent since he did have an All Might underwear collection. Ha, Fing fanboy. Let's go. My parents have been waiting long enough, and we need to drop off my 𝗧𝗵𝗲, then head back to the common room before the extras take off to the arcade. 2 Izuku nodded in agreement. They all went to the Bakugou residence to drop off Katsuki's stuff. When they finished, Katsuki told his parents that he and Izuku were going back to UA to meet up with several classmates to hang out with them at the arcade. Ooh. Is that cute pink girl going too? What's her name, Mina? Katsuki, try asking her out. God knows you need a girlfriend to tame that attitude. She looks like she can handle you. Hell no, woman. Leave me the F alone. Katsuki shot back. Kaken isn't gonna need a girlfriend, Izuku said to Mitsuki with a stern face. 9-0. What do you mean by that? Mitsuki said curiously. Izuku stuttered, I meant to say, he's too busy. We're all too busy as UA students to have relationships like that. And since this next year is our last, we'll be too swamped for anything really. Mitsuki narrowed her gaze at Izuku. Izuku began sweating. Katsuki, don't ever lose Izuku as a friend. If someone can stand up to me defending you, that person is worth keeping. She faced Katsuki next. Brat, you're off the hook for the next year about the girlfriend topic. But once you graduate, I expect you to start dating and give me grandbabies as soon as possible. I don't want to be an actual wrinkly old hag and have no energy to care for my future grandbabies. That goes for you too, Izuku. Your mother and I would love to have grandbabies at the same time and raise them together. Mitsuki began cackling. What the hell? I wasn't born just to give you grandbabies. I have my own life. For honey. Dear, let the boys go play with their friends at the arcade. Don't scare them with grandbabies. They have plenty of time for that later. Besides, they're not ready to be parents yet, Masaru said as he was starting to prepare lunch. That's for sure. Bye boys, Mitsuki said as Katsuki and Izuku made a quick exit out the door. Katsuki looked at his phone. It was 11:14 a.m. They had to be at the dorms in 16 minutes. Good, they'll make it on time if they took the bus. He looked at Izuku and smirked. So, you're confident that I don't need a girlfriend? Why's that, Deku? Were you feeling jealous? Izuku quickly looked at Katsuki, then back looking down at the sidewalk. To be honest, yes. I felt a bit jealous, but I think it was the quirk affecting my thoughts again. Katsuki hummed. Well, you're right about being too busy for relationships. Let's stay focused on graduating and being the best heroes we can be. Right. Izuku smiled brightly at Katsuki. Katsuki laughed. Come on, nerd. Let's race. No quirks. He started running away from Izuku. Not again, Kaken. Katsuki won again, of course, as he got on the bus station first, their ride taking them back to UA campus. Kaken is so mean. Always starting an unexpected race. That's why you win. No, Deku. You need to expect the unexpected. I'm just making sure you're always on alert like a hero should be, Katsuki said as they headed towards the group of people. The group from the morning were there, Ochiko, Momo, Tenya, Aizuru, Denki, Mina, Tsuyu, and Hanta. Several others had decided to join, Xiaoto, Mineta, and Kyoka. Tokoyami decided to sit out to finish packing his gothic medieval items away, muttering that going to a karaoke bar was like walking into the heart of darkness. Everyone is here. Let's get to the train station. Hurry, now. It's going to get crowded soon, Momo said, taking charge like a teacher with her students on a field trip. The UA students walked to the train station as a group and were chatting with each other casually. Katsuki was content in staying back of the crowd so no one would bother him. Suddenly, a little boy ran hard into his side. Oi, watch it kid. 𝗵𝗵𝗵. Can I have your autograph, please? You're so awesome. The snot-nosed little boy held up a pen and paper towards Katsuki. Here. Katsuki was dumbfounded. An autograph. Oh my god. Blasty has a fan. How adorable, Mina screeched. She took a picture of the encounter and posted it on Chatter. The other students looked to see the commotion going on behind them. Sure. The name's Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite, though, Katsuki said as he grabbed the paper and signed his hero name. The little boy then turned towards Izuku, who was just as flabbergasted at the whole situation. Can you sign this too, Deku? You were really cool taking down that villain yesterday. By the way, my friends think Deku is a dumb name, but I said it wasn't, said the boy. Katsuki snickered. Izuku glared at Katsuki, then turned back with a wholesome face for the boy. Absolutely, kid. What's your name? Izuku autographed the paper with the boy's name. Now you should head back to your mom and dad over there, okay? The parents were waiting for their child to finish. They apologized for their son's pushy behavior and thanked them for their autograph, then went on their way. Wasn't that awesome, Kaken? I think that was the first time someone has asked me for an autograph. I wonder how much a first autograph would be worth when we're actual pro heroes. Don't care. But mine would be worth more than yours, Katsuki said. He noticed several other extras around them looking and whispering when they recognized Izuku and Katsuki. We need to leave quickly or we'll never make it to the train on time. They all saw the crowd begin to converge on their group, so Tenya and Momo became bodyguards and began ushering everyone quickly towards the station. Thankfully, they were able to find enough seats in one of the passenger cars. Katsuki sat in the back corner with Izuku, Mina, Xiaoto, Ochiko, and Aizuru nearby. Apparently, that Musutafu train attack article was updated with the link to the viral video. Now everybody knows you guys from this year and last year's UA Sports Festival as well as all that stuff that happened during our first year, Mina said as she browsed the internet. It was gonna happen eventually, becoming famous. You guys have been at the forefront of every important event recently, 𝗧𝗪𝗼 said as he grabbed his phone from his bag. I'm going to see what else people have been saying about my best brothers. Don't bother, shitty hair. I don't care what anyone thinks about me. The only thing that matters is when I show the world that I'm the #1 hero, Katsuki said as he laid back, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes for the ride. Izuku looked at Katsuki, then at 𝗧𝗪𝗼. I wanna know. Tell me everything in detail, Kirishima. Izuku was giddy, looking over at 𝗧𝗪𝗼's phone. Teach, nerd. No problem, Midoribro. I got you covered. Mina and I are pretty good at scouring the internet for anything interesting. Oh, yes. I live for people spilling the tea, Mina giggled. Spilling tea? I don't understand. What does spilling your tea have to do with the internet? 𝗬𝗪𝗏 had a confused look as he touched his scar. 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗁𝗏 chimed in as she gently pulled away his hand from his face. It's slang, sweetie, for gossip. I honestly don't know why they use the phrase spill the tea, but it's an old term used for centuries. You're not supposed to take it literally. Sigh, it's because some old hags back in the 18th century gossip about SHT over drinking tea. Later, the word tea and the Latin alphabetic letter T were used interchangeably due to them being homophones. The letter T was shortened from the word for truth from some lame but novel. So to spill the tea meant to tell the truth, or in this case, gossip about SHT, hence spill the tea. Katsuki opened his eyes to see everyone staring back at him in shock. What? My old hag has her fashion designer friends visiting all the time, and she forces me to have dinner with them. It's not my fault I pick up random shitty facts from them. Izuku began giggling while everyone else started laughing. Katsuki's face was red with embarrassment. It's not fing funny, you assholes. Izuku grabbed Katsuki's shirt and arm as he became out of breath, laughing too hard. I'm so sorry for laughing. It's just, this is a new side of you I've any sniff never known about. Every time I think I know everything there is to know about you, you show me a new side of yourself, Izuku said as he gazed at Katsuki with starry eyes. Kaken is so amazing, he whispered. The touch on his arms, the smile on Izuku's face, it made Katsuki's heart race. Normally, he would be embarrassed and cuss out Izuku for being such. Corner, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 popped out from an abandoned room. Katsuki was about to fire when 𝗬𝗏𝗏 raised his hands and said, I'm out. I got shot by 𝗎𝗎. His fast even without his quirk. 𝗬𝗏𝗏's vest was lit up red, meaning he was telling the truth, he was out of the game. I managed to get Yorozu though. He began heading towards the exit muttering that he was hungry already. DMN loser, Katsuki whispered. He continued forward with Team Kill Squad. Only Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗤𝗏𝗏 were left. 𝗤𝗏𝗏 was the last member of Team Fancy Class. Team Hot Nerd still posed a threat. Katsuki had an idea, but it was risky. Izuku's heightened sense of smell meant he could smell Katsuki nearby. It wasn't technically cheating since it was a byproduct of the quirk, and not the quirk itself, and it wasn't even something he knew how to turn it off. Might as well use it to his advantage. There was only one solution for this, Team Kill Squad needed to split. Katsuki could be the bait and lead Team Hot Nerds towards him while Team Kill Squad comes from behind. The only problem was that they may have to get through 𝗤𝗏𝗏. If the strategy failed, Katsuki would be on his own. Okay, new plan team. We split up. I'll bait Team Hot Nerds away from you both so you can take them from the rear. Careful with glasses. If he took out half and half, he's formidable. Understood. How do you know Team Hot Nerds will take the bait? 𝗧𝗪𝗼 said, trying not to giggle at the ridiculous team name. Just be myself, loud as F, Katsuki grinned. Yeah, that would do it. Okay Bakuboss, let's do this. 𝗧𝗪𝗼 and Mina took off in another direction opposite of Katsuki, making sure to cling to the dark shadows to stay hidden as long as possible. Katsuki tried to recall Izuku's pine forest scent, how good it smelled, and how calming it was as it surrounded him. He hoped that if he focused enough, he would be able to pinpoint where Izuku is. Somehow, it worked. He could recognize new smells as he concentrated. Dried paint on the wall, wooden crates, RBB from soles of shoes, plastic, and human sweat seemed to be everywhere. Gross. There. A sliver of the pine forest scent lingered in the air. Next to it was a dull, powdery potpourri scent mixed in. That must be Uraraka's scent. Not as strong, but still there. This is really f***ing weird that I can smell her. Nevertheless, he needed to focus on his mission. His teammates were relying on him. Katsuki was no flake. As carefully as he could, Katsuki rounded each corner, keeping an eye out for 𝗍𝗫𝗄 or 𝗬𝗃𝗄 while following Izuku's scent. He finally came right behind what was left of Team Hot Nerds. They were positioned behind several crates in the corner. Tufts of Izuku's nest hair poked from the top of the crate. He saw Izuku quickly peek over the crate and locked eyes. Izuku ducked down just as fast. "Got you cornered, nerd. Come out and play," Katsuki yelled loudly, peering around the corner. Hopefully his teammates could hear him and get into position. "No, I don't think so, Kaken. No point in stalling. There's only gonna be one winner, and that's gonna be me," 𝗬𝗃𝗄 said behind him with a wide grin and feral-looking eyes. 1DM in it. Just as she was about to shoot, her laser tag vest turned red. Ah! What the heck? Behind her was Mina pretending to blow on the barrel of her gun. "Sorry, babe. Not today." Nice. Now he could focus on Izuku alone. "Why hear that effort? You're all that's left of your loser nerd team. Ha ha ha." 𝗬𝗃𝗄 looked zest off. "Dramatic much?" She stomped away as Mina patted her shoulder in sympathy. He ignored her retort and ran towards boxes of crates nearby for cover. Izuku shot up and fired his laser gun at Katsuki, but he managed to barrel roll into safety behind the crates while firing several shots at Izuku. "Ha! Missed, Deku." Several shots and yells could be heard a few rooms away. "Guess it's just down to the two of us, hey, Kaken?" "Yep. As if it was fate. Give up, loser. This game is mine." "Never!" Izuku yelled as he rushed towards Katsuki's position. It was now or never. "Ha!" shouted Katsuki as he climbed up the crates and jumped at Izuku, firing his laser multiple times at his chest. They both yelled and crashed to the floor. Izuku and Katsuki both were heavily breathing, sweat pouring from their face. Katsuki noticed Izuku's vest was lit up red, then looked at his own, red. SHT. Who got the last hit? Who won? As if on cue, the bright overhead lights turned on, signaling the end of the game. The PE crackled on, announcing the winner. And the winner is Team Fancy Class. Please exit the maze and a helper will assist you with your equipment. Thank you. What? Fing Glasses won. This is bullshit. I want a do-over. I think we underestimated 𝗎𝗎. We'll do better next time. Anyway, we should go. Everybody's waiting for us to go eat lunch. Katsuki was fuming. He was supposed to be the best, but he failed. Katsuki was pretty sure he was giving off a scent. Sure enough, Izuku looked at him worryingly. "Kaken, your scent is beginning to smell like ash and pepper spray." Katsuki glared at Izuku. He inhaled a whiff of pine scent and felt a little calmer. The blonde had an idea. "Deku, is there any way to? I don't know. Let out a bit of your scent. It helps a bit with the anger. In the game, I was able to hone on your scent and find you. Maybe there are abilities we've yet to discover with our scents." Izuku looked at him curiously. "I've never thought about that, releasing my scent at will. I assumed it just happened subconsciously. Okay, I'll try." He walked slowly to the exit door while trying to bring out his scent. Izuku stopped several times to close his eyes, frustrated that he was unsuccessful. "It's not working, I think." How was he able to focus on Izuku's scent? "I was thinking of how Izuku's scent made me feel." "Oh. Of course. Everything leads to our emotional state of mind. Your scent. It smells like a pine forest. The one we used to visit when we went hiking together with my dad a few months back. It was nice. When it was just us three." Izuku turned towards Katsuki. "We camped in a meadow that night." A fanboy, but Katsuki had come to accept the praise. Compliments felt good coming from Izuku. It had to be the aggression quirk that was rewiring his brain. There was no other way to explain what was happening. "Thanks. I guess. He slouched farther down his seat. Bakugou. You took a compliment and didn't blast Midoribro. I'm impressed. Yeah, added Ochiko. Seems like Bakugou has definitely had some character growth after all these years, she said sarcastically. Oi, watch it, woman. I can still blast your round face. Just give me a reason, Katsuki retorted. I guess the character growth was meant only for Izuku, she snapped back. One YUB, hey guys. This is our stop. Let's go dash, Denki loudly stated as he and Mineta exited the passenger train. The UA group were quick to take off, fearing Katsuki's wrath. Round face has some ball on her, for sure. I have a feeling she did not like Deku hanging all over me. Could she be jealous? Whatever. Not my thing problem. One Katsuki decided it was best to ignore it. He followed the other students to the arcade game. They all huddled together to choose their teammates and team names. After some protesting from Katsuki to name themselves Lord Explosion Murder Squad, Katsuki, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and Mina finally agreed on Team Kill Squad. Izuku, Ochiko, and Xiaoto as Team Hot Nerds. Hanta, Denki, and Mineta as Team Lady Killers. Kyoka, Tsuyu, Tenya, and Momo as Team Fancy Class. 2 Team Kill Squad and the other teams equipped themselves and were sent to different starting points. No quirks were allowed in laser tag, which was perfect. Katsuki wanted a challenge. He put on his sensor vest and grabbed his laser gun. Mina finished tying her vest on and looked at their team leader. What's with that scary-looking grin, 𝗵𝗃𝗏? I'm on the hunt for a freckled green rabbit, he said as he got into a ready stance. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Mina took their places behind Katsuki. The bright overhead lights dimmed, covering the entrance of the maze in darkness. Neon-colored lights flickered on, illuminating the pathway. A horn sounded over the loudspeaker telling them to begin. Katsuki was reminded of one of the earliest training sessions from his first year in which he haphazardly went searching for Izuku to eliminate him, only to be put in his place when Izuku blocked his explosion and caused Katsuki to lose. Not this time. He was going to be cautious. Katsuki isn't that conceited brat anymore, and Izuku has grown so much from their first year. The group moved forward and surveyed their surroundings. The environment was like a scene from an apocalyptic movie. Trash was piled high in the rooms and hallways, obscuring their sight. Overturned furniture littering everywhere, casting dark shadows. An ominous song poured from the speakers to give them the feeling of doom. This was going to be fun. His group slowly canvassed each room, checking each shadow, each corner, and each crevasse before moving on to the next room. Katsuki suddenly heard shuffling from the other side of the wall in one of the rooms they occupied. He made a hand gesture to halt his team, then kneeled on the floor. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Mina followed suit. Katsuki took a quick peek over a window opening and spotted Denki and Hanta hovering by the other side of the wall looking around. It was Team Lady Killers, so that meant there was one more person, Minoru Mineta. He couldn't spot that little grapefucker since he was small enough to hide anywhere. Katsuki could get Denki and Hanta, but without knowing where Mineta was, he or one of his teammates could get hit. Katsuki wanted a flawless victory, so charging in was a no-go. He had to think like the nerd. Dumbass Deku would ask his teammates for help. He looked back at 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Mina. How can they help? He needed extra sets of eyes. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was too bulky to be seen, and Mina, Pinky, he whispered. Do you have a mirror? Something reflective. She nodded and grabbed something from her sling purse. It was a compact mirror. Thing perfect. He took the compact mirror and slowly moved it towards the window. Katsuki angled the mirror to look for Mineta. The BSD was behind the overturned table, his great balls poking out of the top of the table. He was retrieving the mirror when he saw in the reflection a flash of movement by the wall Katsuki was using for cover. The little grapefucker was actually under the windowsill. He was baiting them. Mineta may be a short but he was clever. People underestimated him. Katsuki gave Mina the mirror back, then signaled where Hanta, Denki, and Mineta were. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Mina nodded when Katsuki began counting down from 3 with his fingers. On 3, Katsuki shot Hanta, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 hit Denki, and Mina popped her torso through the open window and hit Mineta in the chest. Team Kill Squad Team Lady Killers are CRP. I thought we would have at least survived longer, Denki complained. At least we managed to get Asui and Jiru, Hanta said dejectedly. No. I was hoping to tag Yorozu, Mineta said as he began drooling. Shut it, great fucker. The only thing that's gonna get tagged is your face with my fist. Plus you still lost even though you cheated using your DMN great balls. Scram loser, Katsuki yelled. Eep. Mineta ran away as Denki and Hanta followed, laughing. Eijiro turned towards Katsuki. Okay, now that they are gone, what's the plan, team leader? We continue moving forward. I'll take point and do reconnaissance using Pinky's mirror. Pinky watches my sides, and shitty hair covers our rear. If anybody spots something suspicious, tap the shoulders. We don't want to give away where we are. If someone spots us, yell and take immediate cover. However, if you see an opportunity and know you'll get a hit, take it. Understood. Eijiro and Mina nodded in agreement. They took their assignments seriously or they wouldn't be UA students. Katsuki continued going through twists and turns of the maze, carefully checking his corners, open doors, and windows. Deeper into the maze, they heard several others firing weapons as well as yelling. Team Kill Squad inched ever so slowly towards the sound of battle. As Katsuki began to slowly round the, I saw so many stars in the sky. You named the constellations for me cause I couldn't recall any. Then, you showed me how to make s'mores because I burnt my marshmallow. You said I'd die if I lived in the wild cause I would get lost and eat nothing but charred food. Yeah, I remember Kaken. Izuku smiled, lost in his memories. Katsuki felt a twinge of something in his chest. DMN emotions. The smell of the pine forest began to spread in the room. It's working, nerd. You got your scent everywhere. We should go now. The extras are probably waiting for us. Katsuki walked ahead of Izuku towards the exit so he wouldn't see him blushing. Oh, right. Izuku followed after. It was already lunchtime, and the UA students had settled in 2 large round booths pushed together to accommodate all 13 of them. Izuku and Katsuki coincidentally, as in purposefully without others knowing, sat next to each other. They ordered food from several of the small fast food restaurants that were located inside the arcade room. After they ordered and sat down, everyone began chatting about how they did in the laser tag game and congratulated Tenya's win. Tsuyu curiously asked, how did you manage to win? Ribbit. I was so sure it'd be either Bakugou or Midoriya. Several others had agreed. Tenya was about to speak when Ochako chimed in. I thought Deku would win for sure, too. Bakugou, not really. There was a pause in conversion. 6 Hey, what's your problem, cheeks? You've been badgering me a lot recently, Katsuki said as he jabbed his chopsticks in her direction. Don't tell me you're still upset about that balloon comment a few days ago. Ochako rolled her eyes at Katsuki. Please, Bakugou. If I'd be upset about every little mean comment you've said to me, I'd be mad all the time, just like you. Katsuki's eye twitched. What the hell? I'm not mad all the time. Ochako raised an eyebrow and looked at the others as if saying, see what I mean. Without actually saying anything. The others glanced at each other unsure of what was happening. The audacity of this speech. Before Katsuki could reply, Izuku thankfully interrupted. Guys. Let's not fight. It was a fun game. And it could have been anyone's game. Ida. You were about to mention how you won. Tenya thankfully steered the conversation away from Ochako and Bakugou, but Katsuki was scowling at Ochako. She chose to ignore him, however. Fine. Be that way. He can ignore her too. Izuku slid his hand on top of Katsuki's leg and gently squeezed to reassure him. A bit of his pine scent filtered into the air as well. Katsuki nearly reacted to the touch, but with all these extras around, he tried to maintain a poker face. He glanced at the back of Izuku's head as he was listening to Tenya's story, and then looked back at his lunch and began poking at it with his other hand. He slowly lowered his hand to place it over Izuku's hand. It was rough and calloused but also warm and gentle. I'd never let Deku get away with this pre-quirk infection. It feels nice, though. He glanced back up at Ochako, who was watching him and Izuku. She had a hurt look on her face before she quickly looked away to pay attention to Tenya. Katsuki felt guilty. He hadn't felt like this in a long time, not since his apology to Izuku a year ago. 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵. This SHT is getting complicated. Wish I was never infected with this shitty, emotion-influencing quirk. I shouldn't have to feel like Cheek's out to get me. She's supposed to be the one getting all emotional with Deku. Not me. He slid his hand away from Izuku, causing Izuku to look back at Katsuki with worry. So you basically got lost trying to look for your glasses. You managed to stumble upon Todoroki, Kirishima, and Ashido because you tried to retrace your steps. That's hilarious. 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗧𝗵. I admit, my win was quite unorthodox. The dim lights didn't help with my eyesight, so I merely focused on the green LED lights of the vest. That's pretty much it. Not very interesting, 𝗤𝗫𝗄 said as he grabbed his glasses to clean it with a small cloth. There were probably scratches on it from being dropped. 3 Anyway, now that most of us have finished lunch, let's play some arcade games. Mina's chair screeched loudly as she stood up. I want to try Dance Dance Revolution that's here. Girls. To me. She took off to the game without looking back, trusting the girls would follow. Thankfully, they did, Ochako taking one last glance at Katsuki and Izuku before heading out. Denki, Hanta, and Mineta took off for the bumper cars, while Aizuru, Xiaotou, and 𝗤𝗫𝗄 stayed behind waiting for Izuku and Katsuki. I need to talk with Kaken in private. We'll meet up with you guys in a bit, Izuku said to the boys. You guys okay? Aizuru looked at Katsuki and Izuku with concern. We're good, shitty hair. Just give us a minute, and we can go to that boxing arcade machine you've been wanting to try. We'll be off then, 𝗤𝗫𝗄 said, respecting their request and leaving with Xiaotou following silently. Aizuru nodded and headed towards the arcade games. 3 Once they were out of earshot, Katsuki turned towards Izuku. What the hell did you want to talk about, Deku? What was that between you and 𝗎𝗪𝗏𝗏? Nothing. Nothing. Kaken, that was definitely something. What was it? Why is she mad at you? If I tell him, it will make Cheeks look bad. I may be a PP, but I'm not an but. She's his friend, and I'm not going to throw her under the bus to make me look better. F that, I don't got to tell him SHT. It's between her and me, no one else. There's nothing to say, Deku. Just drop it. Izuku was starting to get frustrated at Katsuki's non-response. Kaken, whatever you both have going on, I need to know. You looked like you were about to tackle my best friend a few minutes ago. Best friend? That stings a bit. Katsuki kept his mouth closed and stared back at Deku in defiance. Kaken, tell me the truth, Deku said in his voice. For Katsuki was prepared to be silent, to not answer out of spite, because he hated when people told him what to do. And 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵, it didn't concern Deku. But Deku's voice emerged and began assaulting Katsuki's free will. It began reverberating within his mind. Tell me the truth, tell me the truth, tell me the truth, over and over and over again, an echo chamber of cacophonous assault tearing down his mental walls. Katsuki tried to ignore the sweat pouring down his forehead, tried ignoring the shaking of his hands, and the biting of his lips. He tried so hard to resist, but the more he resisted, the sicker he felt within, the more terrified the other within was for disobeying. It was the fear he couldn't place. There were no external threats he could see, so the voice must have triggered the entity within him, and he had no way of fighting back against a mental attack. He was helpless. Quirkless. She's jealous of me. She hates me because you want me, not her. Are you happy? Katsuki screamed, then clamped his mouth shut with his hands. Several curious extras nearby turned towards the shouting. Mothafs should mind their own business. Katsuki's eyesight became blurry, but he refused to cry. He was embarrassed at his outburst and furious at Izuku because he wouldn't take no for an answer. Somehow, Izuku used his voice and violated Katsuki's mind. Slowly, he lifted his hands from his mouth and whispered, "What did you do?" Kaken. I don't know what came over me. I don't talk to me. Katsuki regretted asking the moment he did. Whatever that was, he needed to get far away from it. The blonde then violently shoved his chair, toppling over and startling several bystanders in the process. He then stomped away from Izuku. Katsuki could not stand to face the green-haired boy without trying to punch those freckles off his face, and it would take a lot of punches to do that. His heart was pounding loudly, head throbbing, and teeth were grinding. Katsuki began sweating profusely, flexing his hands as if ready to ignite several large explosions even though he wouldn't dare risk his provisional license for that. Katsuki was jittery and that creature within him felt heartbroken. It was a wrongness he hadn't felt in a long time. There were so many questions floating in his mind. What the hell was that? Why did I freak out over the voice's command? Why couldn't he just leave me be? Why did I have to do what he demanded of me? How the F is this fair? Do I have that ability, too? Is he going to do this every time he wants something? How can I ever trust him not to do that again? Katsuki's thoughts were spiraling as he paced back and forth. People began to whisper around him as they noticed his distress. He was pretty sure his scent had an ashy smell by now. God, if only he was able to use his quirk to burn off his anger. Katsuki really needed to blow something up. He stopped in his tracks and looked up, the boxing arcade machine. Katsuki headed to the boxing machine and spotted 𝗧𝗪𝗼 punching the boxing ball. 𝗧𝗪𝗼 was in the middle of swinging when he spotted Katsuki and smiled. His smile faltered as he finally noticed Katsuki's wrath. Baku bro. What? Move over, shitty hair. I need to punch something now, the blonde hothead said as he shoved 𝗧𝗪𝗼 to the side. Katsuki began pummeling the boxing ball until the game was over but continued hitting it as he poured out all his frustrations. 𝗧𝗪𝗼 quickly put a few yen into the machine so Katsuki could continue taking it out on the poor ball. A few concerned citizens glanced their way. We're from UA. We're just very, very competitive, 𝗧𝗪𝗼 reassured bystanders. Luckily, they believed the excuse and left. The redhead knew Katsuki's behavior enough to know that this was real anger, not his typical grumpy attitude. What 𝗧𝗪𝗼 wondered was what made him angry. Or rather, who? No way it could be Midoribro, he thought. Midoriya is the kindest, sweetest person ever. But when it comes to those two, they can bring out the best and the worst out of each other. Hey, Baku bro. Do you want to talk about it? No. It's just, I'm worried. You rarely ever get this mad. And I know the difference between your usual grumpy attitude and this. Whatever is going on right now. Katsuki stopped punching the boxing ball and turned to look at 𝗧𝗪𝗼. I don't want to talk about it. Can you just trust me that I have a damn good reason for not talking? Okay. Well, whenever you're ready, I'll be here to listen, 𝗧𝗪𝗼 said with a sad smile. He knew when not to push. Unlike some freckled but I know. Katsuki took a deep breath. Look, I don't feel up to this get-together anymore. I'm going to head home. Tell the others I got sick or whatever. He turned around and headed towards the exit. Oh. Okay, 𝗧𝗪𝗼 said to no one. He got another yen from his pocket and began another game, using the constant thudding to mask his deep thoughts. Something's up again with those two. I don't get it, though. They've been great this whole second year, getting closer than ever. What could have possibly happened? Kirishima. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. 𝗧𝗪𝗼 saw Izuku run towards him with a worried expression. What's up, Midoribro? Have you seen Kaken? I did something to upset him. I kind of freaked myself out. Then Kaken wasn't there anymore. I wanted to apologize, and I'm looking for him. He was here, I could sense him. Here. Izuku had said his sentence as a question at the end, realizing how ridiculous he sounded. Sense. 𝗧𝗪𝗼 looked at Izuku confused. Oh, sense, as in I figured he would probably go to you first since you're his best friend. 'Cause it made sense. There were times when the redhead could not understand Izuku's thought process, and this was one of those times. Well, he was here. But dude, he was really cessed off. I think you need to give him space, whatever it was that you did to him. Look, I don't want to pry, but he's my friend, and I know that you could kick my butt 6 ways from Sunday, but I'm going to take his side on this, okay? Yeah, I understand. In fact, I'm glad he has someone on his side. I really fed up this time, Kirishima. 𝗧𝗪𝗼 was surprised that Izuku cursed. This fight must have been serious. He's not here. He left to go home. A few minutes ago. Oh. Okay, Izuku said dejectedly. I think it would be a good idea if I leave early too. Don't want to be miserable around my friends. The redhead saw the sadness in Izuku's eyes and felt a little sympathetic. I'll tell everyone you both had some important family stuff suddenly come up so no one gets suspicious. Thanks, Kirishima, Izuku said. He then left the arcade in a daze and began muttering to himself as he walked to the train station. I fed up. I fed up. I fed up so bad. I took away his will. How? I didn't mean to use the voice. It just happened. Stupid Deku. Something like that just doesn't happen. There must have been a precedent. What was it? I was mad. But I get mad all the time. Was it because I was mad at him? It makes sense, though. His scent affects me unlike anyone else. I think his scent triggered something within me to react like that. Oh God, he's going to tell Aizawa about this. I have to tell Aizawa about this. Izuku made sure to check to see if Katsuki wasn't in the passenger train before he sat down. Izuku wanted to give Katsuki his space as well as needing to sort through his own thoughts. After several minutes passed, he couldn't wait anymore. Izuku pulled his cell phone out and texted Katsuki. Deku, I'm so sorry Kaken. I'll tell Aizawa about what happened. Katsuki, who was in another passenger train, felt his phone vibrate in his breathes. Probably the DMN nerd trying to apologize. I should ignore the 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗏. He decided to just look at the message in the notifications. Katsuki saw Aizawa's name and quickly opened the text to read it. Kaken, what the F and a Q, Kaken I have to. I used my voice on you. It's abnormal behavior. I hurt you Kaken, you idiot if you tell Aizawa about this hell pull our provisional licenses. Don't you do that to me you F-er. Izuku looked at Katsuki's texting. All caps meant he was mad as hell. He wasn't very wordy with his texting, usually quick and to the point with very little typos. However, his next text begged to differ. Kaken, what Wyo did to me was fucking shitty, but if you get my license revoked I'll never forgive you. You'll be dead to me asshole. Fucking fucker. Go die in a sht stain toilet you stupid dumbass acne scarred looking troll. 7 Wow, that's graphic. He absent-mindedly touched his face and closed his eyes. Izuku breathed slowly in, then out as he calmed his nerves. Kaken is mad. He lashes out when he's like this. I can't let his hurtful words get to me. I definitely shouldn't respond negatively to his mean text. This is all my fault. I deserve whatever he throws at me. He opened his eyes and began typing. Deku, okay I won't say anything to Aizawa. But let's talk about this please Kaken, F off TWWLF. Izuku figured it was a lost cause with Katsuki for now. He needed time, like Aizuru said, so he decided to leave the text thread. Maybe, just maybe, a day away from the hothead should cool off moods. Tomorrow would be Sunday, and Izuku had nothing planned. But coming Monday, it was going to be an issue. They would have weightlifting in the morning, so that meant the boys would be near each other. Izuku hoped for the best. He sent several texts to the Deku squad, saying he and Katsuki had to leave early for a family emergency and will text them later. After that, Izuku slouched in his seat and looked out the window. Several passenger train cars ahead of him, Katsuki looked at his phone waiting for Izuku's response. The 3-dot signaling an incoming message hovered briefly before disappearing. The green but gave up on him. But, he said to no one. He pocketed his phone and leaned against the window and watched the city pass him by. Sunday, March 30th. The dream began where Katsuki left off the last time. He looked up at the hulking figure that stood over him. Slowly, the huge man brought up his large hands towards Katsuki's face. The mysterious man then gently caressed his cheek with a single finger. His hands were big enough to cover Katsuki's face, and yet his touch was soothing. Suddenly, the man grabbed Katsuki by his neck and growled deeply. Katsuki was frightened. This man could snap his neck with no effort. Something was wrong. He began tearing up. Katsuki woke up with a start. A single tear fell from his face. He wiped the tear off with his hands and looked at it in disbelief. What the absolute F? He wasn't one to cry over a nightmare. No. He'd lived actual nightmares before. This was something else. Is the quirk affecting me in my sleep now? SHT. His mornings were going to SCK if he kept having weird but dreams every morning. Katsuki cracked his neck and stretched, then got out of bed to wash his face. He headed downstairs and smelled his mother's cooking. Sniff, sniff. The milk was spoiled. "Oi, old hag, the milk's gone bad," he said as he sat at the breakfast table. Mitsuki looked at him curiously, then sniffed the milk carton. "Ick. You're right, Katsuki. You've got a good nose." She proceeded to dump the milk down the sink, then turned on the faucet to drain the liquid. Him. "I agree," Masaru said as he drank his coffee. If Katsuki didn't choose the hero career path, he would have made an excellent Michelin star chief. "Oh. Like that British chief. What's his name?" "Gordon Ramsay. He reminds me of you, brat," joked his mother as she grabbed eggs from the carton. What the hell? We're nothing alike. His and but. Loud, brash, cusses. Okay, I see your point, woman. Thing. Stop giggling. Fine, I'm a little bit like Ramsay. Everybody's an idiot sandwich. Ain't that got the family laughing? Katsuki wouldn't admit it, but he missed eating breakfast with his parents, and it wasn't as chaotic as living in the dorms with hormonal teenagers. He really needed some downtime from yesterday's disaster. Not going to think about it. Nope. Well, whatever career path you take, your father and I will always be proud of you, Mitsuki said as she ruffled his hair. He growled at her, but she easily ignored him. Mitsuki served breakfast, then sat down to eat her meal. Pouring another cup of coffee, Masaru asked Katsuki several questions. "So, what are you going to do today? Are you going to meet up with any of your friends today?" "Not today. I was actually going to look up UA's third-year curriculum, see what I need to work on," Katsuki said since he wanted to be prepared for anything UA would throw at him. "Monday is when I'll start training. With Deku. For 2 weeks. SHT. I really don't want to face him tomorrow. Then school starts the following week. So really, today is my only break. From here on out, it's going to be extremely busy all the way till graduation." "That's going to be tough, Katsuki. Just try to take a break once in a while so you don't burn out," his father said. "Honey, sweetie, dear. We Bakugous don't take breaks if we want to be the best. Without that drive, we wouldn't be living as comfortably as we do now," his mother said as she held Masaru's hand. My dear Mitsuki. As always, you are right. Nothing is sexier than a woman who barks orders at interns and puts them in their place," Masaru purred at Mitsuki as he went in for a kiss. "A2a. What the F? In front of my breakfast. Thing gross." Katsuki put his plate in the sink and ran upstairs as humanly possible, his parents laughing at his reaction. The blonde needed to get away from his parents before they tried to make a baby right before his eyes. 9. He stomped to his room with boxes still unpacked from yesterday. Might as well work on these first. Katsuki grabbed a box of clothes, threw them into a laundry hamper to wash later, grabbed his books and shelved them, shoved his bag under his desk, and placed whatever miscellaneous items in his drawers. Once Katsuki was done, he decided to boot up his laptop and search up UA's website. He logged in with his student ID and checked the third-year curriculum. There are the basic requirements of Japanese literature, math, science, English, art, and history. But then there are advanced courses you wouldn't find in a regular high school. He scrolled down to the second block of courses listed. Aizawa said there was an investigation course. There it is. Investigation Course 3A&B focuses on different types of cases, using investigative methods as used by the National Police Agency NPA under the National Public Safety Commission NPSC and Hero Public Safety Commission HPSC. Senior students will be given solved cases to study methods used. They will also be given unsolved cases and work with authorities in order to use methods for practical use. Interesting. So that aggressive quirk case would have been a part of the investigation course. Until Deku and I solved it. Katsuki sighed. He didn't want to think of Izuku, but that dumbass always found a way to wiggle into Katsuki's brain, like a parasite. Whatever. Can't do anything about that for now. He continued reading. Morals and Ethics of Quirk Usage 3, AE. This course deals with ethical dilemmas and morals of using quirks one might face during peacetime and or during battle in society. Katsuki gritted his teeth. Yeah, like using your DMN quirk voice to force me to talk. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏. Next one is quirk singularity theory and future implications on society 3, like when Shigaraki sprouted all those gross as F fingers from his hand. Katsuki was glad Shigaraki was in the deepest level of Tartarus in an induced coma, but even then he feared that wasn't going to be enough to keep the monster contained. 2. Katsuki cracked his knuckles and clicked on another course. Quirkist beliefs and its danger to society 3, AK. Well, F me sideways. UA is offering a new course for all classes. Probably a response due to the emergence of the Meta Liberation Army and 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧. These mothafs just want to push their beliefs onto society. Okay, here's the last one, Hero Course Level 3-3. Students will learn everything there is about being a hero in a practical setting. Laws, rescue and recovery strategies, defense and offense strategies, and professional hero decorum. 240 hours of work study with a pro-hero agency is required beginning in second term. Pretty much the same, except work study is going to be hella long. Nice. Looking at the third-year courses had Katsuki a little worried, though. He may actually struggle a bit this upcoming year, but what he was really worried about was his dumbass friends. They were already struggling in their second year even when Katsuki was tutoring them. Will I even have enough time to tutor these clowns? Work study takes up a lot of our free time. Katsuki closed his laptop and reached for his phone. Idiot Squad plus 5 members. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. Hey Pinky, face with open mouth blasty. Dunce face, is the great explosion murder god texting us? 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. Yes tape guy, guys. It's happening. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. Wait, what's happening? Shitty hair, Bakugou bro. Morning, how you doing? 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. I'm fine. You didn't answer my question Pinky, you coming out of the closet yet sweetie? Winking face, shitty hair, Mina. Not cool. Dunce face, wow subtle take guy, party popper 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. What the F Pinky? You wanna die? Cause I'm ready to choke a beach. Pinky, guess not today. Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. Loudly crying face. Put streamers away for another day. Shitty hair. Mina plus be serious Pinky. Always babe smirking face take guy. Another day Mina I can't face with tears of joy. Dunce face. So why have you graced us with your presence this lovely morning blasty? 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. UFers. What does it say about this group if Pikachu is the least annoying right now? Dunce face. I know that was a slight dig at me but I'll accept it. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. Never mind, I take it back. Dunce face. No. Give it back. Weary face shitty hair. Did you need something Bakugou bro? 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. I was going to ask if you all have seen the courses for next term. Shitty hair. Oh no. I don't think that far ahead. My mind is on vacation mode right now tape guy. When have we ever, besides Bakugou, think far ahead? Dunce face. Or even think at all Pinky. I'll never. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. You all are dumbass. Pinky, we love you too blasty red heart #𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. You idiots can't be slacking off anymore. I read the upcoming courses and it's gonna be a tough since I might not have time to tutor you all tape guy. Oh dimmin okay. Dunce face, that's too bad. I enjoy it when you tutor us, especially when you hit Kiri over the head when he gets answers wrong. Shitty hair. Wow thanks Denki. Don't worry Bakugou bro, will step up Pinky, we won't let you down blasty. Winking face 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. Good. That's all I needed to say. By 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧. As he was about to put down his phone, he heard a chime. It was a private message from 𝗬𝗎𝗓. Katsuki opened it up, figuring 𝗬𝗎𝗓 wanted to ask about yesterday. Sure enough, he did. Shitty hair, so are you still mad about Midori bro? 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. Yes shitty hair, do you want to talk about it? 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. F no shitty hair, okay. It's just you booked training with him for 2 weeks and have to see him tomorrow. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. Yeah I know. It's just weightlifting tomorrow so I don't have to be near him. Shitty hair. Bakugou, you have to talk to him eventually. Don't let it get as bad as first year. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. Don't tell me what to do. Shitty hair. Yeah I know. Just think about it okay. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. Whatever. Fine. No promises though, shitty hair, thanks Bakugou bro. By then Katsuki clicked off his phone and tossed it on the bed. He rubbed his eyes in frustration. Too early to deal with this 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧 side and decided to use this time to do a workout. He clicked a playlist Kyoka made for him on his laptop and grabbed a dumbbell. About an hour later, his phone started ringing. It better not be one of those idiots calling or Deku. He paused the playlist, then checked the caller ID, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧. He quickly answered his phone. Sensei. Bakugou, I'm calling to inform you that yours and Izuku's theory was correct. I just wrapped up the investigation a while ago. It's just as Midoriya predicted. The pharmaceutical 𝗬𝗪𝗧 was the source of the aggression quirk. I can't tell you all of the details yet since there's a lot of information to sort through. What dash? So it's over. Do they have a cure for the quirk? It's too early to say, Bakugou. A cure for the quirk may take a long time to develop. We might be dealing with this aggression quirk for months or years to come. For now, I still want you and Midoriya to meet Recovery Girl Monday for a thorough checkup. I'll also be there to fill you both in on the details from the investigation. Yeah, of course, Katsuki responded. He was disappointed that there wasn't a cure available, but at least he was getting answers to this shitty quirk. Another reason I called was to check up on you. I know it hasn't been easy with how it's affecting you. Have there been any side effects? Anything I need to be concerned about? Oh, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧. He did not want to lie, but he did not want his provisional license revoked even more. Other than being able to smell spoiled milk from another room and Deku's 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 quality 3-in-1 shampoo, not much. I haven't heard much of the voice since the train incident. Please believe the lie. Please. Aizawa was silent for a few seconds, which felt like an eternity. Okay. Midoriya said just as much. Well, if anything changes, let me know. See you Monday at Recovery Girl's office for a checkup. 8 o'clock sharp. Click. Katsuki was wide-eyed as he looked at the call-end screen. Holy 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧. He was comparing our responses to see if we were lying. The blonde then went into his contacts and searched for Izuku's number. Just as he was about to press the phone icon to call, he hesitated. Katsuki did not want to talk to Izuku. More specifically, he did not want to hear his voice and be reminded how terrified he was of Izuku's voice. Text messaging it is then. Katsuki clicked the message icon and began furiously texting. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧, what the F, you didn't warn me Aizawa called you dipshit. Deku, I barely got the call like 3 minutes ago. Deku, and I didn't think you wanted to talk to me. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧, if I told the truth our provisional license would have been revoked. Deku, yeah, you're welcome. I kept my word. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧, fu Deku, this isn't fair. You can't just shut me out then expect me to respond when it suits you. This is why we need to communicate so something like this doesn't happen. Deku, we need to be on the same page by Monday or Aizawa will know something is up. Once he and Recovery Girl are gone and it's just us, then you can ignore me like you always do. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧, don't tell me what to do. Deku, please. What I did to you was unforgivable, and if you never want to talk to me ever again, that would 𝗧𝗃𝗁𝗧, but I'll understand. However, if we are going to continue lying to a pro hero for who knows how long, we need to at least pretend that we aren't on bad terms. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧, 2 pro heroes. Don't forget Recovery Girl. For a decrepit old hag, she's observant. 2 Deku, right Deku, she's not decrepit Deku. Or a hag 1 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧. Fine, let's keep up this farce if it means we keep our provisional license. But once Sleepyhead and old Smoocher are gone, don't talk to me Deku. What about our classmates? A few are going to be there for training. They'll know something's up. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧, none of their business Deku, that's not really helpful. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧, tell them or not, I don't care. Shitty hair knows we fought. Deku, Kirishima knows. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧, he doesn't know any details. None of them have to know anything. Deku, what if they go tell Aizawa? 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧, they won't. And if they do, they'll think it's our typical fights. Aggressive quirk fights are much more violent. We didn't tear each other apart at the arcade, even though I did want to punch the freckles off of you Deku, that makes sense. Deku, you wanted to punch my freckles. Katsuki chose to not respond to Izuku's last text and put it on mute. He hit play for music and continued his workout. Today is a Deku-free day. Let's not waste it. Izuku waited for a response from Katsuki for several minutes, then realized he wasn't going to respond back. Well, at least we were able to have a conversation, even though it was only to agree to continue to play nice in front of the teachers for who knows how long. The green-haired boy thought about the call between Izuku and Katsuki and imagined how different scenarios would play out if he or Katsuki told the truth. Both versions had the boys losing their license and Katsuki despising Izuku, ruining their friendship in the process. Izuku sighed. Is our friendship already ruined? Even though I lied to Izuku, maybe it was for the best. I just hope he doesn't find out that we lied. Izuku had the whole day to himself. His mother had left earlier to work as a nurse. He left his room and headed to the kitchen to make himself breakfast. Izuku turned on the television and flipped different channels to see if there was anything about the case. Izuku said it was still too early to release an official statement to the media. Izuku muttered to himself. There's a lot of data the heroes and investigators have to sort through first. Wish they would let me take a look at it to see if any of the perpetrators were able to command using the voice. I wish I could just ask Izuku tomorrow, but that would make him suspicious. And there's not any information about it online. None of the articles about the aggression quirk mention being able to command someone. He took a breath and continued, I was able to command Kaken, but how? It's similar to Shinso's quirk, but I didn't need a verbal response. So what's the trigger? Strong emotions again. It makes sense. I was getting angry at Kaken for refusing to answer me. I guess. I really hate it when he shuts down. It reminded me of when we were in middle school. I hated it when he ignored me back then. Must have reminded me of that time, and my emotions triggered the voice. Izuku sighed again. This quirk's trigger is based on emotions. And it happens to affect the two most emotional people of UA. Just great. One thinking about the quirk was starting to become overwhelming. Izuku needed a break and decided he should get out of the house for a bit, maybe even go buy some All Might merchandise to relax. The nerdy boy finished his breakfast and headed to the bathroom to shower. He turned on the shower and threw his clothes in the hamper. I guess I should use a separate shampoo and conditioner like Kaken said. He got his body wash and began scrubbing using a rough loofah. Maybe my hair wouldn't get so tangled, eh? What the hell? Izuku was scrubbing his neck and felt his skin burning at the touch of the loofah. It was as if he dragged sandpaper across his throat. He checked the loofah, but nothing was wrong with it. Izuku put down the loofah and touched his neck to see where the pain originated from. Slowly, he maneuvered his fingers, touching his skin gently. There. It was a small patch of sensitive skin, slightly raised, yet smooth to the touch located between the shoulder and neck, one on each side. What the hell is this? Is this because of the quirk? Izuku continued feeling around for any abnormalities. He continued touching himself everywhere and found another set of sensitive areas on his inner wrist, and another located right below the crease of his inner thighs behind his genitals. Hey! Why there? Izuku was freaking out. Okay, just breathe. I'm not in pain right now. I need to keep it cool. Panicking is not going to help me out. Gotta use my training when dealing with unexpected quirk aftermath. Also, there's one more place I haven't checked. I hope I'm wrong, Izuku murmured. Sure enough, he was wrong. Oh. My. God. What's wrong with my PPP? 3 thick, raised ridges below his head wrapped their way around underneath the member on either side of his length, which were then connected to the central corpus spongiosum. Running down the center of the underside of his PP, he could feel several large bumps. Izuku quickly got out of the shower, foregoing drying off. He grabbed his phone and turned on the selfie mode camera. Okay, I just need to see what's going on under there. Don't freak out, don't freak out. He saw the changes of his length through the phone. Oh. Man. This is so strange. It looks like a DLD with all those ridges. What's going on? Izuku continued to touch the protrusions along his member and realized how sensitive they were. In fact, it feels really good, as sensitive as my head. The quirk must have heightened my sense of touch along with the sense of smell. Are all 5 senses heightened then? I need to experiment. 6. Izuku looked towards his closet. He rushed over and threw items around until he found his dirty clothes box and ripped it open. Izuku grabbed the fleshlight that still had Katsuki's boxes. I know you're still mad at me, Kaken, but you gave me permission to use it. And this is also for a good cause. He then poured lube on his PP and gripped the fleshlight firm. Izuku breathed in Katsuki's sweet caramel aroma that still lingered and focused on it. Kaken. I miss sparring with you. I miss it when we fight, giving everything we got, both of us pushing each other's limits. Then you would pin me down with that satisfied, crazed look after a win. But I never told you how much I wanted to pin you down, shove your face in the dirt, and wipe off that stupid smirk of yours. Knock you off your DMN pedestal. I always held back those dark feelings, only showing you the sweet, kind Deku. And I thought it was hate at first. But I realized later that it wasn't that. I never did hate you. No, it was something else. Lust. I never wanted you to know how cruel I could be for fear you'd hate me and leave me. You're the only one that makes me feel this way, the only one who brings out the darkness within me. And it scares me. 1. Izuku began slowly feeing into his fleshlight, his head began dripping with precum. Kaken, I miss you, your strength, your confidence, your pride. I want to get closer to you, but it's like living with the sun. If I stare too long, I'll go blind. If I get too close, I'll burn up. Without you, my world would be darker, colder. I should feel privileged living within your orbit. But I get so angry that even now, after all we went through together, you still manage to push me away. I hate this. I hate this feeling like I can't live with you and can't live without you. No one can. Compare. I want all of you or nothing at all. 4. Izuku clenched into the fleshlight, ropes of SMN shooting into it. It kept going and going, more than he ever came before. What the? A large bulbous growth was at the base of his PP. It was expanding rapidly and about to get caught in the rim of the fleshlight. Izuku panicked and quickly threw the fleshlight away as the growth continued to expand. After a full minute, the bulbous flesh stopped expanding. The freckled boy was too stunned with emotions to move, so he did the next best thing, observe and document. Izuku curiously began examining it, poking it, prodding it. It doesn't look like it's going to pop. Oh God, I hope not. This would be the worst, most embarrassing death ever. It doesn't really hurt. It's just really heavy and uncomfortable. And extremely hot. I still have a lot of adrenaline, my heart's racing, and there's a lot of BLD being pumped into my PP. 10. Izuku was red in the face and ashamed of his predicament. Just my luck that I managed to get into the most embarrassing situations because of the aggression quirk. There is absolutely no way I can tell this to anyone. First, I get strange areas of sensitive skin. Second, my PP looks like a cheap DLD. Third, this knot at the base of my PP isn't going away. And finally, I came everywhere. He looked at the cum splattered everywhere on the floor and in the fleshlight. What a mess. How the hell do I get rid of this knot? Izuku grabbed his knot and slowly massaged the base. His flesh was tight, and it felt good rubbing the knot. Maybe if I squeeze. Would that hurt or help? Izuku used both hands and slowly put pressure on the bulbous flesh. Little by little, the knot began to deflate as a bit of cum began squirting out. He then tried squeezing quickly and firmly to hurry the process. Ribbons of cum shot out several meters in the air, landing on his surprised face. Okay, that's gross. Finally, Izuku's PP was back to normal size. His heartbeat slowed down and sweat was dripping all over his body. That was different, he said as he shivered. A roller coaster of emotions flooded his mind. I guess I can't deny it anymore. This quirk didn't force me to suddenly like Kaken, it only forced me to confront my feelings that were already there. I'm in love with Kaken. I've been in love with him for a long, long time. But he hates me now. What the hell do I do now? He sniffed as he was on the verge of crying, globs of cum dripping from his chin. There wasn't anything he could do with the revelation at the moment but clean up. Izuku sighed as he grabbed a towel and began cleaning the floor. He was so glad his mother was at work. Monday, March 31st 3, Katsuki was in the same strange dream again. The mysterious man held his neck tightly as Katsuki struggled to escape. Can't breathe. Can't breathe. He tried using his quirk on the man's arms, but nothing came out. Katsuki began scratching his arms, then tried to claw the man's eyes out. He even tried kicking, but the man laughed darkly. Nothing was working. The man was like a phantom. No physical attacks could touch him. He merely smiled. A sliver of sharp canines were poking out of his mouth. Give up. You belong to me. Only me. F you. He struggled, saying. It was getting hard to focus. So hard to breathe. Just needed to catch his breath, if only for a moment. Crash. Katsuki. What the hell are you doing up there? It's too early in the morning to be making DMN noises. His mother screeched from downstairs. Katsuki had fallen off the bed dazed. It felt like he really couldn't breathe in his sleep, the jolt finally waking him up from his nightmare. I'm fine. Just tripped. He yelled back. These nightmares are getting worse. He got up from the floor and began fixing his bed sheets. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, since when did these sheets feel so cheap? My skin itches. What's the thread count on this? 150. Best jeanist would be disgusted. I should go to town and buy a better set. I'll go after training today. Maybe even invite the idiot squad. Pinky's aesthetic may be tacky, but she'll know where to find the good quality 𝗧𝗵𝗃. After his bed was made, Katsuki put his gym clothes and water bottle in a bag and went downstairs to get a quick breakfast before heading to the UA campus at 8 a.m. 6. Morning brat, did you have a bad start this morning? Mitsuki said as she was drinking her coffee. Something like that. I got tangled in my bedsheets. Think I need to get better ones later today. Probably going to invite my friends to the mall to shop. Sounds good, kid. Here, let me give you my card, she replied as she grabbed her purse and handed him a black credit card. Oh, you really are spoiling him, my love. Masaru smiled as he was getting ready for work. He deserves a restful sleep for the upcoming year. Plus, this is really the last time I get to spoil my baby. Before you know it, he'll be on his own being a hero, spending his own money on us, Mitsuki said. She gave him a pinch on the cheeks. 3 Oi. Stop that. I'm not a baby. I'm a grown-but man. He said as he swatted her hand. A grown-but man pays his bills, brat. Whatever, Katsuki retorted as he snatched the black credit card from his mother and slid it into his wallet. But my love, does this mean I'm not a grown-but man? I don't pay the bills around here, Masaru pouted. Don't worry honey, you're my 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗏. You get a pass, she said as she kissed him in the mouth. Gah! Again. Why do you always do this? Katsuki yelled, bolting out of his house as fast as he could, his parents laughing in the background. He started walking to the nearest bus stop. 5 DMN parents act more like corny teenagers. Don't think about them like that. Nope, nope, nope. Kaken. Katsuki's mood soured. His day had started like CRP and now was shot to hell. The blonde briefly glanced back at Izuku but didn't answer him. He just continued to walk to the bus stop without stopping. I know you don't want to talk to me. And I know you don't want to hear my voice. He sighed, I guess I'm apologizing about what happened at the arcade. I know I texted an apology, but I think it's best to say it in person. And I'll never do that again. Oh, and yesterday, Katsuki turned around suddenly and marched up to Izuku. Can you stop? Like, seriously? Are you stupid in the head or something? Can't you tell I don't want to listen to you? Do you not have a mute button? Stop talking to me. But, Kaken, I said shut the FUP. I don't want to hear it, okay? I don't want to hear your voice. Just shut the FUP for once in your goddamn life. Izuku quickly shut his mouth. He could smell the scent of ash and pepper spray in the air emanating from Katsuki. The freckled boy looked at Katsuki's furious face, then looked away hurt, his emerald eyes becoming glassy. 6 Katsuki gritted his teeth. He hated this. Hated how harshly he yelled at Izuku. But he couldn't get over the fear of Izuku's voice, how terrified it made him feel. Katsuki didn't know if he could look into Izuku's eyes without seeing something dark looking back. He breathed in deeply and smelled rotted wood, acid air, and stagnant water. It was awful. That scent is familiar. I guess that's his scent when he's hurt or scared. Just don't talk to me when we're alone. I can't go through that again, the blonde said quietly. Izuku nodded, still looking anywhere else but Katsuki. Katsuki started to walk again towards the bus stop with Izuku following much farther behind. DMN. This feels like we're right back in middle school. He found an available seat and placed his bag on his lap. Izuku didn't sit next to Katsuki, instead, he sat as far as possible from the blonde. I hurt him badly. SHT, SHT, SHT. How the hell are we able to deceive Aizawa and Recovery Girl if we can't even be in the same room together? Katsuki kept thinking negative thoughts. He was pretty sure his scent was filling up the bus with the people fidgeting in their seats uncomfortably. The hothead decided to distract himself and pulled out his phone. Idiot Squad plus 5 members. 𝗵𝗃 Pinky, I need a favor. You busy today? Pinky, Blasty. What you need? An alibi. That's gonna cost you. Smiling face with open mouth and tightly closed eyes. 𝗵𝗃. No, I need to buy new stuff for my bedroom. I want to get new bed sheets, pillowcases, and comforter. Know where to get good quality ones. Pinky, 𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. I know several stores. There's one that Best Jeanist co-owns too called Best Bath and Bedroom. I'm not joking. But it costs a bit more than other stores. 𝗵𝗃. Don't worry. I got my old hag's black credit card. Pinky, Bakugou, we're going shopping. To Dunce face, did someone say black credit card? Tape guy, I believe he did. We're going to Bakugou guys. He only invited Mina. You can't just invite yourself, that's so unmanly. 𝗵𝗃. You're invited to 𝗧𝗵𝗃, hells yeah. Pinky, Dunce face, tape guy, 𝗵𝗃. We'll text you when I'm done with training. Katsuki put his phone away as the bus came to a stop. He exited and began walking the pathway to UA campus. Since it was a school break, there weren't a lot of students around. However, many did go to UA during breaks to either work on projects, participate in work study, or use facilities like Katsuki. They weren't required to wear their uniforms during this time, but still had to bring a student ID. The blonde swiped his card at the gate, then looked behind him. Far in the distance, he spotted green hair. Katsuki decided to wait by the entrance. The freckled boy was surprised when he noticed Katsuki was waiting for him. He explained his reasoning, it will look suspicious if we came separately. Don't walk behind me. Katsuki proceeded to walk towards the medical wing of the campus where Recovery Girl's office was located. Izuku followed silently while walking next to Katsuki. This is so strange. I'm so used to him talking and muttering. The silence is so much worse. They finally arrived at Recovery Girl's office. Katsuki knocked on her door. Come in, boys, said a female voice. Katsuki and Izuku entered the room. Recovery Girl looked dwarfed as she sat at her ridiculously large desk. Aizawa was sitting on one of the seats in front of the desk, reading several documents. Surprisingly, Principal Nezu sat on top of the desk next to Aizawa as he drank from a teacup. Good morning, gentlemen. Such a lovely day, isn't it? He laughed, then downed the cup. Him. Delicious. Have a seat. Bakugou, Midoriya, a tired-looking Aizawa said. Katsuki sat in the middle chair while Izuku sat at the edge as far away as possible from him. Are you going to tell us what's going on with the quirk now, sensei? Straight to the point, I see. Right, Bakugou. Recovery Girl smiled. TCH. What's the point in wasting time? What's going on? All right, Aizawa said as he began to straighten out the paperwork. As you both already know, the pharmaceutical company Shuseiryoku was, in fact, the culprit of the abnormally aggressive behavior that has been happening nearly all over Shizuoka Prefecture. The police managed to locate exactly how, when, and where the contamination occurred. Good. So they arrested someone. Not exactly, Aizawa sighed. Why not? You see, Bakugou, someone had already reported the incident earlier this month and, wait. 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗧 said that he heard something about the quirk being mentioned on the news earlier, interrupted Katsuki. Boy, don't interrupt your sensei, recovery girl snapped. 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗧, he huffed as he rolled his eyes. Anyway, the incident was earlier reported to authorities by a whistleblower, as mentioned by Midoriya. However, all those who were responsible for the contamination were already fired and new employees were brought in. Basically, there was an internal investigation and new policies implemented before the National Public Safety Commission was even notified. The only thing the company is accused of is not being transparent to NPSC and the public about what happened. Hence, the million-yen financial penalty. Seems like they got away with SHT, Katsuki muttered. Yes. They did, Aizawa replied. Truly an injustice, Principal Nezu said. Darkly. He held a personal grudge against pharmaceutical companies due to his past. 1 million yen is a mere drop in the bucket for them. But there's more to the case than what we originally thought, Recovery Girl added. The blonde looked at Recovery Girl. The effects of the quirk. They didn't expect people to behave aggressively. That wasn't its original purpose from the start, right? It was only supposed to be a FRTLTY quirk treatment. Recovery Girl hummed, quite observant, Bakugou. However, we led ourselves to believe this was the case of one quirk gone awry when, in fact, this is a hybrid quirk. What? The blonde was stunned. A hybrid quirk? What is that even possible? Well, it's not entirely impossible a quirk can combine. Take Midoriya's One for All for example. The original stockpile quirk merged with the ability to pass on to another user. And children can have similar characteristics of their parentage quirks, yet still be unique. There is also the case of 𝗵𝗏𝗄𝗧. Usually combinations occur naturally, but the pharmaceutical company used different quirks for specific characteristics in order to successfully create a FRTLTY treatment. 𝗵𝗏𝗄𝗃 is a man-made amalgamated quirk, said Recovery Girl. This is where things start to get complicated, Aizawa chimed in. He pulled out a document from the pile on the desk. According to the paperwork that was confiscated during the investigation, the 𝗵𝗏𝗄𝗃 drag is the result of a mixture of several animal DNA, lupine, leonine, feline, leporine, and serpentine. Uttered Katsuki. Wolf, lion, cat, rabbit, and snake, whispered Izuku. Aizawa glanced at Izuku, then continued, along with animal DNA, there were several human DNA present. One was from a subject who had a hyper-FRTLTY quirk. The person was able to increase the probability of 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍𝗍 by 97%. Another subject had a splice quirk that was able to arrange viable DNA. The rest were undisclosed due to privacy concerns. Recovery Girl spoke again. This DNA quirk cocktail would then be introduced into the bloodstream and rewrite small portions of a person's DNA over a PRD of time. Many people have shown noticeable differences in their behavior due to the contaminant, as you both are well aware. In fact, you must have noticed your senses heightened, am I correct? Yes, said both boys. I wouldn't be surprised. There have been documented cases of people having 5 times the amount of olfactory receptors in their nasal cavity. They even have eyesight similar to wolves with vertical pupils of cats when they become focused on something. We're slowly discovering these traits over time, the doctor explained. Wonderful. Now, here comes the fun part. Principal Nezu cackled, then sipped his tea. Aizawa and Recovery Girl shot the principal a look. The fun part. Katsuki glanced at the adults worryingly. Recovery Girl, the floor is yours, Aizawa said, hiding his face in his capture weapon. That's unsettling. She took a deep breath and spoke. 𝗵𝗏𝗄𝗃's original design was specifically to help women with a heteromorphic quirk become sexually compatible with their partner. Nearly every woman who took 𝗵𝗏𝗄𝗃 was able to become 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁𝗁 on the first try. The problem is that not much is known about the origin of quirks, only that they are highly unstable and have been known to spontaneously evolve. A man-made quirk is no exception. Spit it out. What changed? Katsuki said uneasily. Izuku fidgeted next to him. Recovery Girl paused and looked at each of the boys before their world turned upside down. It evolved to create second genders to compensate for the male's lack of a WMB and a woman's lack of a PP. These two subgenders, no matter their primary gender, can essentially create life. Subgenders. Izuku quietly muttered to himself, lost in his thoughts. What the F? What do you mean subgenders? I don't understand. What does this mean for us who were affected? Katsuki asked as his mind was reeling from the news. According to the scientists who developed 𝗵𝗃, there seems to be two subgenders that developed within those who were affected by the contamination, the alpha and the omega genders. The alpha, man or woman, can impregnate an omega, who can be either a man or woman, and have the alpha's child, or pup, since we're dealing with animal DNA. So let me get this straight, the blonde said as he was trying to collect his thoughts. You're saying a male can get 𝗵𝗃 by a woman. Or a woman can get another woman 𝗵𝗃. Even a male can get another male 𝗵𝗃. It can't be just any person. Several scientists theorize it has to follow the subgender dynamic. Let's say an unaffected woman has sex with an omega male, only the woman gets 𝗵𝗃 because their primary genders align, but since she is not an alpha, he can't get 𝗵𝗃. If, however, the woman was an alpha and her partner is a male omega, both primary and secondary genders align despite opposing sex, meaning they could essentially impregnate each other. Another scenario is if the male was an alpha and the woman has no subgender, it is a regular 𝗵𝗃. The same goes if it was a regular male with an omega female. And if an alpha male and an omega female have sex, both their primary and secondary genders are double-aligned, which could mean a multiple BRTH event. Now with same sex, as long as the subgenders follow the alpha-omega dynamics, the omega can become 𝗵𝗃. The last one is theory since there hasn't been any same-sex bias as of yet. Wasn't that explanation exhilarating? I certainly was entertained, said the sadistic rat bear. You're not helping, Principal Nezu, Aizawa snapped back. He then looked at the boys. Any questions? Midoriya, you're awfully quiet back there. Izuku's head shot up. It's just a lot of information to process. I do have a question. How do you know who's an alpha or an omega? Good question, Midoriya, replied Recovery Girl. We would have to do a physical checkup as well as a BLD test which shouldn't take too long. You might not even be either subgenders. There have been tests that came out negative for either. Subgenders. They call these people beta, since they have 𝗵𝗃 in their system, yet no second genders ever presented. ABO alpha, beta, omega. Two genders, or secondary genders, said Izuku as he held his chin in thought. You're correct, Midoriya, Recovery Girl stated. The scientists who discovered the subgenders named it so. But why aren't more people affected? There's nearly 4 million living in Shizuoka Prefecture alone, Izuku asked the adults. If I may answer this question, Principal Nezu said as he stood up and walked back and forth on the desk, I can guarantee that the 𝗵𝗃 drag has spread far past Shizuoka Prefecture. However, only a small fraction of the population were affected, which I've begun to theorize that it affects those who are in their prime for having children. Although, the amount of drag necessary for a successful subgender may vary per person. And since the drag itself is quite unstable, being a combination of multiple quirks, I bet it works best in a chaotic environment. Principal Nezu stopped in his tracks and pointed at the boys. And what is more chaotic than healthy, hormonal young adults with sex on their minds? Why, it's the perfect environment for a hyper-FRTLTY quirk to thrive. Ha, ha, ha. Two Aizawa groaned. Recovery Girl chuckled. Izuku was red in the face. Katsuki scoffed. So, old geezers can't be affected. Like my parents, or Recovery Girl, or Aizawa. Watch it, Bakugou, Aizawa said, obviously sensed he was considered too old. Adults that passed PBRTY long ago aren't susceptible to getting second genders. The immune system is mature enough to fight off the drag's effects. If not, old age itself halts the drag's effects. Who even wants to have children at 60 or 70? Now for you two, we need to do that checkup. Come on, let's go to the clinic, Recovery Girl said as she hopped off her chair, picked up her cane, and hobbled towards the clinic. "Meet me after your scheduled training to talk about your test results." Midoriya, Bakugou, Izuku nodded at them, then headed towards the teacher's lounge to drink much-needed coffee. "And I will be writing a 100-page thesis about alpha, omega, and beta dynamics in today's hero society. Oh, perhaps I can publish it today. What exciting times we live in." The deranged rat bear scampered off to his office. "Three crazy motherfucker, Baku. Change into this," Recovery Girl said as she tossed him a hospital gown. "Midoriya, please wait out here. I'll be consulting each of you privately. Once you have your results, you're free to go." Katsuki went to a small bathroom in the private room and changed his clothes into a paper-thin gown. "Okay, old lady. Let's get this city over with." He walked out and faced Recovery Girl as she was putting on her LTX gloves. "One wonderful, stand on the scale for me," she said as she dragged her stool to stand on. She took his weight and height, then made him sit on the examination table. Next she took his BLD pressure and had him breathe as she listened to his lungs. Recovery Girl then shone a light into his eyes. He hissed in response. Too bright." "Yeah," he said as he rubbed his eye. "It could be that you're more sensitive to light due to animals having better eyesight than humans. You probably see better at night now." "Cool. That will help with stealth missions. Let's see inside your mouth." Recovery Girl held down his tongue with a wooden stick and checked his teeth. "Your cuspids seem to be sharper than normal. Again, that is probably the animal DNA. Could be a gene expression of either the wolf, lion, cat, or snake." "Too sure it's not the rabbit, Doc?" "Funny, Bakugou. Now the next thing I need to examine has to do with touching certain places that confirmed alphas and omegas have claimed were sensitive to touch. One location is located on the neck area, the other in the inner wrists, and the last in the GNTL area. I won't perform the last one, but you will be able to confirm yourself if there is a sensitive area of skin. I'll show you the first two, that way you'll be able to identify what to look for." "Ready?" "Go ahead," said Katsuki. "All right." Recovery Girl then gently placed 2 fingers on each side of his neck as she slowly pressed around searching for the sensitive patch of skin. "What there? The F?" He felt the scrape of the cold LTX gloves on either side of his neck. "Why does it feel like that?" Apparently, there is a presence of a small gland bundled with nerves that has formed underneath the skin, which is why it is slightly raised and highly sensitive. We, the medical community, believe it secretes a highly potent amount of pheromones. That is where many people affected claim they can smell strong scents from other alphas and omegas. They can even smell pheromones from betas, but not as potent. I believe why this happens is because every single animal DNA that is present in the drag has this ability to secrete and identify pheromones. Humans have a weak sense of smell compared to the rest of the animal kingdom. Pheromones. Can they have a specific scent? Those who claim they can smell pheromones say each person has a unique scent that identifies their attributes. If I may ask, and you don't have to answer if it makes you uncomfortable, what does Midoriya's scent smell like to you? I'm only curious since this is the first time coming across the consequences of the quirk. Katsuki shifted nervously on the examination table. What I say, you can't tell anyone else. Doctor, patient confidentiality and all that SHT, right? Correct. Deku. His scent, his pheromones smell like a pine forest. But it's more than that. It's like, when I smell the scent, I'm reminded of the time we went hiking with my dad, and we camped at night in a meadow. We were surrounded by tall pine trees, the night air was clear and chilly, and there were fireflies everywhere. Deku and I were good friends at the time, and we had a lot of fun doing stupid SHT. I think it was my happiest memory. He quietly looked down at his hands, embarrassed at his confession. One at the time. So you're not friends? Right now. I noticed how distant you both seemed in the office even though you sat next to each other. Normally, Midoriya would be off the rails chattering about the spliced quirk, but he barely said much. You hardly made eye contact with him as well. DMN observant old hag. We hit a rough patch, that's all, Katsuki said defiantly. Very well. I don't want to get unnecessarily involved in your drama. But if it affects your mental as well as physical health, we're going to have a problem. Understood? Yeah, Crystal. Okay. Continuing on, it seems that pheromones rely heavily on one's emotional state. When you say it was your happiest moment, you thought of Midoriya, correct? What? No. No, that's not, he stuttered. Bakugou, you need to realize that you associate Midoriya with the memory of hiking in the pine forest. Therefore, when you smell his pine forest scent, you are literally smelling your happiest moment with him. Midoriya may not be doing it consciously, but he wants you to feel joyful when you see him. I guess. The nerd's always trying to be my best friend and 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 even when I didn't want him to. But what about when he smells like actual 𝗧𝗧𝗍? Please be more specific than that, she insisted. He huffed. There are times when he gets upset or angry, and his scent changes from being pleasant to something else. Like rotten wood. The air's acidic, and sometimes there's the stench of stagnant water around him even though there's no water. Interesting. Many of those who were exposed to people who had aggressive behaviors recalled smelling terrible scents. It could be the result of unstable emotions the person may be going through, which translates to the misfiring of chemical signals to the pheromone gland. That could cause the different chemical makeup of the scent a person would normally give off. 7. That makes sense. Alright, next I need to check your inner wrists, she said as she gently rubbed her thumbs over the skin. Anything? Yeah, same thing, Katsuki said as he touched his inner wrists, feeling the smooth, raised patch of skin. So, there's a gland underneath this hair? Yes. Small oils are excreted to the surface from the gland, which acts like an external 𝗵𝗃 to let others know one's emotional state. It could range from being happy, to angry, sad, or even to attract a mate. So privacy's out the window. Anyone can know how I feel. No. Not if you can learn to focus on your emotional state. The last glands run along the inner thigh behind the 𝗬𝗄𝗧. I will turn around while you check for yourself. Let me know when you have located them. Katsuki awkwardly felt along his thigh looking for his glands. Finally, he found them resting below the crease of his legs behind his 𝗬𝗄𝗧. It felt funny rubbing his skin that was right next to his 𝗬𝗄𝗧. Found them. What the hell do I need glands down here? He wanted to bend down and look at his thighs. Though, maybe later when Granny isn't around. 2. You'll be surprised how potent pheromones can be near the GNTL area, responded Recovery Girl as she began writing a few notes on her clipboard. Especially during secretary. I suspect it heightens the scent tenfold to attract a mate. Oi, I'm not some sex-crazed animal, old woman. Clearly you're not, Bakugou. Yet a lot of changes do seem to come from a mixture of animal DNA. We don't know the full extent of what these changes will do, so do be careful and use protection when having sex, Recovery Girl said as she turned around. Katsuki growled at the elderly woman. Unfazed with his behavior, she held a small needle in her hands. Now I'll take a little bit of BLD to test to see if you are either an alpha or an omega or neither. The pro hero rubbed a bit of alcohol onto his skin, then pricked his arm with the needle, drawing BLD out. This will take 15 minutes to test, so go ahead and change into your clothes and wait outside. Tell Midoriya he can come in now. Whatever. The blonde dressed and exited the room. Izuku sat opposite of the room and was looking down at his ugly red shoes silently. Hey, dumbass, your turn. The nerd got up and walked into the room, shutting the door behind him. Katsuki sat down and began browsing his phone as he tried to distract himself from what was to come. Izuku went through the same process Katsuki had gone through. Weight, height, and breathing were all normal. Recovery Girl checked his eyes, which were just as sensitive to light as Katsuki's. Next, she checked his teeth. Interesting. Bakugou's cuspids were noticeably longer than usual. However, yours are more pronounced and sharper. Have you looked at your teeth lately? Not really. I just brush my teeth morning and night, but I don't really look at them. I'm usually half asleep. Sometimes I forget to brush on some days. Izuku looked down ashamedly. 7. That's not good enough, Midoriya. It looks like you have the teeth of a predator. I shouldn't even consider them cuspids anymore. Your canines have now more exposure, so you must be extra vigilant in taking care of them. Here, look at this, she said as she handed him a handheld mirror. He smiled at the mirror as he tilted his head back and forth to look at his sharp canines. The top set nearly reached the bottom portion of teeth. The lower set were sharp, but not as long. Izuku used his finger to poke at one of the sharp points. Oh! He moved his finger away and spotted a drop of blood on it. I never even noticed how long they were. The changes must have happened so gradually that I got used to them. Kinda like growing up. I wouldn't really notice how tall I've gotten until someone who hasn't seen me in a long time points it out. 3. That's exactly it, Midoriya. Which explains why a lot of behavior or physical changes aren't commonly reported. People get used to subtle changes without realizing it, even your classmates. I want you to schedule an appointment with an orthodontist to get those teeth checked out as soon as possible. Oh. Okay. All right, said the gray-haired woman. This next procedure may be a little odd, but I need to examine if you have any sensitive areas of skin in certain places. Wait. I have that. Sensitive areas on my neck. I found them yesterday. Izuku beamed. Anywhere else? My inner wrists, too. Anywhere else? Midoriya, said Recovery Girl as she was about to lecture him. My inner thigh behind my 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧, said Izuku as he became red-faced and hid his face with his hands. 5. Please don't be embarrassed, Midoriya. I understand this conversation is difficult, but as a medical professional, your health is my utmost concern, especially considering how this drag has changed your DNA. If there is anything, and I mean anything, that is different or concerning, please let me know. Whatever you say here is confidential. No one will know. Does that mean that whatever I say here, right now, Aizawa can't ask about it? Correct. He may be in charge of your education, but I am in charge of your well-being. Besides, he knows better than to ask me, therefore, he'll ask you directly hoping you'll be naive enough to answer him. Izuku shifted on the examination table contemplating on whether or not to tell Recovery Girl about his problems. He made a decision to trust her. Okay. I've been hearing a voice when I am in stressful situations. Like that time of the Musutafu train attack. The voice wanted me to attack and kill. But it was only for a second. I squashed that thought the moment I heard it. Izuku frantically waved his hands as if to assure the pro-hero. I see. Continue, she calmly said. Another time was when I had. Oh God. SXL thoughts. About a certain person. It wanted me to steal something personal from them, he said as he refused to look at Recovery Girl. It was easier to confess when not making eye contact with anyone. So did you steal the item? Yes, but the person found out later and forgave me afterwards. I hear the voice most often when it comes to this person. I've tried to do my personal business alone. To not disturb the person, if you know what I mean, he admitted. One masturbate. Don't say it out loud. What if someone walks in? Izuku's face felt hot due to embarrassment. No one can walk in. The door is locked from the outside. Is that everything? He sighed. No. Somehow, I used the voice to command someone to do something they didn't want to, but I didn't realize I could do that. I regretted it the moment the words came out of my mouth. I couldn't take the words back. It was awful. I didn't. Sniff. I didn't mean to take away their will. If I could go back, he said as his voice wobbled. Tears threatened to fall from his eyes. A vocal command. Did this command hurt the person? No, not physically. It was more of demanding that person to answer me because they refused to answer. I got mad and was emotionally stressed, so it was probably the reason the voice emerged. I see. Be sure to never use it on a non-consenting person, Midoriya. I know you well enough that you would never intentionally harm another person. However, I insist you find a way to keep your emotions in check so it doesn't happen again. As troubling as this ability is, I believe you have quite the knack for mastering powers. It's other people I fear that will use this ability for nefarious purposes. Any other issues? The greenhead began wringing his hands and muttered to himself. This was going to be the hardest part to get through. There is one more thing. When I found the sensitive areas on my neck, I checked everywhere else. That's when I found the third set of patches on my inner thigh. But there was something else, he said as he quickly glanced at Recovery Girl. She held an impassive face, waiting for him to continue. He looked down at his hands and began picking at his nails to distract himself from dying from embarrassment. When I checked everywhere, I checked everywhere. There were ridges underneath my 𝗵𝗃𝗍 lot. And bumps too. They felt sensitive to the touch like the one on my inner thigh, but just sensitive as my head. I got excited and masturbated. Except at the end, the base of my pp ballooned like the size of a baseball. There was so much cum. People normally cum, like what? A little bit per 𝗬𝗍𝗁. Mine didn't stop. It was everywhere. On the floor, the walls, my hair. And the ceiling. How the hell did it even get up there? My knot finally deflated about 30 minutes later. I was so tired afterwards that I fell asleep for a few hours. Thank God my mother was working all day. I don't think I could have faced her after what happened, Izuku said rapidly, words tumbling from his mouth at a breakneck speed. He glanced at Recovery Girl and waited for her response. 14. She had a stunned look on her face. That's a lot to process, Midoriya. She snatched her clipboard and furiously began writing. Izuku sat nervously as a full minute passed before she put the clipboard down. From what I've been able to gather from several colleagues who are dealing with this situation, there have been reports of knots at the base of the PP during 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗵. The police have yet to disclose such details to the media due to the sensitive nature of the subject. However, none of them have reported an excess amount of SMN during 𝗬𝗍𝗁, nor has anyone mentioned protrusions on the underside of the PP. This condition may be the first documented case since the contamination began. I do have a theory, but I need to see your BLD work before I can confirm. I'll need to draw your BLD now. Oh. Okay, he said as he held out his arm. Recovery Girl rubbed alcohol and drew some BLD, finally placing a small band-aid on the wound. The test takes about 15 minutes. Go ahead and change into your clothes, Midoriya. Oh, and thank you for trusting me with such private matters, sweetie, she said with a grandmotherly smile. 6. Izuku nodded and headed to the little bathroom to change. His secrets were out now, even though the only person who knew was legally bound from saying anything to anyone. A little bit of the weight he realized he was carrying felt lighter on his shoulders. Once Izuku finished dressing, he left the room and sat in the waiting room where Katsuki was browsing his phone and sipping coffee from a vending machine. The blonde looked up at the sound of the door opening and frowned at Izuku. He then went back to his phone and ignored Izuku for the remaining time. The greenhead wished their relationship would get better, not realizing things were about to get a lot worse. Katsuki tried to ignore the freckled but the moment he walked out, but it was becoming difficult when the stench of stagnant water had spread in the waiting room. Thankfully, the strong aroma of the black coffee held the offending pheromones at bay. Pheromones, hair. If the smell is not his normal scent, then he's in an emotionally compromised state. Need to do more research on pheromones. He began opening new tabs searching different topics of the animal kingdom, pheromones, and DNA splicing while waiting for their results. Finally, Recovery Girl entered the waiting room. Bakugou, I have your results. Follow me. The elderly lady entered the examination room he was in earlier and sat on her stool. Go ahead and sit down. You may have questions after. Okay, Doc. What's the verdict? She held a file in her hand and opened it to the first page, then handed it to him. According to the results, you have the omega genetic marker. It states that you have a higher amount of 𝗎𝗪, which is the result of being an omega. This doesn't mean you'll suddenly become a female. You are still 100% male. In fact, men normally have 𝗎𝗪, just in lower amounts than their female counterparts. What 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗵 does is use 𝗎𝗪 to stimulate the growth of a WMB and BRST tissue for the possibility of 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁𝗍𝗪. Externally, the only thing you'll notice is a moderately large chest area with slightly larger areolas. Internally, the WMB is formed on top of the bladder with a small breathing tube similar to a VGNA that wraps behind the bladder and PRSTT. The tube then ends at the base of the colon. Basically, you have a cloaca similar to a snake, albeit for a very short distance from the entrance to the exit. I must emphasize that it is not a female WMB since many organs are missing such as ovaries and FLLPN tubes. 𝗵𝗃 merely creates a rudimentary organ with what's given in a male body. My colleagues theorize everything necessary to create a pup is contained within the WMB itself. How it works, we are still trying to learn. At the moment, your WMB is nothing more than a deflated balloon that hardly takes up space in your abdomen. I would like to schedule an appointment with you for an MRI scan to see what's going on inside. How does next week sound? 12 what? Katsuki whispered quietly. He sat on the examination table for a full minute reading the results, trying to process all that he heard. No, this can't be right. You're wrong. I can't be an omega. I don't have a WMB. Those are for women. I'm not a woman. I'm a thing man. I have a thing PPIPSS standing up. What kind of SHT are you saying? 6 Spo. He heard enough, tossed the file on the floor, and bolted from the room. The door slammed open, startling several staff members. Kaken! FOFF! He yelled as he headed back to the main campus. No way am I an omega. This drag is probably too chaotic for tests to confirm anything. F this thing SHT. I need to burn off this anger before I blow SHT up. Katsuki remembered he had access to the UA facilities and had weightlifting at 10 a.m. He saw the time on his phone, 9:26 a.m. Close enough. The blonde was going to go HRD on all his representatives today, and if anyone gave him SHT for going early, it will be their thing funeral. Midoriya, your results are in. Please step inside, Recovery Girl said as she opened the door. Coming. He walked into the exam room and sat on the examination table. Kaken. Is he all right? He was furious when he left. His scent smelled like pepper spray. Ah, yes. The pheromones. I wasn't able to mention much about it since we were conversing about your issues. First off, I cannot discuss a patient's medical history with another person. Of course, I'm sorry, Izuku responded. Second, the pepper spray scent you mentioned are pheromones coming from the sensitive areas of skin we discussed earlier. Those are the locations of glands and bundles of nerves that lie underneath the skin. To make it quick, if a person is not in a good emotional state, their normal scent, whatever it may be, is hindered. The chemicals that make up a scent misfire due to stress and end up becoming a malfunctioning pheromone. Therefore, it would seem to come off as the scent's antithesis. May I ask what Bakugou's normal scent is? Like caramel, smoke, and fire. Sometimes the scent has a little spicy kick to it. I thought it was because his nitroglycerine-like sweat smells like burnt sugar. But then he eats so much pepper. Did I tell you he made me eat a Caroline? Or was it Carolina pepper a few days ago? It was so hot. He's always trying to get me to eat hot peppers, but they just give me a stomachache and a quick run to the toilet if I'm not careful. A small smile was on the greenhead's face before it fell. And I suppose the smoke and fire remind you of his explosions. Yeah, actually they do, Izuku stated. How interesting. Oh my, we've gone off track. Are you ready for the results? Yes, kinda nervous, though, he admitted. Recovery Girl had Izuku's file and read the report. Interesting. This confirms what I thought. Which was what exactly? You mentioned having protrusions on the underside of your PP as well as a large volume of ejaculated SMN, am I correct? Oh, my God. Please don't say it like that, said the embarrassed greenhead as he covered his red face with his arms. The results say that you have the alpha genetic marker with high levels of TSTN. What is unique in your case is the amount of TSTRN in your body. Other alphas that have been identified also have a substantial amount due to 𝗵𝗃 using the 𝗵𝗃 to increase muscle mass, body hair, aggressiveness, and so on. However, theirs is nowhere near your amount. In fact, with the amount you have in your body, you should have the physique of a bodybuilder eating 300 to 500 calories a day. Why? You should be the size of Endeavor or even All Might. Maybe even bigger than them. But I'm not. I'm tiny compared to them. Why do I have so much TSTN? I believe you are a different type of alpha. What type? I can only assume. But I believe that one for all is the cause of this. Since your quirk stockpiles and cultivates power, I believe it is also doing the same for your alpha genes. This explains why your 𝗬𝗄𝗧 are different from other alphas. Since the whole point of the drug was to help with 𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗺 issues, I think this means you have the ability to impregnate many people at once. 𝗂𝗵𝗵𝗃. At once. How many? All of them. Every single omega person that has a WMB. 11A. Izuku's mind broke. Recovery Girl wrote a few notes on his file. I would like your permission to discuss these results with my colleagues. Your personal identification will be stricken from the record. Only this physical file will have your name and will be locked up in a secure place where only I have access to. I shall put the code name Prime Alpha for all identifiers since you may be the first and only alpha of your kind. Do I have your consent? Izuku stuttered as his brain rebooted. Yes. If it means to figure out what's happening to me. Thank you. Do you have any questions before you go? Not at the moment, no. All right then. You are welcome to call or come into my office if you do have questions. You're free to leave, Midoriya. Have a wonderful day. She merrily hummed as she hopped off the stool and headed towards her office. Izuku Midoriya was in a daze. He did not remember how he even made it to Gym Gamma. The freckled boy swayed to gym clothes at his locker since nobody was present and grabbed his water bottle before leaving. The alpha then headed towards the weight room. He noticed several roughed-up students, probably from general studies, grumbling as they exited the weight room. But I told him he was too early, but he practically chewed my head off. I'm gonna talk to the principal about this, said a boy, probably a first year, wiping his face of soot. Yeah, he acts like he's the 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Remember 2 years ago the sports festival where they had to tie him down, the other boy recalled as they passed Izuku. Izuku glared at them as they cackled, rounding the corner. It frustrated him to no end when people judged Katsuki for a few minutes of screen time and assumed he was villain material. Katsuki may not be rainbows, sunshine, and butterflies, hell, he was as charming as a fist to the face was, but still, it wasn't fair for Katsuki. He's in there grunting like a caveman. Whatever the result was, he's not taking kindly to it. The pheromones he's giving off still smells like ash and pepper spray. I better be careful around him. In fact, I'll stay as far away as I can. Izuku kept his head down and walked into the weight room straight to the furthest corner from Katsuki. He did a few stretches and avoided acknowledging Katsuki's presence. Izuku began exercising on a leg press machine, worked his way to the pull-up bar, did some quick jump rope, worked with the kettlebell, and finished off with a jog on the treadmill, all while actively trying to avoid making any eye contact with the explosive hothead. He looked at the time, noticing it was getting close to noon. Izuku wiped down the treadmill and headed to the shower. Once he was changed into fresh clothes, Izuku exited the changing room to head home. Katsuki, however, blocked his path. Oh, Kaken. Sorry, didn't notice you there, he mumbled as the freckled boy moved out of the way to leave. What are you? Sweat dripped off of the blonde-cessed face. His ruby-red eyes were practically shooting daggers at the boy. 𝗂𝗵𝗃. Izuku looked at Katsuki confused. You're subgender, you idiot. What are you? I'm an alpha. You. Katsuki growled and pushed Izuku to the side as he went to shower. He refused to answer Izuku. He doesn't want to answer me, and I don't want to force him to answer. Not like last time. Why did I fall for someone who might never want to talk to me anymore? Izuku sighed and left to head to the teacher's workroom. There weren't many teachers at the moment since many went to lunch. Only Aizawa and 𝗵𝗃𝗃, the latter sitting far from listening distance, were in the room. Aizawa was at his cubicle typing away when he heard Izuku approach. Midoriya, so how did it go? It was okay, I think. Not what I expected. Kinda surprised really, he replied. Oh. How so? Recovery Girl said he would try to weasel out information from me since he can't ask her about my medical history. I'll have to give a little but not too much. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, scuffing the floor with his old scraggly red shoes. Turns out, my subgender is an alpha, he stated, making sure his answer was short and simple. And what, sensei? Izuku huffed. There's more to that than what you're telling me. What about your so-called voice? Have you mentioned that to Recovery Girl? Izuku tried to be as diplomatic as possible, giving Izuku something without throwing himself on a sword. Recovery Girl is aware of my situation and has cautioned me to learn how to control it, which I fully will. Anything else pertaining to my medical records are between me and Recovery Girl, he answered in monotone. Recovery Girl would be pleased. One Izuku's mouth twitched. Seems like she got the whole doctor-patient privilege thing drilled in your head. That's good. He rubbed his eyes and continued, it's fine if you want to keep your medical records private. Not that I have any say-so anyways. Just be careful with whatever is going on with you, and keep Recovery Girl informed if you don't want to tell me. I'd rather have the doctor look after you if it isn't going to be me. Okay. Yes, sensei. Thank you for caring for me, Izuku said as he bowed. Izuku nodded. I also wanted to bring you and Bakugou up to speed about the case. Where is he? I thought he'd be here already. Oh, he was about to shower when I left. It might be a 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗃, I'm here, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗧𝗵𝗃 said with a frown. I don't take long but showers and sing like a banshee like you do. He took a chair from a random teacher's desk, dragged it to Izuku's cubicle, and sat down. Hey. My singing isn't that bad, Kaken, protested Izuku. So, what were you going to say about the case? Katsuki asked, completely ignoring Izuku's comment. As you all know, the case hasn't been made public yet due to 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗃 being reluctant to release information about the 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗁𝗏 and their mishandling of the situation. Once the public knows, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗃's shares will plummet, and who cares about their money? They fed up a lot of people's lives, spat Katsuki. The National Public Safety Commission agrees. They are forcing 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗃 to hold a national press conference tomorrow at Tokyo to reveal the 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗁𝗏 and the presence of second genders. It will be their public mea culpa. The media has been notified and will be broadcasted throughout Japan and several international news outlets. They are finally getting what's coming to them, Katsuki grinned. That's good news to hear, sensei, added Izuku. There is one more thing, Izuku said as he looked at the boys' curious faces. The NPSC and HPSC both want you both to be there at the press conference, since it was you two who cracked the case. What the F? Are you serious? Here. Really? It's a formality, really. The NPSC wants to recognize your efforts in taking down a feral alpha since that video has gotten millions of views. It also makes the Hero Commission look good, having upcoming pro-heroes already solving cases. Therefore, it reassures the public that they have students like you both working for them soon. So it's going to be a dog and pony show while they pat themselves on their back. Katsuki was cessed. Kaken, I get it seems kinda tacky, but it will help us get more exposure as pro-heroes. You're aiming for that #1 spot, right? Katsuki glared at Izuku, whatever. Fine. I'll do it. But I want to wear my hero suit so all of Japan can finally see me, Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite. Izuku giggled at his ridiculous-sounding name. Katsuki shot him a scathing look. The alpha quickly stifled his laughter and looked away. Sure, why not? Izuku said exasperated. I'll be at the conference representing UA as well as fielding any questions you may not be able to answer. This will be a good experience for you both. Tokyo is 2.5 hours away, so we'll be taking my car. The conference starts at 7:30 p.m., so be ready by 4 tomorrow. I'll bring your hero costumes when I pick you up at your homes. You both can go now. He got up from his chair and headed to the coffee pot and poured another cup, yawning the whole time. The boys got up, Katsuki returning the chair, then exited the main campus building. Izuku was quiet the whole way back to the UA main entrance, stealing glances at the blonde. Once they were outside, Katsuki began heading in a different direction from Izuku. Where are you going? Katsuki halted yet didn't bother turning around and replied, none of your business. Oh. See you tomorrow then, Kaken, he said quietly, then walked to the bus stop alone. Katsuki couldn't believe it. Deku if a thing alpha. And I'm an 𝗍𝗵𝗲. How the hell is that fair? But he mulled over it in the shower after cornering Izuku a while ago. It's probably 𝗵𝗃𝗲 coming to kick my butt after being a PP to him years ago. When am I going to stop getting fed over it, though? I've come to accept that I made mistakes in the past and have been trying to become a better person, but the command he gave me threw all that progress out the 𝗵 window. Now I don't even want him talking to me. But it's not my 𝗵 fault this time. Is it? He's following my wishes, so I shouldn't be getting mad at him when he actually ignores me. So why do I hate it? 'Cause it is my 𝗵 fault. This is confusing. I just need time to sort everything out. Too much has happened lately. Katsuki's mind was spiraling down the drain like his sweat and tears. This is all my fault. My fault. Deku forgave me when I hurt him years ago. He always forgives me, even if I don't deserve it. Why can't I do the same thing? Why can't I face him? Because of his alpha voice. Why am I so 𝗵 scared of it? Why am I such a 𝗵 coward? Frustration, hatred, and self-pity cling to his body no matter how hard he tried scrubbing. I need to leave before I punch a hole in a wall or something. He finished showering, dressed, and toweled his hair. Katsuki remembered that he had to meet Izuku afterwards. He took deep breaths to steady his heart and clear his mind. When he was ready, Katsuki snatched his backpack and headed towards the teacher's workroom with his bag. Once he made it to the workroom, he was successful in keeping his composure near the nerd. Izuku had told Katsuki about the Shuserayoku press conference and couldn't be more excited. It was the best news he'd heard all day. He'd done local press conferences and even regional ones for big cases, but not a national one as a provisional hero. It was unheard of for a provisional hero to be a part of any national press conference, yet he would be right in the center of everything. Most likely, this would be his biggest case since the drag probably affected hundreds of thousands, or even millions of Japanese citizens. Dynamite and Deku will debut with a bang, propelling their careers into the stratosphere after the press conference. He was going to have to play nice with Izuku so Izuku wouldn't suspect anything. Katsuki turned towards the direction to the mall when Izuku asked where he was going, a sad tone in his voice. He couldn't face him at that moment. Not yet. Too soon. The entity within, the 𝗍𝗵𝗲, whimpered in distress. He gritted his teeth and rejected his 𝗍𝗵𝗲 identity, this parasite. Katsuki pushed the emotion down and replied, "None of your business. Give me space. My mind is fed up right now." Words failed to leave his mouth as he walked away. After he was sure that Izuku was far away, he got his phone and texted his idiot squad saying he was getting close to the mall. It was the same mall the nerd went to when meeting that handsy effer, Shigaraki. How time flies. The mall was within walking distance, about 20 to 30 minutes. During this time, Katsuki noticed his sense of smell was exceptional if he concentrated. He could smell what seasoning a chef used in a ramen noodle shop as he passed by, the wet cement as a hostess hosed down the entrance with water, the tangy metallic taste coming from a cell phone shop, the alcoholic scent of a man who probably hadn't showered in a week, gross. Though I may not be the only one who smells that. He could tell who used expensive perfumes, cheap knockoffs, how oily their hair was, or how stinky their breath was. Kind of a lame super ability to be honest. A happy couple with a stroller walked by. A pleasant smell of baby powder wafted from the baby, until he could smell the turd. "Your baby shat himself," he said nonchalantly to the surprised woman pushing the stroller. Katsuki snickered as the mother and father checked the newborn's diapers. He was actually enjoying himself until someone suddenly grabbed his wrist. "You, kid," slurred a drunken man. It was the guy who hadn't showered in a week. He looked maybe between 20 or 25, wearing baggy, soiled clothes. Several gold chains hanged on his neck and hands were adorned with rings on each finger. The man looked like a lowlife whose priorities were drinking and gambling his life away. "You smell real good. What's a seki thing like you doing all alone, here? Come me, beauty boy. Let 'em show you a good time. I know tich best bars round here," the man said as he moved Katsuki's wrist towards his PP. Katsuki saw red. He punched the drunk but with his left hand, while yanking his other away from the man's PP. BLD poured from the man's nose. What the F, kid? No way am I going to touch your disease-riddled 𝗵𝗃. A vomit and alcoholic scent poured forth from the man. SHT, this guy is probably an alpha. That's his pheromone scent. The drunk man reached into the folds of his jacket and brandished a knife. Gon teach you a lesson, kid. Carve your pretty face up real nice so no one will wanna look at YA. He smiled, thinking he had the upper hand. Many onlookers were startled and gave them a wide berth. Explosions crackled and popped in Katsuki's hands. Fing, try it. I've been wanting to blast something all day today. He wasn't fazed. Even the Omega within hardly whimpered at the pathetic sight. The man, however, was startled. Hey! Forget it, you look like a bad F, he said as he scrambled away. Coward. Unworthy alpha. I'm not a bad F. You are. But. He screamed at the retreating man. People nearby were staring at him. What? Mind your own Fing business, extras. He stomped away from the crowd. What the hell was that? He said I smelled good. So an alpha also has the ability to sense pheromones like an omega, which I'm definitely not, by the way. Deku is an alpha. He said I smelled like caramelized sugar. Here. Bakugou. Hey. Over here, 𝗧𝗪𝗼 yelled, waving his hands by the entrance of the plaza. 𝗵𝗃, Denki, and Mina were chatting nearby and greeted Katsuki as well. Blasty, you made it, Mina enthusiastically said, hugging his arm. The same one that drunk man had gripped earlier. But this was Mina, his trusted friend who never meant harm. Katsuki allowed it. Well, yeah. I said I was going to be here, he gruffly replied. Of course. It's just so rare that you asked to go shopping with us. I'm going to take so many pics and upload them on Chatter. Oh, maybe we can do something fun on TikTok. The pink-skinned girl began furiously typing on her phone. 3-0? Hell no. I just want to go look for some bedsheets. That's it, Katsuki asserted. Best Bath and Bedroom is a great store to start. Best Jeanist co-owns the company with a relative or something, 𝗵𝗃 commented. I've gotten some awesome hammocks and wicker chairs from there. Same ones I used for my dorm room. Really? I'd like to have wicker chairs for my third-year dorm room, Denki stated. I heard third-year dorm rooms are even bigger. The blonde continued following the chatty squad quietly towards the store. 𝗧𝗪𝗼 slowed his pace a bit to walk next to Katsuki. Hey, you good bro? You seem a bit off. Ever observant 𝗧𝗪𝗼, only second to Izuku in noticing Katsuki's tics and mannerisms. I'm fine. Just heard some surprising news today. Guess I'm processing or something. Mina suddenly slid next to Katsuki's other side. Oh. And what news was that? She must have had ears like a hawk. Could she be? Here. That me and Deku are going to be at a national press conference tomorrow. We helped solve the aggressive behavior case, Katsuki responded. Several voices began talking at once. Mina's eyes went wide. What? You solved it? Awesome, bro. I'm so proud of you. Wait, what? 𝗵𝗃 yelled. That's so cool. How'd you solve it? Wait, how did you even get on the case? Who's the culprit? Asked Denki rapidly. Shut up everyone. I can't hear myself think. The group quieted down. Look, I can't answer everything yet. Not until tomorrow, at least. What I can say is that the Musutafu train attack was kinda the reason me and Deku were able to crack the case. Tomorrow, the press conference will explain it better than I can. Plus, I don't think Aizawa wants me to talk about it until it officially breaks. We get it bro, gotta be confidential about big cases. I'm just happy you and Midoribro were the ones to solve it, 𝗧𝗪𝗼 said as he patted Katsuki's shoulder. Yeah, you guys are going to be famous, Denki stated. They're already famous, knucklehead, 𝗵𝗃 said. More famouser. Too, you are so dumb, 𝗵𝗃 rolled his eyes. The boys continued bickering, leading everyone to the store. Finally, they were at the entrance of Best Bath and Bedroom. 𝗵𝗃, Denki, and 𝗧𝗪𝗼 headed towards the back to look for wicker chairs. Different assortments of pillows, blankets, and bedroom accessories filled the space. There were candle sets, fancy handmade soaps, scrubs, bath bombs, hand towels, and bath towels scattered around. larger furniture like